Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thanks so much for having me here, and also thanks so much for being here. Today, I'll be presenting our work on Ray of Hope, China and the Rise of Solar Energy. It's a joint work with a bunch of people at LSE, Ignacio, Robin, David, Paul, and John is probably one of the largest group we've presented in the conference. And why we're interested in solar, why we're interested in renewable energy, that's because currently, around 73% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, they come from energy sector, either through transportation, direct consumption from household or industry or heating. And decarbonization plans, they really relies on this electrification. So we need to transform from fossil fuel to clean energy. And at the same time, because the developing countries, they continue to grow and they require more energy demand, if this demand comes from fossil fuel, that means there will be more and more carbon emission from the developing countryside, which means even if developed countries like US, UK, they have already decarbonized, that's not going to be enough for the world to achieve net zero. In that sense, China plays a particularly important role because on the one hand, China is the largest world emitter, and on the other hand, China is also a leading innovator in this clean energy technology industry. So if we look at the cost of solar in the past 30, 40 years, we see the costs have dropped dramatically. It used to be more than $100 per watt in 1975. Now it's less than $0.5 per watt. If we look at the path, the price drop is exponential. And on the other hand, if we look at 2007, it seems that there's a path breaking point. So before 2007, probably a few years before that, the price is relatively flat. But after 2007, we see the price drop is even faster. And coincidentally, 2007 is also the year when in our data we observe there's city-level industry policies being introduced in China. So in this paper, we're going to understand what's the role of these local subsidies. We're going to understand what's the contribution of these place-based industry policies to this growth of solar industry and to the drop of solar price. How do we do that? First, we collected the data of policy tags from the PKU law database, which is the universe of law, regulation, policy documents in China. And then we classify them to 3 different types of subsidies: production subsidy, innovation subsidy, and demand subsidy. Once we have the policy side, what we need actual is the firm side. We collect the list of solar manufacturers in China from ENF, which is the global solar platform, and then we combine this list of solar with all these rich micro firm level data, such as from entry, exit, what's the revenue, what's the patents, what's the employment, we can calculate TFP, these kind of things. So once we combine the policy tax data, the staggered rollout of policy with the firm level data, we can use it to answer what's the impact of these subsidies. We find that the innovation and production subsidies, they're especially important in terms of generating more city-level solar innovations. However, in contrast, the demand subsidy creates a much, much weaker impact, and we basically see zero significant different impact from the demand subsidy. And that is because if we have demand subsidy, we encourage cities to install solar locally. We are not really benefiting the local producers because I can buy solar panels from other cities, from the rest of the world. Instead, production and demand innovation subsidy, they're directly targeting the local producers. That's why we can see at the local level, only production and innovation subsidy, they can have a big impact, yes.
So the demand subsidies could still be good for all of China or for the world. No, it's not necessarily just because they're not super localized, the effects.
Exactly. So in the quantification, we will show that actually, well, one thing we didn't see it, have it in the slides, but we have in the appendix, the demand subsidy as an aggregate effect is almost the same magnitude of the production subsidy. It's just locally, we won't be able to see that. And if we think of environment benefits, actually we will see the opposite sign. So only demand subsidy plays a role. And the production and innovation subsidy, because they're benefiting the rest of the world, exactly as you said. So they're not having a role on the pollution side. Okay, so with all these empirical results, we can combine it with a spatial quantitative model where we have heterogeneous firm entry-exit decisions. We find that with this model, once we calibrate this model, we can compare it with the no subsidy counterfactual, and we can use to understand what's the role of the subsidy as an aggregate impact. We find that subsidy explains around 40% of the price drop. It brings 13% higher consumer welfare in the energy sector. And also, if we do a benefit to cost analysis, we find the monetary return from the subsidy is 60% higher than the subsidy cost. So overall, those evidence suggest that even if we don't consider the environmental benefits, there is a net benefit, net gain from the subsidy, from the industry policy. If we consider the social cost of carbon, all these benefits will be more than doubled. These are the literature. I'll skip this for the interest of time. And let me just go through a little bit about the global solar industry background, how it evolves over years. So in the last century, solar is really the one that has the most impressive price drop compared to any other energy sectors. If you look at those coal, gas, oil, they are almost flat. But the orange one, the solar one, it has been dropped for more than 60, 70 years. And we don't see any declining trend. Because of this price drop, obviously, there will be more and more solar installation. There will be more and more solar electricity production. Here, the orange line again shows what's the electricity production by different energy source. Solar is, again, the ones it's really leading the growth. One question we will ask is, if we know there are more and more solar being installed, who are supplying those solar panels? It turns out, if we look at the market share, China nowadays, in the last 10 years, is almost the only biggest producer in the solar industry. It used to produce 0 in 2000, but now it takes more than 80% of the market share nowadays. Another question we would ask is, if China is producing a lot, is it just because China is imitating, not producing any innovations? We find that's not the case. If we look at the citation-weighted patents, so we both consider the number of patents and also the quality of the patents, we see China is, again, leading the growth. And there's, again, no indicates of any declining trend. So we see China is both producing a lot, and China is also innovating a lot. With all those global facts about the whole solar industry, let's now zoom into China. Here is the map of China. Every region is one city region. And darker areas represent more solar innovation, more solar patenting. In the early 2000s, there's literally just almost zero solar innovation at all in all these cities. Probably just the Shanghai, Beijing, they're doing any kinds of solar activities. Over the years, we see more and more cities, they're doing solar activities. And it is in 2007 when we see three cities that are black circled. These are the ones introduce city-level subsidies. Then we see there are more and more city-level subsidies being introduced. We see there are more and more solar innovation activities in different cities. I think with all these maps, there are two key messages we can get from these maps. One is there's a huge amount of variation, both in terms of subsidies and in terms of solar business, solar innovation activities, across time and across cities. The other information is there seems to be some correlation between the areas when we see there are more solar patenting and also the areas when we see solar subsidies. So this really motivates us to think of the industry policy in the solar sector through the lens of city-level government. Yes.
Ask all the questions. Was this all completely decentralized? So these local areas are deciding on their own, or at what point did it become part of a centralized policy to subsidize? That's coming.
Yeah, so that's coming. So actually, most of those industry policies in these settings, they are decentralized. So in the existing previous papers, there's already a bunch of documents highlighting the important role of city level, the local level government. They are making decisions on shaping the industry development. Yes.
So when you say innovation and subsidy, what form exactly do they take?
I will show you later the subsidy tax, and you'll see what form they take. Okay. And also, we see city level governments, they have great policy autonomy, and I will exactly show you the tax of different subsidies. You will see different governments, they can make different decisions on different subsidies. The previous papers also highlight that city government, they have budget. They have their budget to do things, so they can do meaningful subsidies. And they also have the strong incentives to promote economic growth through these subsidies for their own career concerns. Yes.
Yeah. To what extent were they environmental policies, and to what extent were these environmental, or and to what extent were they jobs policies? They're trying to rob jobs from other towns.
They are mostly for the jobs creation and to have a larger industry, solar industry, not for the environmental benefits. For the city level government, we do find some like national level subsidy that is more targeting on the environmental side, but that's not included in the city level analysis.
And did they succeed in getting more jobs? Or was this just a sort of prisoner's dilemma that they all,
It's like you mean the only business dealing, or?
each of them gave subsidies to make sure that the others, to get the jobs that others would have gotten. And so in the end, all that happened is that the companies got more money, and the returns, the way you describe it, were so high that they might have done the solar panels research even without the subsidies.
I see.
So they all tried. It's like advertising. You all, for cigarettes, everybody advertises. In the end, people don't smoke more. But
I see. Probably we do have some results on the productivity side, and that productivity is measured by the production divided by the number of employees. And if we see the productivity growth is probably kind of address some of the concerns you have.
so we'll see. Yeah.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes.
But remember, Joe, it was a very rapidly expanding industry. So it wasn't really just, that you were taking the idea was how much of the growth everybody could capture. So yes, you could do a shift share and any sort of analysis and say maybe it would have been concentrated, but what led to was dispersal. This is based more on sort of my sense of the literature.
Yeah, no, I guess I was just commenting, it's really following up the kind of conversation we had yesterday about the chips, where the returns seem to be so high that they would have invested rationally without the subsidy, and the subsidy just gave them more money. I mean, nobody's going to turn down a subsidy. The question is, in the end, everybody's subsidizing, the location isn't changed that much, and the businesses enjoy it. But, and this speaks to the issue of is China's comparative advantage right now in solar panel the result of the subsidy, or it would have happened anyway, given the government's directive, in a sense, to focus on solar, and in the end, they fought with each other, and it didn't make much difference, except lining the pockets of certain people.
I think probably in this context, because we're also considering there's a positive knowledge spillover, which is the positive externality not considered by the government, but not considered by the firms, then really we need subsidy to make the most of the positive knowledge spillover compared to a no subsidy case.
Yeah, no, I understand that there's an optimal subsidy, that there should have been a subsidy, but as it turned out, the returns were so high that you didn't need the subsidies, and so that's really the question. That at least ex post, and maybe ex ante, they needed that, but ex post the returns were so high that the subsidies weren't needed.
That's a good question. I really need to have a deep think on that. Yeah.
Partly it's a question about business stealing or whatever, so that's going to be your identification concern, right? Are they just stealing from other people? But then otherwise, I guess they're trying to, that's what where you're trying to identify the causal effect. Is there additionality from the local policies? So that's, and Joe's saying maybe not, because.
Yeah. What I'm saying more than that, though, it does help any particular locality relative to others if they spend more. So that's causally, it makes a difference. But the question is, in the end, in the aggregate, given the returns that were so high, why did you need a subsidy? That's really the question.
We should let
It's a good question. Thanks so much. So to do this analysis, let's see what kind of data we need. First is we need city-level policy data. We need the variation from city-level policy. We collect the list of policy documents from PK law. It's around 2,000 policy documents, and then we classify this policy as a subsidy if it has explicit quantitative information on the subsidy size. So it really needs to involve money transfers instead of just exhortation or encouragement. For example, here the production subsidy says, I will subsidize your production line by 12%. In the innovation subsidy, we have subsidized, we award those firms with high innovation, high R&D lab, yes.
Do you see areas have similar subsidies for like EVs and other industries?
No.
No? Okay.
No, it's like they focus on solar, and then it's right, whether they have EV or this other type of subsidy will be orthogonal to this solar subsidy.
Okay, interesting.
And then there are also demand subsidy, which is the feed-in tariff style.
Sometimes the subsidy is in the form of giving land to them. Which categorize land?
If the land, they have explicit numbers, says like, I want to give you a certain amount of land, there will be a production side. But if they don't see that, they only say, okay, I want to give land, but I don't have exact numbers on how much land you would like to give, then they won't be considered as a subsidy because it doesn't have any quantitative information. Okay, once we get the subsidy information down, we next move to who are the solar firms. We collect those list of solar manufacturers from ENF platform, which is the largest global solar platform, and allows firms to post their products in this platform, and potential buyers can go to this website to find the products they want to buy. We get around 2,000 firms that is headquartered in China. Those are solar manufacturers. We combine it with innovation data, with revenue data from Orbis, with production capacity data from firm surveys, and with firm entry and exit data, also custom data to know what's the export. Yes?
The patent data, do you distinguish between process and product patents and different sectors? Or is just
This would be purely solar patents.
But solar patents, there are different types of.
There are different types.
Yeah.
We have a results on, we classify patents as learning by doing patents, which is more on the reducing the production cost. And we find the similar results. So the result really doesn't differ that much.
Just a clarification, the 12% production subsidy, was it a tax credit or did they get a payment even if they never became profitable?
It's paid through the direct money transfer.
I see.
So it's like based on how much it costs for the production line, then I give you 12% of the money cash back.
Yifan, I'll ask you to focus on the paper, so you can.
Take 5 minutes
with no questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and so with all this data, we can do a staggered event study style approach, and we see after the dashed line, which is the subsidy, has been introduced, we see there's a sustained and gradual increase of the solar patenting activities over the years, and this growth is sustained for more than 13 years. This is all subsidy. It's a combination of all this demand, supply, and innovation subsidy. If we then decompose the treatment effect into the 3 different types of subsidy, we see the result really comes from production and innovation subsidy side, with very little effect from demand subsidy, and it's not significant it's not statistically significant. And the intuition is exactly as what we have before, because if I have demand subsidy, I subsidize people to install more solar, I'm not really benefiting my local producers. But for the production and innovation subsidy, I'm always benefiting my local producers, so I can have a local industry growth. If we look at other dimensions of the industry, if we look at panel production capacity, revenue, firm count, or export, they all have the same results. Once we have subsidy, there is a sustained increase of the industry scale, and this growth, they all come from production and innovation subsidy, not from the demand subsidy. However, if we think of pollution, we should expect to see a different thing, because if I have demand subsidy, I'm subsidizing people to install more solar, then my local grid can become greener, I rely less on fossil fuel, I should have a better environment. Therefore, for demand subsidy, we should see the exactly opposite effect. It only comes from the demand subsidy, while production subsidy and innovation subsidy, because I'm kind of benefiting the rest of the world, so it doesn't really have a much impact on my local pollutants. Now we combine all these, 10 minutes, okay. Now we combine all these empirical results with a quantitative spatial model where we have multiple regions. Each region has 2 sectors, solar and coal, and then firms can make heterogeneous decisions on entry, exit, and innovation. With that model, we calibrate our model both with the industry statistics and also with the empirical results we have seen in the last few slides. Then we use that model to answer a few counterfactual questions. First is, yes? We have learning by doing, yes. And first, let's see what happens if there's no subsidy at all. That's what we see in the orange dashed line. If we don't have any subsidy, there's still a growth of industry because of the exogenous increased demand from the rest of the world. However, the really shocking and impressive thing is once we have subsidy, here y-axis measures the aggregate China innovation, so it's already the aggregate effect, not the local effect. So once we have subsidy, then the innovation, the aggregate innovation really moves to a different trajectory. It increased immediately after the subsidy was introduced, and in the end, the number of innovating activities is more than doubled than the counterfactual world when there's no subsidy, yes.
You have results on high quality innovation?
In the
not citation, just high citation, count for high citation.
In the empirical results, I think we have classified a type of patterns that is called learning by doing patterns, and which is likely to be high quality patterns. It's not exactly high citation, but it's kind of high quality patterns.
How do you know learning by doing?
Because there is a PhD student from Harvard a few years ago who manually classified these solar patterns, a subsample of the solar patterns as learning by doing versus non-learning by doing patterns, and then we use that as a training sample to do algorithm to apply to our patterns. And then we classify a subsample of our patterns as learning by doing, following the training sample they have classified.
So I don't know what it is. But like if you look at high count of sites by non-Chinese innovators would be a useful measure.
Yeah, that would be useful, but I think in our data, Chinese patterns is rarely cited by other countries.
Low quality mean.
So yeah, it's like kind of they are rarely cited by any other countries. They're probably cited by Chinese patterns, but they are rarely cited by any other countries. So okay, again, if we look at the price from the model, because we care about price, it captures human welfare. Without subsidy, the price will drop by around 20%. If we have subsidy, price will drop by 50%. And if we overlay the price with the actual price we observed in our data, which is the second slide I showed, subsidy really explains around 40% of the price drop we observe in our data. Next, we probably want to think what might be a better subsidy, what might be an optimal subsidy. One benchmark, here y-axis is the consumer welfare. We are measuring consumer welfare in the energy sector. One benchmark we can think of is what happens if I have a simple national subsidy, I equally subsidize every region. It is a useful benchmark to think of because if we believe government is doing silly things, then a simple national subsidy should be better than the real subsidy implementation. It turns out the equal national subsidy, which is the purple dashed line, is almost identical in our model as the real subsidy implementation. So there's not that much difference between a simple national subsidy versus the real subsidy that government has been implemented. So what might be a better subsidy? One thought that we have in mind is, since we have knowledge spillover, since we have the learning by doing, then why not directly subsidize innovation to as much as possible, so that all firms, they will become an innovator. So we first subsidize in this blue line, we first subsidize all the firms such that they become an innovator, and then we use the remaining budget because there's still money left compared to other cases. We use the remaining budget to subsidize production and demand. We find this really brings us the highest consumer welfare again. Why is that? Because of the knowledge spillover. Because without fully subsidized innovation, firms, they won't internalize this positive knowledge spillover. They won't internalize this externality. Once we fully subsidize innovation, then we can really achieve the highest potential of this positive knowledge spillover. And it's really the power of knowledge spillover makes everything looks totally different. Once we look at consumer welfare, one thing we are also interested in is this benefit larger than the cost? Yes.
What your innovation subsidy would be? And I mean, maybe you have to combine it. Maybe you have to combine the innovation with some production knowledge, so that actually
this is already a combination of innovation subsidy and production subsidy. But the step is because in the original subsidy, probably the model predicts the subsidy cost is like 1,000 million. So we first use that money, that's budget, to subsidize innovation so that everyone becomes innovator, and then we use the remaining money for the production.
But the innovate is you pay for a patent, you pay for
no, in this model, it's like there's a innovation fixed cost. So if you want to do innovation, if you want to be an innovator, you have to pay some fixed costs like setting up a lab, these kind of things. In this model, then we are paying that amount of money in this model. So the next thing, and also the final thing, is whether the benefits is larger than the subsidy cost. That's a really important question we want to answer. So here, the yellow bar represents what's the net benefit. Or the full innovation subsidy. They all brings higher benefit than the cost. In the first bar, it shows the benefit is around 60% higher than the subsidy cost. And again, it's the full innovation subsidy that really makes a big difference. If we have full innovation subsidy, then the benefit would be 400% higher than the cost. 2 minutes? Okay. If we also want to include the environmental benefits, we can add the social cost of carbon into the benefit analysis. And the green bar, which captures the social cost of carbon, shows that if we include these environmental benefits, all these benefits will be more than doubled. But I think the key message here is, even if we don't consider the environmental benefits, if we just look at the monetary benefits, it still shows the industry policy is good for the local Chinese people without considering the environmental benefits. So to conclude, in this paper, we collected a new and comprehensive database on China's solar industry policy and solar industry. We find that industry policy, especially the production and demand and innovation subsidies, they're especially effective at stimulating local industry growth. Theoretical model is consistent with our empirical analysis, and we find a large gain compared to the no subsidy manufacturer, and this gain will be the largest if we have full innovation subsidy. Thank you so much.
Fascinating paper. Just a clarifying question. So in your event studies, in principle, the findings could have come from crowding out, right? It could have been that innovation was relocated to particular cities, that would have happened elsewhere. And then
We do have one slide on business leaning and positive knowledge spillover, and we find that if we regress this on the neighbor cities, we find the positive effect. So it means the positive spillover probably dominates the business leaning. But it's indeed something might be one concern, so we're addressing it through looking at the neighbors.
And then when you go to the model, like how do you feed in what really the aggregate effect would be? I mean, sort of to the extent that...
We first calibrate the model such that our model will predict the exact ATT effect. So we first calibrate the subsidy size, and then we feed in the subsidy size into the model, and the subsidy size will be consistent with our empirical results. So the subsidy, if we regress the subsidy in our model, will be the same ATT.
Okay. But don't you have a missing intercept problem? In,
If I may. Yes.
Sorry.
Apologies, but I guess we'll have to grab it up there. So thank you very much, Yifan, for that very thought-provoking and interesting paper. Now we have Carole Marullaz from the University of Zurich, right, who is going to talk us about Chinese industrial policy.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. So indeed, my name is Carole Marullaz. I'm a PhD student at the University of Zurich. Very happy to continue on this very similar topic, so still solar panels. This is joint work with Claudia Gentile and David Hemous. And so, well, we had a good job motivating this paper already from the previous presentation, so I can go very quick on this graph. We've seen this very remarkable decline in the price of the solar panels in the last few decades, and this is very concomitant to the rise of China as a solar producer. You can see that from, going from virtually zero market share in the 2000s, now China is producing more than 80% of the global solar production, and that was, of course, supported by the Chinese industrial policies that we've just discussed. And this has also sparked some responses from the rest of the world, which we could label as green protectionism, mostly in the form of tariff and local content requirements. And so we're taking here this like global approach, which is why I'm mentioning this. But so another graph or another trend that is very interesting to think of when we think about the solar sector and its development is what happened to innovation, as we also discussed a bit in the past presentation. And here I'm plotting the number of innovation or number of patents for the rest of the world in yellow and for China in blue. And what you can see is that, again, until 2000, the rest of the world was really the leader in innovation. And then we see this like strong decline. While what we see from China is that it's not only that production shifted toward China, it's also innovation, because we can see this like that China became one of the leaders in solar innovation in the last decade. But now what is also interesting is what happened if we look at biadic innovation. So biadic innovations are innovations that are protected in at least 2 countries, and that's usually used as a measure or proxy for high-quality patents, high-quality innovation. Now we see the same trend for the rest of the world, but what we see for China is that this increase is much more muted. So it is just raising the question of whether this patents or this rise in innovation in China was just of as high quality as it was in the rest of the world. And so it also raises this question of whether Chinese innovation can make up for this lost innovation that we observe in the rest of the world. So with all these facts in mind, what we want to think about in this paper is the impact of Chinese solar industrial policies on global solar innovation and ultimately on solar energy adoption and global emissions in the long run. We believe that those industrial policies, they have affected solar adoption through different channels. First, they've reduced, of course, mechanically the cost of producing solar panels in China. And they've had this positive impact on Chinese innovation that we've just seen in the past presentation, and also from the graph that seems to suggest this. But on top of this, as I will show you, and also as the stylus fact were sort of suggesting, there is this negative impact on other countries' innovation through this increase in competition coming from China. And then finally, we also have the important question of knowledge spillovers, which is also key when we think about innovation. So we have all of those different sort of counteracting forces that interact, and we want to understand what was the global impact of those industrial policy ultimately. In the medium run, we also want to think about the impact of those green protectionism responses that I've mentioned at the beginning, but this is still work in progress, so I won't talk about it today. But that's also in the project. Yeah.
innovation equals patents for you, or is it more than that?
No, so we use patents as a measure of innovation. It's of course not perfect. We know that there is much more than this.
Especially not in the solar industry.
Yeah, but it's still the best measure. Like in terms of data, it's still one of the best measure we have. So our empirical analysis is based on patent data, and yeah, but we acknowledge that there is much more than yeah.
Especially in the solar.
Well, because of it's a lot of actual installation of solar. A lot of it depends on tacit knowledge, not just in terms of the manufacturing, but also in the installation and the whole sets of things. Is I can't cite anything, but it's a problem in manufacturing also that a better measure would be cost or product diversity or something like that rather than patents.
So when we calibrate the model, we also use moments such as the decline in prices, which is also indicative of like increase in technology, for instance. So there is also this idea. But in the empirical analysis, we focus on patents to have.
Prices also are not good, but you have to do costs.
Yeah. We also use the cost of solar systems exactly. So how do we tackle this question? We start with an empirical part in which we want to understand the impact of the increase in Chinese competition on solar innovation in the rest of the world. And to do this, we look at the firm level, foreign firms, and we take firm level patent data. And we build this measure of exposure to Chinese competition before the policy. And then we look at how this has impacted the firm's innovation after the policy were implemented and China raised as a solar producers. And we indeed find this negative effect of the increase in Chinese competition on foreign innovation. And in particular, we find that the 1 standard deviation increase in Chinese competition exposure has reduced expected patent count from 2013 onward by at least 25% relative to the pre-policy time. And this effect really gets stronger over time. So this means that we have all these like counteracting channels to take into account. And so to evaluate the global impact of the industrial policies, we need a quantitative model. So we build this open economic growth model with trade and endogenous innovation in solar and non-solar technologies that we calibrate to China and the US. So this is also something we want to extend to more countries, but for now this will be China and the US. And then we can run our counterfactual analysis to look at the effect, to evaluate the effect of those subsidies. So we implement subsidies to production cost and R&D, as we've also discussed in the previous presentation. And because we want to focus on innovation, we also do those 2 exercises where we keep innovation exogenous, so it does not respond to the policies, and then we endogenize innovation and we see how this affects the results. The calibration is still work in progress, so don't take any of the results as like the numbers that will show you as too seriously. They will probably change in the future, but what I really want to use the calibration to illustrate the mechanism. And so what we find at the moment is that in the short run, the subsidies always increase solar energy adoption because this cost channel, this mechanical cost channel of the subsidies reducing the price of production or the cost of production in China really dominates. But then what we find is that in the long run, innovation really plays a crucial role because with exogenous innovation, subsidies tend to speed up the energy transition. But once we endogenize innovation, what happens is what we seem to observe is that the subsidies delay the transition and increase long-run emission in the world. And this is all due to the fact that we have this slowdown of technological progress in the US. And intuitively, what happens is that our countries are different in terms of how productive they are at innovation. And so we are sort of reallocating solar innovation from a country that was more productive at innovation in the solar sector toward a country that was less productive, that is less productive at innovation. Yeah.
Sorry, one issue, patents are imperfect. Sometimes there's innovations that are not patented, but then also I wonder about citations. Maybe like US firms or European firms just don't cite Chinese patents.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff that's being cited, patented within China maybe and not within the US. And so even your dyadic measures, the facts that you said before, may not actually truly reflect a decline in innovation overall. It's just that a lot of it's happening within China and is not being seen in the citation data.
No, so it's so dyadic is not about citation. It's about where you. The dyadic is where you protect your patent, right? Yeah.
But both, right?
Yeah,
both.
it's not a perfect measure of quality.
They're just being patented in China, not in multiple places.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. So it's not a perfect measure of quality. This is more of a suggestive evidence that there might be differences. And so we want to let what this sort of told us to do is that when we calibrate our model, we want to let these parameters potentially be different across countries. This doesn't mean that they will be, but we want to be flexible on this. Yeah.
Before moving to the calibration, just in terms of the data, too, you mentioned competition, but can you separate that from the location of production, that the production has shifted to China and the innovation has co-located with production, that it's not about competition per se?
You mean that because it was like for transport cost or also how?
No, just because there's an advantage to co-locate innovation with production.
I guess it's also still we would still be.
So that just it's not a competition effect. It's just a proximity effect.
I would see this as still a competition effect in the sense that there is this rise of competition from China. There is more production, and so the firms in the rest of the world either exit or they can't produce as much, they lose market share, and then it becomes just production increases in China. And so it becomes more beneficial to relocate innovation in China because production has expanded in China. So this still goes through competition because the market share in China expands through competition. No? Like I would relate this to competition as well.
Okay, so just in terms of your model, it doesn't have to be, it can just be because of a proximity effect.
Yeah. So we don't have location choices. Our scientists that do innovations, they are either in China or in the rest of the world. They can't, we don't have mobile labor on this question, yeah. So let me skip the literature review in the interest of time. I think the contribution is really to think about foreign innovation here and the effect on global welfare. And I will go into the empirical part first. So in this part, we really want to understand what was the impact of the increase in Chinese competition on solar innovation of foreign firms. So we leverage the fact that solar producers are usually exporters because solar are a tradable good, and so they will differ in terms of how exposed they are to China through the market they choose to export. So what we do intuitively is that we compare firms that are selling to market in which China has a very high market share to firms that sell to market in which China was not very active before the policy. To measure market share, we follow the literature and we use patent share. And why does this work? Because again, protecting a patent in a country is quite costly, and so firms usually only protect a patent in a market in which they intend to sell in the future. And so for the data, we can use PatStat and Orbis IP, such that we can collect information on all firms with a patent which have protected a patent in the solar photovoltaic energy classification during our pre-policy period, which will be 2000 to 2009. Now, empirical strategy relies on building this measure of exposure to Chinese competition. And we do this by combining two weights. So the first weight is how important a market was for China. So we do this by building this weight where we count the number of patents protected in a given country N by China during our pre-policy period out of all the patents protected by China during that time. And then we do a similar exercise for our firms, how important this export market was for our firm. So we count the number of patents that were protected by our firm during the pre-policy period out of all patents protected by this firm. And we combine this for all countries, all markets, and we get our measure of Chinese exposure. So here what we'd have is that firms will be more exposed to China if they are exporting to a market that was also very important for China before the policy. And so we build all of these weights, of course, before the policy so that they will be exogenous to the policies themselves. Then we can build our Poisson regression, which just counts the number of solar patents protected by our firm I, on our Chinese exposure measure. And we also control for firms fixed effect, time fixed effect, and we interact this Chinese exposure with a time dummy so that we can look at the effect over time. And this is the main result of our empirical analysis, which tells us that indeed the increase in Chinese competition seems to have decreased innovation in the rest of the world, and really starting around 2012-13, we see that the decrease becomes significant and it keeps amplifying over time. So with this empirical part in mind, so we've seen we have this negative effect on innovation in the rest of the world. We've thought of these other channels, positive impact in Chinese innovation that we've seen before. We have this effect on the cost. So now what was the overall effect on global solar adoption? For this, we need a theoretical model. So this is what we do in the second part of the paper. We build this open economic growth model with trade and innovation in solar and non-solar technologies. That I will try to give you an overview of the model, staying quite high level, but I'm happy to discuss it more also during the break. So we'll have discrete time and 2 countries, China and the rest of the world. And those countries will be similar in the way they produce, which is organized as a nested CES structure. So we always start with the final good here, which combines in a CES nest an energy composite and a production input with some elasticity of substitution psi here. And the production input can be produced either in China or in the rest of the world. They will be perfectly substitutable, no trade costs, so very boring here. And then the energy composites will combine through CES again a non-solar energy composite and solar energy with some elasticity of substitution psi. And finally, the last nest is the solar energy. Here, the solar energy is produced combining Chinese intermediates and intermediates from the rest of the world. And so here there are 2 important things. First is that both regions are using Chinese intermediates, so they will both benefit from the subsidies through the reduction in cost of production here. But we also see that the foreign intermediates, they will be competing directly against the Chinese intermediate producers. And so this will create this competition channel that will reduce innovation. Now, all of our inputs, they always produce the same way, in a Cobb-Douglas way with combining labor and the final goods through roundabout production. And they're all amplified with some technology. But importantly, the technology in the non-solar sector and the solar sector will be evolving endogenously through innovation. And then we close the model with all the other elements that are important. We're thinking about the energy transition, so we want to add emissions coming from the non-solar energy sector. And then we have innovations through R&D. We model this through directing technical change, which I will be more precise on this in a minute, but the idea is that we'll have scientists choosing to either innovate in the non-solar sector or in the solar sector. And then we'll also have spillovers both across region and across sectors. So that was sort of like the overview of how the model works. Let me just zoom in the solar sector. And here again, what I want to highlight is that in both regions, to produce solar, you need intermediates coming from China and intermediates coming from the rest of the world. So again, the key mechanism here is that we'll have that the reduction in cost from the subsidies will benefit both regions, but we'll also have this competition from between the producers. We have iceberg trade cost here that you see. And then we introduce our industrial policies through subsidies, through production cost subsidies and R&D subsidies in line with the previous presentation. And then on the more interesting part, which is innovation, let me just mention a bit how it works. So this is modeled through directing technical change. The idea is that we have this mass of scientists in each country that can decide to direct innovation either toward the solar sector or to the non-solar sector. And the more scientists we have innovating in one sector, the more likely they are to succeed in innovation. In that case, they will improve our existing technology by some factor lambda. And so this means that aggregate technology evolves endogenously, and it responds to the number of scientists that you see here, this R here. This is the aggregate technology, law of motion of aggregate technology for the solar sector, but it works the same for the non-solar sector. Another very important parameter that drives the law of motion is this innovation parameter, the eta here. And this reflects this idea of innovative productivity, so how productive at innovation in each sector and in each country the scientist will be. And this is sort of speaking to this fact that we saw at the beginning on the biadic pattern. So we really want to see how those eta might differ across countries, because that can determine how good at innovation the 2 countries are. And then this really becomes important which country is actually innovating in the solar sector. Finally, we also have knowledge spillovers. I won't talk about it today, but we have them across region and across sectors. And so this is the last slides with math. Then I can move to the calibration. But in equilibrium, what we have from this directing technical change model is that the scientists, they compare the expected profit from innovating in one sector on the other, and that's how they decide in which sector they will innovate exactly. And so this depends on the probability of succeeding, which depends on all the parameters that I've introduced just in the previous slide, and then the increase in profit that they will get if they do succeed at innovation. And through this profit, you'll have this competition channel, because the profit will be impacted by the subsidies in China. And then in equilibrium, the scientists will be indifferent between the 2 sectors, and this will pin down the number of scientists in each sector. So that was for like an overview of the model. Now let me give you in words a bit how, what are the effects that we see, the mechanism. So we want to think about the effect on global emissions, which goes through the effect on the non-solar energy sector. And this we can decompose into two parts. The first is the static effects, which is for a given technology level what happens. Here we have the standard substitution effect, that is the production subsidies that will decrease the price of solar energy in both regions because both regions are benefiting or are using the solar intermediates from China. And so we have substitution away from the non-solar energy sector towards the solar energy, towards solar energy. We also have a scale effect, which increases in the rest of the world because we just have lower price to produce energy. It tends to decrease in China, to be negative in China because we have introduced this distortion through the subsidy. It has to be financed, but still the substitution effect dominates. And so at the end, what we can show is that for both countries, the non-solar production would decrease with, for given technology levels through the static effect. Now, what are the more interesting effects are the dynamic effect, and they all depend on what happens to innovation. And as I've shown you, innovation depends on the relative profit of those two sectors, so the solar versus the non-solar sectors. And here what we have is that consistent with our either stylized fact or empirical analysis, we have that solar innovation will tend to increase in China and decrease in the rest of the world. And why is this the case? Because the Chinese producers, they gain market share at the expense of the non-solar sector in China, but also at the expense of the producer in the rest of the world through this competition channel. So what happens exactly in the rest of the world is that they are competing more, they are facing more stronger competition from the solar producer than the non-solar producer in the rest of the world. And so the expected profit from producing non-solar in the rest of the world relatively increases. And so the main, or sort of the key mechanism to have in mind here is that we have this reallocation of solar innovation from one country to the other, and those two countries might differ in terms of how efficient they are at innovation, and that will be really key for the long-run level of technologies that we can reach. So with this in mind, we can look at the calibration. Again, as I said, it's don't take any of those values as face value. We're still changing the calibration. It's more of an illustration of what we want to do. And so I won't discuss this number too much, but what we do is that we calibrate the model pre-policy, so for moments, using moments before 2006, and we calibrate it for China and the US, and we use moments such as the price of solar energy, non-solar price, exports, and the growth rate of solar prices, for instance. The only parameter that I want to highlight here is this eta, which is this innovative productivity. What we find in 2006 is that indeed the US was way more productive at innovation in the solar sector. Of course, there is no reason to believe that this parameter stayed fixed over time, especially with the development of the solar sector in China. So we're now calibrating this more dynamically. And we want also to make sure that all of our robust results are robust to this parameter. But for today, this will be static. And I just want to highlight it because it really drives a lot of the results. And then so then what we do, we want to understand or evaluate the effect of those industrial policies on global innovation and global adoption, and ultimately on emissions. So we implement those subsidies through a production subsidy and an R&D subsidy. And then we run those two counterfactual analyses to look at the effect on innovation. We first keep innovation exogenous, that is not responding to the industrial policies, and then we let innovation respond to our policy, and we compare the result. And the main takeaway of those exercises is that really innovation responses are key to evaluate this long-term impact of those policies. So let's look at the results. So in all of these graphs that you will see, in red you will always have China, and in blue you will have the rest of the world. And the dotted line is without the subsidy case, and straight line is with subsidy. So what happens with exogenous innovation? It's only going through the static effect that I've described to you just previously. So we will see that we have this increase in solar adoption worldwide. And why is this the case? Because we have this increase in solar intermediate production in China. We have a small decrease in the rest of the world due to competition, but this is not compensated by it doesn't compensate or offset the increase in China. And because both countries are using Chinese solar intermediates, they both benefit from this reduction in cost, and so we see production of solar energy increasing. This means that the subsidies actually accelerate the transition. It's barely visible on the graph, but we are phasing out from fossil fuel more quickly in the subsidy case, and this means that we reach lower level of carbon concentration in the atmosphere and in the very long run. Now, what's interesting is what happens once we endogenize innovation. And here it's not only about production shifting toward China, it's also about innovation. And this is exactly what you see in this right-hand side graph here. you see that without the subsidy, it's really the rest of the world that is innovating more in China, in the solar sector, while with the subsidy case, it's China that directs this innovation towards the solar sector. So we have this reallocation of solar innovation from one country to the other. Then what we see for the solar intermediate inputs is that the effect is the same but stronger. That is, because now it's also that for China, for instance, the technology levels are higher because we have more innovation. So that leads to an even higher decrease in the cost, and we just have more production in China. And similarly for the rest of the world, or for the US, it's a stronger decline because now they're also innovating less, so they reach lower level of technology. What does this mean for solar adoption globally? In the short run, we have this positive impact, and this is because this cost effect dominates, or those static effects, they dominate. So both countries are just benefiting from the subsidies. But then in the long run, we actually have a negative impact. And so we see that without the subsidy, we would reach a higher level of solar energy production. And this is all due to the fact that we're not reaching such high level of technology in the long run because in the subsidy case. And again, this is really due to this idea that we are reallocating solar innovation from one country to the other, and those countries might differ in terms of their innovative productivity, which from our static calibration tells us that the US was better at innovating in the solar sector. And so this means that overall, the subsidies would seem to delay the transition. We're phasing out of fossil fuel much slower, and this leads to higher level of carbon concentration in the atmosphere. So it was negative for the energy transition. And in the last 1 or 2 minutes that I have, let me just show you again, illustrate how this innovative productivity parameter is very crucial. Because in an exercise where we actually keep it equal across our countries, so here China is just as innovative as the rest of the world, we see that our results will reverse. Here the subsidy is actually good. We are decreasing non-solar energy production much faster, and we see that we reach lower level of emissions in the long run. And again, this is all due to the fact that we can reach those higher level of technology in the future. China is able to reach the frontier, or that it would also reach without the subsidy. And this can compensate the slowdown in innovation in the rest of the world. So yeah, overall, I think, as I said, the calibration is still work in progress, and it's really dependent on those parameters. So the result shouldn't be taken as definitive, but I hope that I have convinced you that the role of innovation is really still key to be able to evaluate this impact of Chinese industrial policies in the long run and for global emission reduction and global solar adoption. The next step is, as I've said, is really to make sure that our calibration strategy is very robust. Now we're working on this dynamic calibration and making sure that all of our results are very robust. And then in the medium run, we also want to think about those responses from the rest of the world, that the ones that I've mentioned at the beginning, this green protectionism responses, so industrial and trade policy from the rest of the world. But yeah, before this, I'm happy to take any comments or feedback. Thanks a lot.
I want to understand the counterfactual. The counterfactual. Are you assuming that rather than China subsidizing, the U.S. would have subsidized?
No.
Are you arguing that just the Chinese subsidies by themselves led to a reallocation of innovation from the less efficient to the less sufficient?
Yeah.
But how does that square with the fact that before the Chinese innovation, the pace of decline of prices was very slow. So we didn't have any subsidies in U.S. or in China, and we didn't see a very rapid rate of decline. So that was the ex ante in a way. And then, just casually, it looks like China's subsidies did change the course of history. I mean, that was what the previous paper said. So why do you believe that in the absence of Chinese subsidies, there would have been a comparable rapid decline in that later period after 2006?
So it's ex ante, I would say I do not necessarily believe this. It's more like we let the calibration speak and see how those parameters say. But I would say we also have this, when we think about innovation, there is this idea of building on the shoulder of giants. And if the US was already more advanced, or the US or the rest of the world was already more advanced, maybe continuing innovation in the US or in Germany would, we would have reached this higher level of technology in the future instead of starting sort of from a lower level in China. That's this reallocation.
I understand it could have happened, but we had a long history and it didn't happen.
Because of that's why we want to evaluate quantify the effect of the subsidies to see whether that's exactly the idea of the counterfactual. How would this have happened? And then we can think of those responses from the rest of the world, because then maybe different responses would have changed the course of history in that way. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Carole, thanks very much. I guess.
All right, thanks a lot. So this is joint work with Tuo, who is in the room here, and with Michael Song. So the question that we're asking is simple, which is that if there's a country in the world that subsidizes some firms or subsidizes some industries, what's the effect of that on the rest of the world, right? So that's the question. And I guess maybe just to motivate this, the reason we started this, it was because when we listened to the debate, the discussion didn't make a whole lot of sense to us. Which is like, if you think about sort of the words that people use when they think about this question, they use the word excess capacity, or they use or even if you think about sort of, I think it was Franklin that was saying this yesterday, that, if they subsidize their chip companies, we have to do the same thing, all right? We have to, so there's this. So I want to start by just stating like what we think we already know about the answer to this question, okay? And there's this classic result that I think is known to everybody, or at least known to all trade people. That is, the way that you want to think about this question is about the incidence of these subsidies on the stuff that you sell to the rest of the world versus the incidence of these subsidies on the stuff on the stuff that is only sold domestically, okay? So this is a result that is so well known that I find it in a bunch of undergrad textbooks with no citations whatsoever. So I went around trying to find where is this result, and I went through a bunch of papers. I didn't find it, and I finally found it in chapter 14 of Dixon and Norman. So it's back in the days where trade theory was not in terms of algebra, but was in these diagrams. So and I guess for somebody like me who never took trade, it was quite a revelation to see how trade was taught in 1980 to trade. And let me just explain the basic logic. But that is, so since we're at Columbia here, so let's think about this question. Okay, suppose that I'm a student and I really want to come to Columbia. Okay, I really want to come to Columbia. Columbia decides to allocate a bunch of its money to financial aid. And I looked up this number this morning. Does somebody know how much money Columbia spends on financial aid? $710 million, right? That's how much it spends. It spends. So if I want to come to Columbia, and then Columbia says, all right, I'm going to give you this money, what's my response? My response is going to be, thank you very much. I will send you a thank you note. I'm going to send you so that's the classic result. That is, so if you think about sort of the figures that we saw in the previous session, if I buy solar panels, or if I buy batteries, and the price of it drops dramatically because somebody is subsidizing it, then what I should be doing is I should be sending a thank you note. Okay, so that's the basic logic for which if the incidence of the subsidies is on the stuff that I am buying from the subsidizing countries, I benefit. So what is that? It's essentially a gain to my terms of trade. Now, The other result is, so let me go back to the Colombia example, and I also looked up this number. Suppose that Colombia decides to switch its policy and decides to allocate its budget to something else. So nobody from NYU here, right? But let me just say, suppose that Colombia decides to become like NYU, right? Which, if you look at their numbers, it's very clear, they give no financial aid whatsoever, right? They give zero financial, or if Colombia decides to allocate their budget to something else that me as a student, I don't directly benefit from, well, what is that going to do? That's gonna increase the cost to me, right? That's gonna, so that then hurts me. So that's the basic logic, that if the incidence of the subsidies is on the domestic goods, on the stuff that I don't buy from you, I don't buy from you, what that does is that worsens my terms of trade and I get hurt. So that's the basic logic that I think that for those of you who are trade economists, we have known this for a long time. And the thing that is surprising to me is that despite like how well known and how intuitive this result is, there are no empirical applications of this. Like we have a handful of case studies on, like we saw it this morning, on solar. We have case studies on shipbuilding in China, but but just if you think to yourself, okay, let's just take this classic result and let's have an empirical measurement of this classic result. That is, let's look at the subsidies, okay? And what's the incidence of the subsidies on the stuff that you're selling to the rest of the world versus the stuff that you're selling domestically? You're gonna come up with nothing, with zero, right? And I think part of the reason is that, sort of the way that this, like, if I think about when I finally went and I read that chapter in the Dixit-Norman, it's done in a way that is still, let me just say, still poetry. That is, it doesn't give me a framework in which I can actually use for empirical measurement. It's still in the world of these, one country or whatever. It's in, or when I mentioned this to a trade economist, it's still in the world of 2 by 2 by 2 models. So then when you do, and there's no way of actually taking that using that as a framework for empirical measurement. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to essentially, just take the Dixit-Norman result and just bring it forward by 30 years. So what we're going to do is that we're going to sort of just take a minimalist model, like one of the two canonical models that people now use in trade, which is, so basically what is this model? It's going to be the standard multi-industry model of heterogeneous firms. Okay, so something that is realistic enough so that we can actually take to the data as a basis for and all that we're going to do to this is that we're going to put in subsidies. That's it, right? So what we're going to do is to have firm-specific subsidies and taxes so that we can begin to engage in the discussion about, that there are some firms that get subsidized, solar firms get subsidized, or some industries get subsidized and others don't. Okay? And then what we're going to do to get at this Dixit-Norman logic is that we're just going to assume that some firms are going to be exporting and some firms are not, so that we can talk about the incidence of subsidies on the stuff that you're selling to you are selling to the world and the stuff that you are selling home. That's it, right? That's the only thing that we're doing. So it's not as complicated as you may want. But I think that it's just moving sort of this logic from 1980 to, when did you write your paper, Mark? 2009 to a long time ago. So we're not even moving it to the modern era. So we're sort of moving this logic to sort of when Mark was a student at Michigan, right? That's all that we are doing, right? But it's all right. So this is what we get. Okay, just with the simple move. Okay, the first thing that you get with this is that we can finally do some measurement. Okay, that sort of when you update Dixit-Norman in this way, right? Then that it gives you a basis for which we can actually measure this result. Yeah.
If it comes up in Dixit-Norman, but another classic intuition I have is that none of these effects materialize if the subsidies are in a small open economy that can't affect world prices. So are you just thinking about like China, US, or is there any aspect?
No, this is true even if this is a small, if it's a true opening. I mean, let me just wait till you see the model. So essentially, we're going to make, I mean, maybe this answer that we're going to make a small open economy assumption. We're going to make the assumption that the country that is doing the subsidizing is a small open economy. And then that's one other complication that if the country that does it is big, that we don't have yet. Okay, but I think, I think that the way to make progress is to start small, right? Is to start small, so to just clear away at all this, I'm going to say, misleading discussion that we have in the public. So let me just say that the first thing that you get from this is that it gives you a guide on how you want to do the measurement, right? So there are two things that this framework tells you about how you want to do the measurement. So the first thing that it tells you is that, it tells you how you want to measure the subsidies, which is that the way that you want to measure the subsidies is through looking at the deviations from the first order conditions of firm optimization. Okay? The second thing that it tells you is, okay, once you see that, right, once you see that, then you can measure the subsidies on the firms that are exporting, which you can observe in the data. So there are firms that export and there are firms that don't. Okay? So you want to measure the extent of the deviation from the first order conditions from the firms that are exporting versus the firms that don't. The third thing that it tells you is that if you want to go to the full Dixit-Norman logic, which is that the Dixit-Norman logic is about products, not about firms. Okay? But what we observe in the data are firms. So the third adjustment that you have to make is that, well, firms that export almost always, they also sell in the domestic market. So the other piece of information that you need to know is, when you look at the exporting firms, you need to know how much they're exporting to the world versus how much they're selling domestic. So the reason this matters is because it could well be the case that when you subsidize an exporting firm, what it primarily does is that it subsidizes domestic products if that firm primarily sells it sells in the domestic market. Okay, so the first thing that this does for you is that it finally allows you to do the measurement, and then we're going to do a little bit of that. Okay, the second thing that it does for you is that this classic result about subsidies on export of products versus subsidies on domestic products is incomplete. That what it tells you is that there's one additional moment that you may want to care about. And the one additional moment that you care about is not just how much you're subsidizing exports versus how much you're subsidizing domestic product, but it's also the other thing that matters is what I'm going to call the dispersion in subsidies. Okay? That is, there are two additional moments that you care about, which is you care about the dispersion among the stuff that you are selling to the rest of the world. That is to just. So let me try to put it this way. Okay. So suppose that you want to think. Suppose that the question is Chinese subsidies. What does it do to the rest of the world? Okay. And everybody's focused on the subsidies to EVs and the subsidies to batteries and the subsidies to panel, right? But the point is that that's not the only thing that we buy from China, okay? we don't just buy solar panels, we don't just buy batteries, we also buy, what's the name of that plush toy that has taken the world by storm? Labubu dolls, right? The Labubu, and the thing, now, I don't know for sure, but I'm absolutely sure that that's not the subject of Chinese industrial policy, right? Right? So I don't know, but then the question is, okay, what are but then what this says is that the thing that matters is what is the subsidy on Chinese EVs versus the subsidies on what's again, Labubu dolls, right? On Labubu dolls. And if that gap is big, what is that, right? That's essentially a consumption misallocation, right? Because what I care about as a Western consumer is that I care about the bundle of stuff that I'm buying from China. And if what Chinese subsidies are doing is that they're distorting those relative prices, then that means that for a given amount of nominal spending, I'm getting less in real terms. Okay? So how do I, a term that we coined to think about this is that we understand well, when the country distorts relative prices, what that does domestically. Okay? Just give me a second, okay? If that's the stuff that I am buying from that country, what is that? It's as if that country is exporting its misallocation to me, okay? And we're going to show that this is actually a first order effect in the data. Shang-Chi. Yeah.
The subset of products and industries for which social planner wants to subsidize, and therefore some subsidy can be welfare improving. That doesn't seem to show up in your discussion, does it?
Not sure I get.
Are all subsidies bad for you, or do you allow for socially efficient subsidies?
I'm not going to allow, so I don't have any pollution, I don't have any,
But like when you mean solo EV, one can make the case that these are the sectors in which socially optimal subsidy rate is not zero, right?
Okay, let me defer that question a bit. So it's going to be clear once I sort of tell exactly what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Well, so maybe this is related, but almost every subsidy we've talked about over the past 2 days has come with a condition attached. Locate in a particular place, make a particular product, employ a certain type of person. Do you take the conditions and the idea that they're trying to guide firms into new behavior into account? Make EVs, don't make fossil fuel vehicles. Locate in Eastern Turkey, don't locate in
I am going to say that I don't, again, maybe if you give me wait until the next slide, I'll tell you what it is. So I guess let me just give a quick answer. The framework that we're going to have is I don't care why you are subsidizing. That is in terms of the way that we're thinking about it. I don't care about why you are subsidizing. Given that you are subsidizing, what's the effect on me? Okay, so I don't care whether you are subsidizing because you want to reduce poverty rates in some places, or you want to protect your national security, or what. So that's on you, right? That's part of your objective function. The question I'm asking is, given my objective function, and I'm going to have a very narrow definition about my objective function, which is my welfare. As a consumer, my welfare as a consumer, how is that affected by whatever you decide to do? Okay, so let me just finish the discussion of that. The other moment that you want to care about is about the dispersion of subsidies. So what's going to come out of this is that it's going to be our update to Dixon-Norman. That is, our update to Dixon-Norman is that what you care about is the incidence of the subsidies on exports versus domestic products. But the measure of subsidies that you care about is a little bit different. It's about the ratio of the average subsidy, which is Dixon-Norman, relative to the dispersion. That is I'm going to call it our new sufficient statistic. Okay? it's that ratio. It's the average relative to the dispersion among the stuff that you sell to the rest of the world versus the stuff that you sell domestically. So,
dispersion of subsidies.
The dispersion of the subsidies. The dispersion. So and here the subsidies, the dispersion of subsidies work in the opposite direction. So if you want to ask, suppose I look at only at the let me just summarize what this tells you, that if you want to answer the question about what do subsidies do to the rest of the world, Dixon-Norman tells you is that you can't just look at exported stuff, you also got to look at domestic stuff, right? So that's already known, right? That's already known. Our update to this is that you can't just look at the average subsidies as well. You also got to look at the dispersion of you also got to look at the dispersion in the subsidies. That is, you can't just look at EVs, you've got to look at the plush toys and all the other stuff that, since we've been talking about China, that doesn't enter into the utility function of the men is typically men at the NDRC, right? It's just, that's just the way it works, right? Mark.
Cheng, seems to be kind of an elephant in the room here that if we believe kind of Dixon-Norman or the extension that you're going to have, then trading partners should love, as you were saying, kind of export subsidies that we know isn't the case. And there has been a literature trying to kind of address why do countries hate export subsidies on the trading partners? So are you going to build some of that into your analysis?
Oh, that's going to be my next point. But I think that that's absolutely right. I have 10 more minutes. But let me just say that we've got to be clear on what exactly is our question, right? So what I'm saying so far is all about the utility of the representative consumer. Right? And I'm saying that if what you care about is the utility of the representative consumer, then it's Dixon-Norman, right? Then it's Dixon-Norman with this adjustment that we make. Now, suppose that you don't care about the utility of the representative consumer, right? Now, and this gets me to my third point, which is that suppose that you say that I don't give a damn that because of Chinese subsidies, an American consumer can drive a brand new Chinese EV for $10,000. That doesn't matter to me. All I care about is what happens to the workers in Detroit. Right? So that's that basically changes your assumption about what you care about. Right, which is fine, right? And then what this model also tells us is that if what you care about is not the utility of the representative consumer, but you care about the distributional effect. Okay, what does this do to profits of companies in Detroit versus, Jensen Huang's company? What happens to the income of workers in Detroit versus the workers in San Francisco? The model also gives you the answer to that question. Basically, how should you measure that, right? And what it tells you is, this gets to my third point, is that if what you care about is the distributional effect of the subsidies, then it's almost exactly the same sufficient statistic. You still care about the average relative to the dispersion, okay? But with two differences, okay? You no longer care about the distinction between exports and domestic goods. That only matters when you care about the welfare of the representative consumer. The second thing is what you care about is the incidence of that ratio in your industry relative to all of the other industries. That is this ratio higher or lower in the Chinese sector that I am competing with relative to all of the Chinese sector. So what that tells you is that even if you change the question to the second question, which is, Detroit versus San Francisco, you can't just look at car companies in China, you have to look at car companies in China relative to everything else in China. That is, it's not just car companies. You've got to look at what China is doing to, let me just talk about the other sector, to the online education companies, which have been decimated, right? So it's decimated. So it's about that ratio, right? That matters. All right. So not sure I'm going to have time to this. So I think about what we're doing is mostly just giving you just the basic conceptual framework on how to think about this. But to illustrate this, okay, we're going to just do a basic illustration of measuring these effects in the Chinese data from 2007 to 2019. Okay, so not sure I'm going to have time to get this. All right, so let me just sketch out, just again, this is a really minimalist framework. The model is as simple as you can get. There are two countries. There's the country that I'm going to call home. I'm going to think of that as the U.S. I'm going to assume that the home country is completely naive and that does nothing. Right? There are no subsidies whatsoever. There's no CHIPS Act. It does nothing. Okay? The foreign country has foreign-specific subsidies. Okay? The structure is going to have. I'm going to have a Cobb-Douglas. It's going to be Cobb-Douglas in sectors, and the sectors are going to be CES in the output of individual firms. I'm going to assume that firm output is linear in TFP and employment. That's completely standard. And then the way I'm going to, maybe this is the answer to the question, I'm going to say that for whatever reason, a firm, okay, is going to be indexed by I and by J, okay, is going to have a subsidy, okay, on its sales. And this could come for whatever reason. We're going to be completely agnostic about the motivations behind this. So Sij is greater than 1. It means that you are being subsidized. And Sij is less than 1. That means that you're being taxed. All right? The last thing that we are going to assume is that money doesn't drop down from heaven, that the budget has to be balanced. The budget has to be balanced. So we're going to assume that the weighted average of the Sijs have to be equal to 1. Okay, there's a, and then the last thing that we're going to have is that we are just going to assume that some firms are going to export for whatever reason, and other firms are not going to are not. So we're not going to model the decision to export or not or not to. So the way that maybe you wanted to think about this is that we're going to think about this. About the effect of subsidies only on the intensive margin. Okay? So what we're also going to allow for is that exporting firms are also going to sell in the domestic market. All right? So let me just skip to, okay, so let me just go through 3 basic equations. Okay? Equation number 1, which is just the real wage of the home country. Okay? What is this? This is just the CES price index. Okay? This is just the CES. And what does it say? It says that the real wage is a function of, in the home country, to think about this as the US, it's a function of the TFP of my domestic firms. That's the first term. And it's a function of the effective price that I'm paying for the stuff that I'm buying from the foreign country. What does the price depend on? It depends on this A term, which is the TFP of the Chinese firms. But there are 3 additional terms. Okay? That is, my real wage is going to be increasing in SX, which is the average subsidy on the stuff that I'm buying. It's going to be decreasing in this term that I'm going to call DX, which is the dispersion of the export subsidies. Which, roughly speaking, I mean, that is, if the dispersion follows a log normal distribution, the log of the D term is just sigma over 2 times the variance of the logs. Okay, and then the last term. So this already gives you the basic logic. higher subsidies on my exports, okay, improves my terms of trade, so my real wage goes up, okay? More dispersion of export subsidies means that for a given nominal spending, okay, I get less in real terms, okay? So my real wage falls, okay? So that gives you part of the intuition already. And then there's this last term, which is the relative wage, okay? So this is all partial equilibrium. And once, so obviously sort of the whole thing is what determines the real wage? Okay, so I have limited time, and so the real wage then is going to be a function of S over D of the stuff that I sell, okay, plus S over D of the stuff that I sell domestically. Okay, so this is why what I do to the stuff that I sell domestically affects the rest of the world, because it affects the relative wage. That is, to go back to my Colombia versus to my NYU example, if Colombia decides to take away the money from its financial aid budget and spend it on something else, that affects the terms of trade of the student that wants to go to Colombia, right? That's where it comes in. Yeah.
Sorry. It seems like the balanced budget condition on the subsidies seems quite important here. Like if you're ruling out the possibility that everything is subsidized. You're ruling out the possibility that everything is subsidized, but no dispersion, right? And so if that were the case, then these terms would be blowing up, right? If there were the dispersion denominator would go to zero, right? So
so if you allow that's right. So if you don't have a balanced budget constraint, then you could subsidize everything, and then subsidy becomes like it becomes like a TFP term, right? I mean that's essentially. But that's we know that there's got to be a balanced budget, at least intertemporally, right? I mean, I'm not going to say there's going to be some general equilibrium adjustment, whether it comes through changes in the nominal exchange rate. We don't have that here. I mean, so the equivalent of the change in the nominal exchange rate we have is essentially how the relative wage adjusts. So this is a real model. There's nothing nominal here. Okay? Now, all right. So let me just get down to my final expression, which is what determines the home real wage. This is the key expression, right? And which is, I'm going to call it our update of Dixit-Norman. Our update of Dixit-Norman is that the real wage is increasing in S over D for the exported products, okay? Where the elasticity depends on the trade shares, essentially. Okay? And it's decreasing in S over D of the domestic products. Okay? This is almost Dixit-Norman. It's almost exactly the Dixit-Norman, except that we have this DE term here, right? Which is the dispersion, the dispersion. Let me just give you sort of the last. Somebody could ask, our discussion last week is about, so to think about what we're doing, because we're just looking at the direct effect of the subsidies, okay, taking into account the general equilibrium adjustment. A lot of our discussion is about the effect of spillovers on innovation and spillovers of subsidies on TFP. So you could ask a question, what if subsidies work? Okay, where I'm going to define work as being that TFP increases in firms and sectors that you subsidize. Okay, so think about what that does. Okay, so I'm going to add in an additional term, which is DTFP DS. If that term is positive, okay, think about what that does. Okay, it just says that the Dixit-Norman logic is even stronger, right? So to think about that logic, right? If you subsidize Chinese EVs, there are two effects. One effect is that the stuff becomes cheaper, The second effect is that if it prompts innovation by Chinese EVs, then that lowers the effective price that I'm paying by even more. Okay? And the same logic goes if subsidies work for domestic products. That is, if what the other country is doing is that they're subsidizing domestic products, and that increases the TFP of that increases the TFP of the domestic products, okay, then that makes that subsidies even worse for me. Okay? And then you can say, well, so what if it doesn't work? So what if the industrial policy is a complete disaster and TFP falls? Well, in that case, then that effect is going to offset the direct effect of TFP. Okay, so I've been told it's time, so I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop here. But hopefully, this gives you enough of sort of that basic logic. Of the basic logic that it all goes back to Dixon-Norman with one additional twist, which is that you've got to care about, you've got to think about the dispersion of the subsidy side. And I guess that we've all lived through 25 years of empirical trade research with heterogeneous firms. So I think it should be clear how we can measure this stuff in the data. All right, I'm going to end here. Thanks.
Thank you so much for including my papers here. PhD candidate from UBC. I'm going to introduce my job market paper on studying the international spillovers of China's high-tech industrial policy using the evidence from Germany. China experienced a dramatic export boom starting from the early 2000s. And this rise is not only in the export values, but also in China's ability in producing those more sophisticated products. As a proxy for this capability, the red figures shows you China's global rank in the Economic Complexity Index. Most literature studying China's export growth through the trade liberalization and China's integration into the global markets. But the recent attention also highlighted China's extensive use of industrial policies. But we still need a better understanding about this role industrial policy played during this period. My paper asks two questions. First, what's the role of China's industrial policy in driving the exports, and more importantly, the shift towards those higher value productions? And second, what's the international spillover effects? Here in my paper, the spillovers means those unintended consequences of China's policy on other countries through the trade linkages. More specifically, I'm going to ask, how do China's industrial policy affect those industries and workers in Germany? My paper focusing on Germany because it's one of the global leaders in the high-tech manufacturing and also one of China's largest trading partners. My paper studying a series of China's industrial policy that targeted on this high-tech manufacturing starting from 1999. I used newly assembled data from the policy document and defined the treatment at the product level. I then exploit the staggered rollout of policy and ask how China's exports in those targeted products evolved between 1996 to 2017. In the second part of my paper, I used the industrial level variations in the exposure to China's industrial policy through the input-output linkages to study how this policy affects German industries. Let me first summarize my results. First, I found China's industrial policy significantly boosted the export of those targeted products. After 10 years being treated, those treated products experienced 70% higher export growth comparing to those non-treated products within the same industries. This effect also holds for China's exports to Germany as well. But when I look at the heterogeneities across product types, I found China was not able to move into all those targeted products. by which I mean this export effect is mainly driven by China's exports about those intermediate goods to Germany, but not for those final capital equipment. Instead, China increased a lot of imports from those targeted final capital equipment from Germany, which means even with the support of the policy, it remains difficult for China to substitute those foreign advanced equipment that are important for productions. This result also motivated me to think about how different industries in Germany are affected by China's industrial policy through the input-output linkages. I'm going to tell you two stories. On the one hand, those German upstream industries, which means they are supplying inputs and equipment to those China's industrial policy targeted sectors, they are benefited from a positive demand shock from China. They exported more of their products to China and also experienced about 5% higher employment growth and 1.5% higher wage growth. On the other hand, those downstream industries in Germany, which means they are intensively using those targeted products as the inputs, they imported directly from China. But there is no evidence about such greater imports and have negative effect on the overall employment and wages. My paper helps to explain why China moved to those high-value productions much earlier than its income level would predict in the 2000s. I highlighted the role of industrial policy played in this early upgrading. And my paper also shows how domestic industrial policies, in some cases, could generate those cross-border effects through the global production linkages. Now let me introduce the policy I used. It is called the Guidance for Current Priorities in Key High-Tech Industrialization. It was issued by the central government beginning in 1999 and was revised several times in the later years. The goal of this policy is to guide the resource allocation and promote the technological upgrading. The guidance defines a set of national prioritized industries broadly in the ICT, machinery, biotechnology, aerospace, clean energy, new materials, and high-tech transportations. And after consulted with experts, the guidance identified specific products with strong market potential and also can be achieved industrialization during short to medium term. The most important thing here is the guidance is not just a very broad policy statement. It is closely related to whether firms are eligible for a range of real instruments. For example, those tax incentives, subsidies, and land access. And those instruments are usually implemented by the local governments. I found most of the provinces issued related measures and cited the guidance directly for eligibility references. An issue here is the actual size of the support each product received is unobservable in China. So in my paper, I define those products as treated as long as they are listed in the guidance. So you can think I'm actually estimating the effect of the intention to treat instead of the actual treatment. Let me give you an example. So the policy will list all those prioritized products. I collected the names of the products and mapped them into 6-digit HS code. For example, in the machine tool manufacturing, one of the target products are those computer numerical controlled machines, which is the advanced machines that are used that can operate automatically and with very high precision. This is broadly used in other high-tech manufacturing, such as the aerospace or the semiconductors. So in my first part of the analysis, I'm going to compare the outcomes of those targeted products with those controlled products within the same industry. By this, I mean I'm not comparing those computer numerical controlled machines to furnitures, textiles, but I'm comparing them with some traditional machine tools. Sure.
The guidance you started was 1999.
Yeah.
Is that an arbitrary chosen one, or was there a change of system there? Because I know that machine tools, for example, and CNC, they actually had directives at provincial levels, Zurich and State Economic Commission in the late 80s also.
Yeah. So the policy I used, the first issue is on the 1999, but it was updated in the later years to reflect the technological progress of each product.
I'm saying it actually predates 99. Why did you not go before that? Or is it just a data issue?
Yeah, it's just a data. Yeah. Okay. Again, I defined the treatment at the product level, and the year of treatment is the first year this product was first included in the guidance. I collected more than 1,000 product names and mapped them into 368 treatable products. A majority of the products was treated in the first 2 waves, and most of them are final capital goods, which are those equipment used for productions, and also precise the industrial suppliers, such as semiconductors. And here the figure shows the difference between those treated products and the non-treated products within the same industry the year before treatment. On many different measures of the revealed comparative advantage, we can see these targeted products have initially lower comparative advantage comparing to those controls. This is consistent with the infant industry protections that the government are not picking those winners in those sectors. In order to study the effect on German labor market, I used to present a sample of administrative worker data, which reports the average daily wage, industry, and occupation of each workers. After harmonizing the industrial code with the input-output table, my analysis focusing on 61 manufacturing industries. As I also used the number of granted patents as a proxy for innovation. The data I used is from the OECD Triadic Patent Database. The Triadic patent here means the patent filed in all these major offices in USPTO, EPO, and JPO. These are usually viewed as those high-quality patents. I only including those granted patents filed by Chinese firms or inventors. For the imports and exports, I used the regulatory data. Now, for the first part of my analysis, I want to estimate the dynamic effect of those products being treated in the guidance. So here is just a very simple event study specification, and the GFP means the year these products are treated. I controlled for the product fixed effect and also for the industry by year fixed effect. The staggered DID as estimator is following the Carole and Santana, and I used the never treated products as the control group. Let me begin with showing you the results on China's total exports as shown in the left figure. We can see the effect is increasing over time. And after 10 years, these products experienced about 70% higher growth comparing to the controls within the industry. And it is not just about the scale. I also found the relative export productivity associated with those treated products are increasing over time. And this is more than just exports. The number of granted patents also grows by about 50% in the, by 10 years. And the innovation effect comes with some lag, suggesting those innovation efforts take longer time to materialize than the export growth. In my paper, I also show those traded products again in the unit values and also were exported to higher income destinations. And combine these results with the innovation, they provided some suggestive evidence on some quality upgrading happened following this policy as well. The previous export effect holds when we're looking at China's exports to Germany, but here I'm looking at the heterogeneities across different types of products. So here for the top panel, I'm showing you the effect of China's exports to Germany within the final capital goods and within the industrial suppliers. We can see the effect is mainly driven by this export of targeted industrial supplies to Germany, but not for the final capital equipment, especially in the first early 5 years. But when we're looking at the effect about China's imports from Germany, we can see the results are reversed. China increasingly imports those traded final capital equipment from Germany, but not importing those industrial suppliers from Germany. Yeah.
In particular with Germany, but also in general.
Yeah.
If you know whether, I mean, China is such a large country, whether Germany or other trading partners respond to China's industrial policy with their own.
I mean, issues their own policy.
So, I mean, I guess you might think if Germany knows, oh, China's going to be imposing these policies in these particular areas, this is maybe an opportunity for us to respond in ways that increase the complementarity between our trade flows. I mean, which would be interesting, but I guess you could see policy-wise, did Germany change any of its policies kind of downstream of these particular policy changes, in particular in relation to these products are very closely related products?
For now, I didn't think about Germany's response in those policy issues, but here all of my showing are those commercial response to this policy.
Sure. No, I mean, I think that's fine. I guess what I'm saying is that part of this commercial response may also be being influenced by German policy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get your point, but I haven't looked at Germany's policies. I will think about it. Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah.
My impression is this was the era of neoliberalism in Germany, and you just didn't do industrial policy. So, it may have been appropriate for them to respond, but I don't think they weren't doing it.
Can I just add to that? Actually, it wasn't that things were happening, but it was happening at the firm level even before that. And the biggest story on that is what I recommend reading Apple in China. If you look at the growth of the electronics industry in China and what the role of Apple had, it wasn't done as a response to industrial policy formally, but both sides were very conscious of how governments would be responding.
Thank you. So this asymmetric trade response reflects the complementary industrial structure between these two countries, that after China posing those industrial policies, they exported those traded intermediate goods to Germany, but still relies heavily on those targeted advanced equipment imported from Germany. And this kind of results also motivated me to think about how, yes. Yeah.
From China to Germany, right? Have you looked at
for the top panel?
Yeah, the top panel. The final capital goods is export from China to Germany, right?
Yes.
Have you looked at a third country whether both Germany and China export to? Maybe China has taken share in the third country of some final capital goods.
Yeah, I also studied the effect of those policy of those products being traded on the global market share of Chinese products and the Germany's products. I found those policies will boost China's share in the global export market, but it's not at the expense of Germany's shares loss. So when China's market share increase, some other countries may lose from this policy, but not for Germany.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I want to moving from product level to industry level exposure to China's industrial policy. So I'm going to construct two different exposure, one for the upstream side, one for the downstream side. But let me give you an example. Suppose semiconductor sector are targeted by China's industrial policy, then those German upstream then the German machinery industries may be upstream exposed because they are supplying those equipment to the semiconductor manufacturings. On the one hand, those auto industries in Germany might be downstream exposed to China's industrial policy because they are using those semiconductors as inputs. So formally, I constructed these two exposure measurements to each industry. First, each industry will have its own measures of the traded product share, which captures how intensively these industries are targeted by China's industrial policy. I use China's trade export to the rest of the world, excluding Germany, in the pre-treatment to measure this share. And so the downstream exposure is a summation of how intensively its customers are targeted by the industrial policies. And similarly, for the downstream exposure, it's a weighted summation of how intensively its suppliers are targeted by the policies. I interacted those two different measurements with the year dummies to capture the dynamic effect of one standard deviation increase in the exposure and outcomes relative to 1998. I also controlled for the industry fixed effect, year fixed effect, and a set of pre-treatment characteristics at the industry level, and allowing these controls to have a flexible effect over time. Now let me first looking at those outcomes in those upstream suppliers in Germany. Here I'm showing you Germany's exports to China and also imports from China. We can see one standard deviation increase in the upstream exposure will lead to about 20% higher export growth to China. But we didn't find any significant effect of the imports from China, especially for the first several years. And this reflects those German upstream industries experienced a positive demand shock from China's industrial policy. And when we're looking at the effect on the employment and average wage, we can say a one standard deviation increase in the upstream exposure will lead to 5% higher full-time employment and about 1.5% higher wage. Although we have some upward drift in this pre-trend for wage, I'm still working on it. But this previous expansion in the employment is driven by more production workers entering into these industries and also more young workers entering these industries. Now let's look at what happened in those downstream exposed industries. Again, I'm showing you the results on the bilateral trade. I found one standard deviation more exposed in the downstream part will lead to 20% more increase in their imports from China. If these greater imports are displacing some of the domestic production in Germany, then would expect to have some negative effect on the employment and wages. But here I'm showing you those downstream exposed industries actually have some mild gains in those employment and wages. One possibility is that these industries are benefited from those cheaper intermediate goods that are imported from China. And this benefit effect kind of offset those negative effects from the import competitions. When I also look at how this changed to the within industry occupational composition, I found those more exposed downstream industries experience a significantly decrease of the share of production workers. It is about 3% relative to the baseline average, and also a large increase into the share of the engineers. So this suggests if China's industrial policy makes those downstream industries are able to access those cheaper inputs, it may lead those industries to shift towards those higher skilled tasks. Now let me conclude my paper. My paper shows China's industrial policy did promote its industrial upgrading, but it depends heavily on those foreign advanced equipment. And my paper also shows countries may benefit from foreign industrial policy in the short run, but these gains, and whether you gain, depending on the position you sit on the global supply chain, and whether you have those key technology or products that are hard to substitute. So you can think this may potentially lead to distributional effect across countries and across sectors. And another thing I want to mention is this policy happened in a period in the very globalized world. So suppose the industrial policy happened in a more segmented world, that the global production networks are weak, then we can think the successful of this industrial upgrading and these international spillovers might be different. Thank you.
I have one question. The worry in Germany right now, though, is that China will upgrade and start producing the machines themselves, so that while China's industrial policy helped Germany in the last 15 years, it will be just the opposite going forward. Do you have any view?
Yes, I did say this positive effect shrinks a lot in the recent years. So it suggests that when they have the technology that far from away for other countries, then they might be benefit from other countries' industrial policy. But when the technology is close together, then maybe there is more competitions happened.
So it's hard to tell with short time series, but it looked like sometimes you were seeing the industrial policies shift the levels of an outcome, and other times it looked like it shifted the trend. Is there a logical explanation for where it shifts the level versus where it shifts the trend?
Sorry, could you please say again?
Well, sometimes on your graphs of employment or imports or exports or whatever, you see shifts in the trend. Other times you see shifts in the level, but it doesn't look like there's a shift in the trend. Is there a logical explanation for why in some it's the level and in others it's the trend?
I think the trend happened for those exports, right? But the changes in levels happen in those labor market outcomes. So maybe the labor market, maybe the employment first increased at the time to meet the demand, but they do not need to hire more and more workers to facing the growing demand. Yeah, that might be one possibility, but I will think about it. Yeah.
So over the last 5 years, we've seen a dramatic transformation in climate politics that basically no one saw coming. Countries all across the rich OECD have started to spend billions, if not hundreds of billions, for decarbonization. Public funds that go into a clean energy grid, renewable energy, money that goes into industry decarbonization by promoting technologies like hydrogen or CCUS, the rollout of EV subsidies and EV charging infrastructures, as well as the decarbonization of housing through things like heat pumps. Policies there range from the US Inflation Reduction Act and what's left of it, Australia's Repower Plan, Canada's Clean Economy Strategy, Germany's Climate Fund, the Dutch Climate Fund, the EU Next Gen Stimulus. There's not a single country in my case selection of 20 rich OECD economies that has not dramatically expanded its public financial support for decarbonization since around 2018, 2019. Why? why after 40 years of doing climate politics and 20 years of green groups, some labor groups, and heterodox economists calling for such a fiscally expansive approach to climate politics, to decarbonization, why have governments slowly started now, over the last years, to introduce such an approach? That's the first research question I'm going to ask and answer today. And the second one is kind of my way into it, which looks at the cross-country variation in the level of spending on decarbonization between different countries. So what explains the timing and the variation of these fiscally expansive climate policies? This does not work. It goes, it works on the computer, but it doesn't translate.
Sorry, carry on speaking now.
Perfect. This is just some illustrative data for what I was just saying. You can see here the annualized fiscal allocation, so not realized spending, but policies passed, right? Annualized over the time frame to decarbonization across the two largest OECD economies, Germany and the United States. We see here, this is some countries where we have some data. The US data is based on Rhodium Group analysis as well as CBO data. In Germany, it's just directly from the budgetary documents. You can see that in 2016, there was very minimal expenditures on decarbonization. Just as George just said, in Germany, it was the time of neoliberalism. There was very little idea of green industrial policy. But in 2024, we have to jump here a little bit because there's not enough data. We see a dramatic expansion of fiscal support for decarbonization, with Germany allocating now between 1.4 and 1.5 of GDP to decarbonization, while the United States, under Biden, this is 2024 data, had a commitment through policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS Act, and other DOE commitments of around 120 billion. And that's a very generous top-end estimate, right? And you can see here the unison move into such a fiscal policy direction, but also the strong variation here. So that is kind of my question. And the argument I'm going to make is that this timing and variation can be explained by a shift in the role of industry played in climate politics. What I'm arguing is that a subgroup of industries that used to obstruct climate policies and decarbonization and generally flipped perspective joined new green industrial coalitions united by a demand for fiscally expansive climate policies. And it is this what explains the temporal shift, so this coalition realignment, but it's also the variation in the size and importance of these industries in different countries that can explain the variation between different countries. That's a very abstract version of my argument, and I now will go to take 2 steps back to explain this argument to you within the political economy scholarship. Because, and I hate to be the messenger of this, in political science, we think economists got climate policy all wrong. The theories, why climate policy doesn't work, we think you misunderstood this. And that's why I'm taking 2 steps back, not 1. According to a now infamous paper, economists are prisoners of the wrong dilemma, which is, of course, an allusion to the prisoner's dilemma problem, the collective action problem, which is supposed to keep governments back committing to climate action. The argument here is that governments are afraid of free riding. They're not committing to climate action because then they're carrying all the cost, and other countries are free riding. That's why they're not acting. This is, we argue in political science and political economy, not the empirically correct way what happened. What actually happened was that climate politics is a distributive problem that creates domestic losers and domestic winners. And the domestic losers were more powerful, were more organized, and blocked time and again pushes for domestic climate policy progress. These big loser coalitions are usually conceptualized as fossil coalitions, brown coalitions, or carbon coalitions. My favorite paper here is Corey et al. And AJPS, which looked at supply side, supply linkages between different companies to identify who is actually tied to fossil fuels in the supply chain. But you could fill the entire screen with papers of political scientists that characterize jobs and unions and industries as either green or brown. And the brown ones range from chemicals to cars to coal. They're usually carbon intensive, and that identifies that they are the obstructors of decarbonization. And the green coalition of environmentalists and clean tech startups are just not powerful enough. They don't have the ties to unions, parties, business groups in order to really affect change. So the losers of decarbonization are just too strong. This, in my opinion, is the historically accurate explanation of why we didn't see climate action in countries like Germany and the United States. Because the coal sector, the car sector, didn't want to do it, didn't want to give up their edge in fossil fuels and fossil fuel-based technologies. But of course, while this is a historically accurate explanation, it cannot account for this variation that I talked about earlier in this talk, this rise in climate policies that are fiscally expansive. That's why I'm updating this basic logic of the distributive politics of climate change by arguing that, indeed, it is not complex enough. There are more actors in climate politics than just the brown ones and the green ones. And I specifically argue that the brown coalition is composed of two separate groups of industries. On the one hand, fossil fuel industries that are and remain existentially threatened by the prospect of decarbonization. They will have to end their entire business model and will just, at any corner, try to obstruct it. There's no way out. On the other hand, there's a second group of carbon-intensive industries, and these I call the decarbonizable industries, because they are brown in the present, or historically, but they have a feasible technological pathway to develop a new business model based around low-carbon technologies. These are three types of industries. On the one hand, transport equipment, car makers that can switch to battery electric cars. Second, power makers or utilities that can switch to renewable electricity. And companies that use fossil fuel in production, such as steel makers that can switch to technologies like hydrogen or ammonium. And I argue for them, decarbonization is not an existential prospect that they have to fight tooth and nail. It's just enormously costly and risky for them, which makes them all open for a bargain. We can basically buy them in. We can basically say, we are going to carry, as a government, as a society, we're going to subsidize your transition. We're going to secure your demand. We're going to create markets for you, and then you can securely decarbonize. So we can basically buy them off. This didn't happen for a long time because there was no viable business case behind such subsidies. You can throw subsidies as a company if there is no long run, at least medium run, a business model to them that can be sustainable, they will not go for it. And this, I argue, changed in the late 2010s. In the 2010s, we saw three related developments. We saw immense technological progress that accumulated over time, which for the first time made it feasible for these industries to think about a post-carbon business model. Advances in solar and wind, electricity, overtaking natural gas as the cheapest source of electricity, batteries and electric cars making progress, and hydrogen, at least as a long-term prospect, becoming cost competitive if renewable electricity continues to decline in cost. This was amplified then by Chinese strategic investments, because China, as a gamble, invested in these clean energy industries.
Yeah, related to the China point, how much weight do you give to China's willingness to join the Paris Climate Agreement?
So China is basically an exogenous shock here, exogenous factor. That's why it's in bold, and that China actually took this step to join the Paris Agreement, but more importantly, to put money and subsidies into the clean energy sector is a really important forcing mechanism. So it's very important. It's the most important driver of the three that I have here. But I put more emphasis on their green industrial strategy than on their joining the Paris Agreement. Because they created a competitive threat for these Western decarbonizable incumbents. If we're actually going to decarbonize, they already had a lead, which created not just a threat to decarbonization from these industries, it's going to be costly and risky, but also to do nothing. It created a threat. If they do nothing, they will be left behind by Chinese competitors, which kind of created an urge, a dynamic that they started to ask for support to catch up. And that kind of generates two hypotheses. And the timing, we should see a shift in industry advocacy that should be there in press statements and industry engagements. We should see a switch before 2019 and after 2019, where they stopped advocating against climate policies and for green industrial support. And we should see variation that the larger these industries are in a country, the more support we should see. So a country that has more steel plants, car plants, more energy-intensive manufacturing, we should see more green industrial support there if that's really what's driving the variation here. And another way to think about it is to go beyond thinking about brown industries and green industries, but also about decarbonizable industries, which can use two strategies. join these fossil coalitions, which is the standard way that our literature has conceptualized this, in obstructing climate policy in order to avoid costs and risks of decarbonization. But they can also join decarbonization bargains with green players, trying to maximize transition opportunities. And this is exactly what I argue has happened in countries, creating these new industrial coalitions behind green industrial policies. First of all, now going into the data, I've conducted. Yeah.
By political advocacy, you mean lobbying, right?
Lobbying.
Okay.
Yeah, lobbying and much more, but lobbying is the core one.
So, you're telling this story in which politics seems to follow the interests of the corporate sector, and I mean, my interpretation from the United States is it's actually the opposite. So as soon as climate became an important political discussion, all the banks started saying, "Oh, we're doing stuff," and then the politics changed, and they've stopped. So, why should it go one direction rather than the other?
Right. So, political pressure is one of the important things that happened in the late 2010s too. I don't think it is as important as what happened in China, but it's one of the three things that took place. And that's not just in the United States, that's everywhere. We had the legislation of new net zero laws, for example, in Europe, net zero commitments in China. We had the Biden administration coming in saying we're going to do this, and which, on the one hand, made it more difficult to oppose decarbonization, especially where there was more legal certainty, but also created a demand horizon, that there is actually a market that is growing if these legal commitments are going to come around. So that's important. I completely agree with you. It just didn't show up because I'm trying to stay within 30 minutes, right? So these things, technological progress, China, and political pressure are all things that I agree with. And in case you're right, in the United States, it was more a politics-driven part. In Germany, it was more industry asking for it. So there's some variation in how exactly these three factors factored in. OK. Oh, no, this is not very good. All right. If you squeeze your eyes, maybe you can see what's happening here. So the case studies, I looked at Germany and the United States because that's the opposite. On the one hand, they're the two largest advanced economies. On the other hand, they also are very different in terms of their growth models. Germany has a very large decarbonizable sector. They have car makers, steel makers, energy-intensive manufacturing. Over 30% of growth output, as I will show you later, and 20% of value added really comes from these decarbonizable industries, while in the United States, it's half of it. The United States is really a finance, service, real estate, tech-driven economy, where these industries have much less leverage and power. For these case studies, I've conducted over 40 interviews with industry groups in the steel, power, car, sectors, as well as with larger peak industry associations, in order to ask them, what is your position on climate politics? How did it change over time? I've counted press statements, how they shifted over time. And here I'm going to give you just a very broad overview of what happened with green industrial policies in these two countries. Green industrial policies actually have a long history. Support with them started in the 2000s. With green groups and labor groups. This is, for example, the new Apollo plan by the Blue-Green Alliance. They brought that out in 2008. This advocacy for we need to do something in terms of green industrial policy goes back to that era, but was largely unsuccessful because there was very little industry interest in this. This shifted in the 2019, where we saw the rise of incumbent and decarbonizable companies joining these green industrial advocacy. One famous example is here Mary Barra with Joe Biden. Mary Barra is, of course, the CEO of GM. GM dropped their lawsuits against California in 2020. They committed to a net zero transition and started to dramatically support the Biden agenda very publicly. First, the American Jobs Plan, then the Build Back Better plan, and then what ended up as the Inflation Reduction Act. We see this across all industries that I look at. When you look at what the steel industry said about the American Jobs Plan, which was declared as socialism by many conservatives, they strongly supported it. Edison Electric Institute, a longtime foe of climate policy, supported it. Across these decarbonizable industries, we see this advocacy shift, joining what was previously seen as a kind of a green pipe dream of green growth. But then the stories in Germany and the United States shift. In Germany, we see that peak industry associations, which are dominated by exporting manufacturers, joined this push very heavily and wrote extremely detailed reports about where we need subsidies, how much subsidies we need, and what needs to be done, citing Chinese competitive threats, new technological possibilities, as well as the political pressures to go to net zero. There was extremely little pushback in Germany from any other industry. It became kind of the hegemonic position, and Germany ultimately committed to over 60 billion of spending, which is one of the highest amounts of green industrial subsidies we see, as well as keeping them constant, even when the political winds around climate change shift. For example, the new government, the conservative government, came into place, promising to be less aggressive on climate policies. But what did they do? They didn't cut subsidies at all for now. And they're actually right now debating to add more subsidies for green steel and cars as we speak. In the United States, the picture of industrial advocacy was entirely different. The peak industry associations, like the Chamber of Commerce, directly attacked plans to expand green industrial policies. According to my interviews, they were internally divided between fossil fuel companies, companies that just want tax cuts, and a few regional, more regional decarbonizable industries, which are kind of a business in the Midwest, and directly undermining kind of the Biden push, telling lawmakers in Congress to not vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, to not vote for the Build Back Better plan. There was also direct pushback by the oil and gas industry, so a much more contested field here. While these industries, the decarbonizable industries, dominated the German economy, they're core to their business model, had unified support. In the United States, it was kind of a niche, fragile coalition of some Midwestern states, some green groups that just ultimately, I argue, limited Biden's potential to legislate a big industrial push, green industrial push, and ultimately enabled the Trump administration to roll back many subsidies, as the applause of Chamber of Commerce, National Association of Manufacturing, et cetera, where only some isolated trade groups were supporting the continuation of these subsidies. But then the question is, can we generalize this story? If there's some plausibility to what I'm saying here, can we generalize it? And here I first developed a measure of the size of the decarbonizable sector using OECD structural analysis database, coding 16 industries as decarbonizable. The big three are power, transport equipment, and energy-intensive manufacturing. That accounts for most of this variation that we see here. It's all published if you want to look at the definition of what industries are exactly in there in my paper with Jonas Nahm. And you can see here's a large variation with Germany having over 20% of value added in decarbonizable industries, and countries like Luxembourg, Ireland, Switzerland, Australia, the UK, around 10%. So these are really different types of economies where this competitive threat from China, this ask for green industrial support is much, much lower. That would be the expectation. And second, I developed a fiscal climate policy data set where I went through budgetary documents in 2024 to find a measure of how much these different countries spend on decarbonization. That is spending on industry decarbonization, clean electricity, housing decarbonization, mass transportation, as well as EV. And we can see here the variation. I think this is something that it's just one data point for 1 year. It's extremely labor intensive. Just talked to Nathan about maybe using LLMs to do this in the future. But this is kind of where I am right now with my research. And we were expecting a correlation here between these two, which we are also finding. The up, down, and the bottom low, we have like these finance-led economies, service-based economies, which have much less green industrial support than Germany and Austria, where these decarbonizable industries are really at the core of their growth models. And in the middle, kind of the mixed, like the Nordic economies. All the big countries like Germany, France, UK, and the United States are on the trend line. So some verification that this is happening. This data we can also obviously use to do other things. Here is decarbonization spending and against government ideology. So one hypothesis would be these are just more left-wing and right-wing economies, governments. And we find here, I use party manifesto data here of the head of government to identify economically left-wing and economically right-wing governments. And you can see here that that there's very little to this story. I don't actually completely believe this story because we're seeing changes over time according to who's in government, but we would need more data to ultimately find out what's going on here. This is the old story. This is carbon intensity of production. So how much growth do you get out of one piece of carbon? So these are usually the green economies, Switzerland, Sweden, Ireland, and the brown economies that are down there, Australia, United States, and Canada, also very little correlation here. This would be the old political economy story, where greener countries do more and browner countries do less. This is not what we're finding here.
Just in a nutshell, how many sectors are you thinking about when you're thinking about the decarbonization potential here?
You said about sectors?
Yeah, you said how many? Was it?
So 16.
Okay. And just at a very high level, how do you do that?
How do I count them?
Yeah, or how do you calculate that? How do you define and measure your decarbonization potential?
Decarbonization potential.
Yes.
So it's just basically we can go through a list of industries and think about whether or not they're decarbonizable. We are not actually mentioning their exact potential, so it's like 20%.
Sure, that's what. But what I mean is like, how are you determining that? How do you measure that?
Whether there's a technology available that can actually help them decarbonize, or at least on the horizon, right? So things like hydrogen for steel would be in there, right? Or but so basically the big ones are electric batteries for the transport equipment sector. Renewable electricity and grid and nuclear energy for power, and energy-intensive manufacturing, that would be solutions like ammonium and hydrogen, but also electrification. Cement. Yeah. Can also, there are ultimately different processes where you can actually use, cement that does not emit as much carbon, but you can also use carbon capture, for example. The big thing here basically is it's carbon-intensive industries without the fossil fuel industry. That is perhaps the bottom line, because they were usually thrown together, and we are disentangling them.
Sure. In terms of the China story, does it not matter more for like manufacturing and tradable goods than decarbonization industries more generally?
Can you say that again? I didn't.
For China's story, does it not matter more for like manufactured goods that are tradable rather than decarbonization more generally? And also like, is the availability of alternatives or willingness to use alternatives like trade policy, does that matter relative to decarbonization spending?
Right. So yes, this China story matters for not just for tradable goods, but also for those countries that export more, that are export oriented. And that's kind of the next slide, where it's kind of import-adjusted export share of growth. We can see that it's not as strong, but it's strong for the larger countries, where countries that export more for growth are actually spending more. So that definitely plays a role. But there are other sectors that are not directly exposed to the China shock directly in terms of competition, like, for example, the power sector. They are mostly responding to political pressures as well as technological possibility. That lets me go back to this basic argument that there were three things happening at the same time in the 2010s. They all converged. It was China, it was technological progress, and it was more climate ambition. And they together led to this switch. But China is the biggest part because it plays into all of the other three, like technology and politics. All right. We had some there first.
Yeah, I'm probably going to track you down over lunch or something. But in Pennsylvania, the issue of green steel is a big one. And so what you said in passing about hydrogen maybe becoming more commercially viable, you mentioned CCUS. You didn't say that was commercially viable. But so in our work in Western Pennsylvania, we need help with people who really understand those two technologies, what's a boondoggle, what isn't. So I'm just signaling, you expressed a confidence about hydrogen that is not shared by some of the people I most trust in terms of its ultimate commercial viability. And but anyway, it's a very important issue on the ground. And so I'm saying this out loud because if there's anyone else in the room who's also an expert in these two areas, please come find me. Sorry.
No, I completely agree with this. I'm trying to explain policy variation, right? I'm not saying this will succeed. This is important. I think Germany could lose its business model to China. I don't think it's even very unrealistic. What I'm saying is they are fighting tooth and nail to prevent this by subsidizing, right? So I actually am absolutely not a believer in hydrogen. I think there's very little that can convince me that hydrogen is really cost competitive. But what I can tell you is that countries with larger steel industries spend more money on trying to make hydrogen work. That's what I'm explaining here. This is a policy story, not like a prediction about economic success, where I'm actually quite pessimistic like you are.
You can talk to me anytime.
So what period of time are you looking at only? From is it from 2000 or is it only in the last decade? Because there is a whole story in the political economy of the energy sector, I mean, fossil fuel, fracking, etc., that changed between, say, let's say, 2000 to the decade of, there was a big split, for example, in European energy majors like BP and Shell versus ExxonMobil being at the other extreme. And then there was the rise of fracking. And I think I was in the belly of the beast, that there was a big turmoil within it, exactly what positions to take and how much political pressure to apply, let me put it this way.
So the data I'm presenting here is basically based on interviews and press documents on this decarbonizable sector, steel, power, cars.
So, which period? In the last decade or?
Yeah. So that depends on the data source, right? I look at it basically, I start to look at green industrial policy in kind of a very broad case study way, starting in 2000, with this first mobilization. And the first green industrial policies that were put in place, and they were not supported by these industries, or not actively supported. And but the interviews, I started to ask people about the shift from 2017, 18 to 2020. I asked them, why did you suddenly come out so strongly for these green industrial policies? Why not before? And there, the China story, the technology story, and the politics story really dominate. What happens with the oil and gas sector in Europe with the split? I'm not convinced that there was more than greenwashing going on. I'm ultimately very skeptical of people who say oil and gas can be decarbonized and they have a different business model waiting for them. I don't think there's much evidence for it, even if they sometimes signal. But we can talk about this later. I know that's a little bit of a controversial opinion to take. Andrew?
Yeah, this is relevant, I think, to that last point. For small countries, like, for example, the Nordic countries, is the most salient thing whether they decarbonize their domestic economy from a global green transition perspective or whether they stop being dependent upon oil exports. Norway pays for domestic decarbonization through Statoil. The Gulf states are paying for domestic decarbonization by dumping oil on world markets. How do you take that into account?
So you're asking about other sources of financial.
It just seems to me the relevant thing isn't whether Norway decarbonizes its domestic economy, it's whether it becomes less dependent upon exports of fossil fuels. And these aren't really comparable countries. I mean, Germany taking fossil fuels out of production might make a real impact on global carbon emissions. The way Norway can affect global carbon emissions is by not being dependent upon fossil fuel exports.
So the Norway point is well taken. I mean, Norway is probably the biggest outlier in this case in terms of the relationship to oil and gas. All of the other countries, the fossil fuel sector of value added is between like 1 and maybe 5% in Australia. It is important, but it's not that important. So I'd be happy to take out Norway, and it doesn't change anything. And on the other things, that's a data limitation that I just look at federal budgets. And I don't look at, let's say, they create a public company that then does something. That's just data limitation. So, yeah. And I'm arguing that they are very different, but I'm focusing on this one dimension, the share of these decarbonizable industries. And I'm very encouraging people to look for more variation here in other countries. I hope we can talk more about this later. I don't think I fully explained it, but I want to end my talk now. So this is kind of my abstract model of what happened. We have these global decarbonization pressures, which is net zero laws, creating demand perspectives, the technological change, as well as China's lead, leading ultimately to green fiscal policies in order to cope with these new risks and opportunities created. But how much depends on national economic models that create different levels of exposure to these global pressures. Where countries like Switzerland and the UK are relatively isolated. They don't compete with China. They don't have big industries that they need to decarbonize. Or countries like Germany and Austria and South Korea are directly impacted and thus react much more strongly. And last thing I wanted to say is kind of talking about the general point of this conference. What can we actually learn from these kind of analysis, right? What is the value of this kind of political economy perspective for this general goal of this conference to expand the knowledge base around industrial policy? If that's our goal, why do we even bother with this kind of stuff? And that is because economists usually think about knowledge base just in terms of economic effects. This is what most of this conference was about. Is this industrial policy, are these export promotion things, are these EV subsidies working for what and how far? But this has kind of the ingrained expectation that what is economically efficient will be implemented by governments. but that is not necessarily the case. What industrial policy is politically sustainable and feasible is different from country to country insofar as the political coalitions that can be mobilized behind them. All right? And this differs by country from country. And the most important variable I point to here is industrial sector composition. That the United States is still doing military industrial policy and AI policy can be explained by just looking at the basic sectorial structure of the United States economy, or at least gives you a hint why they are doing this. While when Germany does green industrial policy, while that's much more sustainable there, also can be explained in terms of their sectorial competition and how much they have to lose when they're not competing with China on green stuff. And it also differs by tools. And this is something I didn't really talk about today, but this is kind of where I think the literature should be going. And this is kind of the little graph I have here. And ultimately, to determine good industrial policy, or as Joe has said, rational industrial policy, we need to find the intersection of what is economically efficient and politically sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So my name is Xiangjing Wei here. This is a joint project with Jian Dongju and Yuan Kun Li. Yuan Kun is in the room as well. Before I start, let me invite you to join me in thanking Eric, Josh, Laura, and other organizers for putting together another edition of very interesting conference. So let's thank them. Also, to our very esteemed colleague, Joseph Stiglitz, for guidance and inspirations. All right, so you heard China a lot in each of the previous talk this morning. I try not to mention China in my presentation. Okay, so the title of my talk is the United States as an active industrial nation. So what do? We construct a new history of US industrial policies of the last 50 years. The previous talk started with over the last 5 years. In my 30 minutes, I'm going to talk about over the last 50 years a lot. So you use large language models to construct this new database by scanning all US congressional laws of the last 50 years, as well as all presidential orders during the same period. We supplement AI tools with human experts just to ensure that AIs don't make mistakes. We use conventional definition of industrial policy just to make sure that whatever we discover is not crazy, but we're going to interpret the conventional definition conservatively to make sure that we don't over-identify industrial policies. One noteworthy about database is that a very common data tool that other people use for industrial policies to try to extract information about industrial policies from global trade analysis. And our data differs from GTA implied industrial policy for US in at least two very noteworthy ways. One is our database, of course, starts much earlier in 73 relative to GTA that started in 2008. Two, even for the overlapping period, 2008 and onwards, we're going to identify 300% more industrial policies. So GTA misses a lot of industrial policies. I'm going to also say that stock market reaction suggests that financial market investors agree that additional policy we identify are important enough to shift resources. So what's being missed by GTA can be important. All right. In terms of the key features of the industrial policies that we identify from our database, we're going to argue that United States turned out to be a very active nation promulgating industrial policy throughout the 50-year period, not just in the last few years. Every single president and every single congressional session promulgated some new industrial policies. If that's not your impression to start with, this will be one, hopefully, a message you can carry with you. And then among those industrial policies, we look at the rationales cited for those industrial policies. Certainly, economic competitiveness is part of it. But broadly defined national security turns out to be extremely important throughout the 50-year period, not just recently, not just during the Cold War period. Another noteworthy conclusion we see is that for many economists who are skeptical about industrial policy, one worry we have is politicians may misidentify where industrial policy is needed, Or even when you think industrial policy is needed based on some existence of market failure, one worries that once the policy is in place, it never goes away. And therefore, a ex-ante efficient policy may turn out to be exposed to inefficient through its implementation. It's a reminder that sort of one of the things that causes economists to be somewhat skeptical about industrial policy. Against that background, we find it interesting that a very large proportion of US industrial policy laws or industrial policy presidential orders have an explicit expiration date. Okay, that we find interesting. I didn't know beforehand. Now, of course, any policy that does not have expiration date can be ended by subsequent vote or subsequent presidential orders. I'm talking here that nearly 60% of industrial policy laws or presidential orders in the original version have an expiration date, something I didn't know, and I found it very interesting. Also, there's a literature in development economics about missing pioneers as one particular form of market failure. We find also of interest that a certain proportion of U.S. industrial policy laws and presidential orders appear to be designed to address missing pioneer problem. They talk about pilot, demonstration, encourage early adoption of emerging technologies that we find also interesting. So these are some of the main messages. We could also use stock price reaction to confirm what we identify as industrial policies are also considered by financial market investors as significant enough to alter relative payoffs to firms in different sectors. All right, now the rest will be details. Okay, so here's a typical characterization about U.S. industrial policy that shouldn't surprise you. So here's I just pick a quote from Project Syndicate that compile a collection of op-eds on industrial policy by prominent economists, political scientists, former policy makers, and so on. And the introduction to this collection of industrial policy essays says, after decades-long love affair with laissez-faire policies, many governments now increasingly seek to shape economies through tariff subsidies, public procurement, and more. A strong connotation of that quote is that interest in industrial policy by governments, at least by high-income country governments, is a relatively recent phenomenon. Something that we're going to suggest is an inaccurate characterization of U.S. policy history. There are many existing studies. There is a recent interest in the recent academic interest in industrial policy, empirical work, and many use GTA Global Trade Alert database, which I argue that seems to have missed they missed much more than half of the actual industrial policies that we're going to identify in our database. There's a recent paper that looks at trying to extract the industrial policy from policy documents, kind of like what we do, except they're focusing on those policies that they can assign a size of fiscal expenditure to it. And we're going to show strongly that fiscal subsidy is only one of the many tools a government can use. Many industrial policies do not use subsidy or even tax reduction, do not necessarily use subsidy or tax reduction tools. You have a much broader set of policy tools one can use that financial market also consider important enough. Okay, so a bit more concretely, so again, we're going to look at the last all the policy documents are from 1973 onwards. So there are altogether 12,167 congressional acts and 6,030 presidential orders during this period. We use large language models, and we're going to use, for a subset of them, we use human experts, graduate students, postdocs to validate our procedure. And then in the final round, we also have our graduate students to look through all of them just to ensure that, because one of our goals is to is to create a public good, make the database available to our economist colleagues, political scientist colleagues, other disciplines that can use. So we add this extra step of having a human experts to look through all our final product to make sure that database is informative. Okay, again, so our definition of industrial policy is entirely conventional, use of government tools to purposefully induce a change in the structure of the economy. So you might use different wording, but meaning will be the same. But we're going to interpret this relatively conservatively. For example, we're going to exclude those policies that target a single firm or single geographic region. We're going to exclude those policies embedded in bilateral or multilateral trade agreements. We're going to exclude those policies that appears to be continuation of previous policies. I call them conservatively interpreted because we understand that some people in the room might very well consider them as industrial policy as well. The database we're going to publish will also include this. We're going to assign labels. So here are conservatively defined ones, here are additional ones. If you want to use in your research, it's okay with us. The reason we choose to apply conservative interpretation for this talk is, remember, one of our key messages is going to be that US has been a very active industrial policy nation throughout the 50-year period. We don't want to have that conclusion because we identify too many industrial policies. That's sort of the reason. All right? Okay, so let me give you, please.
Yes, so the US is, I think, the most intensive user of countervailing measures and anti-dumping in the context of the WTO. Are you excluding those two?
I'm not excluding all trade tools. In fact, trade tools are going to be very important. I'm just saying policy changes embedded in bilateral or multilateral trade agreements are excluded. We're not excluding trade tools. So in fact, I'm going to say a very big class of industrial policies may often use trade tools.
So efforts to, I guess, defend the U.S. in the context of multilaterals are going to be a big part of this story. In the context of the WTO, defending U.S. firms from foreign competition is going to be a big part of the story.
So if you're referring to like anti-dumping or countervailing things will not be considered as industrial policy by our procedure, because they are not in the document. This will be like a implementation of existing laws and so on. So, and we do not interpret, for our purpose, anti-dumping laws or countervailing laws as industrial policies.
Okay.
There will be, in keeping with our spirit of being conservative in choosing what we label as industrial policy. Again, the takeaway is, in spite of that, we're going to show extremely active industrial policy histories.
I mean, I think maybe including them would help your argument in the sense that those are, rejections of laissez-faire economics in the U.S.
It may or may not be, because there will be a separate argument about why we need that, which we don't want to get into. So it is possible some of them are protections in nature, but others may be attempt to correct other kind of either other countries' problems or their own country's problem. We don't get into this discussion. Please. Depending on how he announced it in presidential order, we're going to have a lot of presidential orders that use tariff tools, and Trump is going to be heavily featured in our database.
So like if it says national security, it would be in this, but if it was just anti-dumping steel 1982,
basically,
it would not.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. All right. Yes, Mark.
I mean, a lot of these policies are motivated by what's happening in kind of for particular firms, particular districts. I mean, I noticed that you exclude a policy for just one firm or one district, but a lot of times the way these things pass is they're just grouped together so that they affect a small, a set of congressional districts and a set of firms. Do you have any filter to kind of exclude, the one big activity of Congress, which is promoting economic activity in particular districts?
So our methodology is going to be essentially scanning documents. That's everything going to say is based on scanning documents. So what I was saying is that if a document essentially describes the intent of a particular policy is for a single region or single firm, we exclude them. right? Sometimes this happen, and we're going to exclude them from our conservatively defined industrial policy. Maybe that's the way I should say it. Again, our published database, we intend to include those as well for other people to look into this. Now, sometimes maybe you are hinting that it is still possible that a given policy seems to describe covered sector, covered firms region broad enough, but maybe in the end, the real beneficiary could be a single firm. We do not.
No. I mean, for example, like let's pick one that, like, for example, for sugar. So, if you represent districts that produce corn, beets,
it could be a single
which are it's more than a single firm,
right,
and more than one district. You're going to have there are a whole bunch of policies related to that, or ethanol requirements, that are used for corn.
They will not be excluded. They will not be excluded.
So those you consider
now, sugar
industrial policies.
U.S. There's like 3 or 4 different states will have big sugar farms, but we can certainly imagine examples. Maybe in the end, the beneficiary congressional zones are relatively few in number. Possible. We don't exclude them.
So, like ethanol, a policy that promotes corn-based ethanol would be.
Yeah, but if it's policy described as that, we will include this as industrial policy. And my suspicion is, in the end, however concentrated there may be, it's not really single place, would be my guess. Maybe concentrated, but perhaps not single place. At least the law is not written to intend to be a single place. If a previously non-corn growing region decides to grow corn, it can benefit from the policy. I guess that's the rationale. Yes.
Yeah, so to me, it makes sense that you would get more policies in GTA. Like that seems very, very reasonable, right? Because GTA has different filters, has different units of analysis.
What was the keyword?
GTA.
Oh, GTA.
Yeah. I think it's true. You're constructing policy differently, right? So you should have much different results than the GTA database.
Yeah, and the authors of GTA care about narrow setup topics, perhaps.
100%. So I think that's completely right. Or do you think that's to be expected and seems reasonable? What's your unit of analysis insofar as what you consider a policy?
So much of my talk is going to be focused on policy document. A document can be a law or a presidential order. So much of my answer is this. But of course, any given law can contain multiple industrial policies. If you define industrial policy as a combination of a policy, tool, and particular economic activities. So our database will also, hopefully helpful to some authors, list activities that are treated by particular law or presidential orders.
Got it. And so how do you compare that to? So it's basically a different resolution than what the GTA is reporting, which is reporting instruments and a different unit of analysis.
We have instruments.
Yeah.
Anything in the document. Yeah. So here's a summary on overall number of. So I'm skipping the section on how we do it, how do we design the prompts and so on. In the actual paper, we're going to have a very long section on this. Given this a short presentation, I'm going to focus on the results. The graph on the left is essentially a time series of a count of industrial policy documents, presidential orders or laws containing new industrial policies. We group them every 2 years, every congressional sessions. One takeaway is there's no single congressional session in which there's no industrial policy. Okay, U.S. is, hence the title of U.S. being very active in industrial policy. The coloring scheme, one darker one is the laws, and the lighter one is presidential orders. I'm going to show you a table that turns out to be no single president that did not promulgate some industrial policy. Here's a tabulation of the industrial policy documents by presidential terms, but every 2 years too. But I write the presidential names there. I'll look at for any particular 2 years, I document the new industrial policy laws as well as new industrial policy presidential orders. So the least active presidents turned out to be George Bush Sr. But in his term, so his terms, these two, add them together, there were actually 2 presidential orders that contain new industrial policies. So kind of additional years in the next slides, and you see President Trump is being both President Trump and President Biden had been very active. Yeah, all right. Now, if you look at the tools used by using those documents, there's a menu of choices. You can certainly have subsidies, tax measures, but go way beyond that. You can have subsidized credit loan policies, trade policies, public procurement policies, Buy American in particular, sector-specific infrastructures, customer subsidies, and labor supply chain requirement. Regulation is also important subset of tools used to favor domestic industries in certain sectors. There's Thank you. Yes.
Yes. In terms of the distribution between the parties, do we see more industrial policy by Republicans more when Democrats? And what does that tell us about the change in ideology in the parties?
So we list those information for people to use. Our preliminary analysis first of all suggested both parties love industrial policies. There's no party that choose not to do it. But Democratic parties do, on average, have a bit more industrial policy than Republicans. It's indeed the case. So if you look at the top tools used in congressional laws, credit and loan policies, procurement policy is very big. Regulation is always big. Regulation, procurement, credit, loan policies are very big. In terms of industrial policies, 10 minutes, okay? Industrial policies in presidential orders, trade policy tend to be a top go-to tools. Certainly the case for President Trump, but if you exclude President Trump, that's also the case. It's not, so that's a feature of the data. It's not particularly surprising. Of course, our political scientist colleagues will tell us, Constitution is written in such a way that, and Congress, Congress have more tools. Even the right to impose a tariff supposed to belong to Congress. That's successive Congress have chosen to delegate their power to the president. So in the data, it's not surprising that when it comes to the president to announce industrial policy, they tend to like trade policies, but they also use procurement policy and some others as well. Sorry, there's a hand. Anna, please. Previous slide.
On the previous slide, yes. In regulatory measures, can you give some examples, or that could cover a lot of different things? Can you give us some examples?
We could subdivide them probably a bit more. I want to note that for future use of our database, so once we identify them, the tools go beyond just a regulation label. We give the quote, the exact sentences in the law or presidential orders that lead us to conclude this is industrial policy law and this is the tool that's used. So there's additional information in the database we're going to have. So there can be different subcategories of regulation one can think of. But in order for regulation to be qualified as an industrial policy tool, it has to explicitly favor certain sectors, either favor or disfavor certain sectors related to others.
Just one example of that. The Section 230 that gave freedom from liability for the for the platforms, which discriminated between them and other media. If they didn't say that they were doing that for that reason in the law, would that be just a regulation that was not industrial policy? I mean, it was part of the discussion that led to that, but I'm not sure what they said in the law.
Our classification is entirely based on what's in the document. So it is possible. Like people, if they hide themselves well enough, we might put them incorrectly put them in different buckets. It is possible.
Yeah, so I noticed that in your chart there was a big burst of industrial policy.
Let me give you an example, sorry. Even in some public procurement, like our conservative definition is that the procurement has to contain wordings like Buy America or Buy American for us to put into our database. The conservative defined set, it is entirely possible. Sometimes the law may not say Buy American, but everyone who reads law may think, okay, the only firm that can benefit from this is American firm. It's entirely possible. So our conservatively defined set excludes those. Maybe our broader defined additional set can include this. Yes.
So I noticed there was a burst of industrial policies in the Carter administration. And in 1983, there are these congressional hearings on industrial policy for competitiveness. Krugman is writing and saying, it's likely we'll have an industrial policy in the future, but we don't have one now. And that's also the tone of these hearings. So how do you square sort of the perceptions at that time with your data that say it was already happening 5 years ago?
Well, I mean, data is data. So certainly there are a lot of certainly a lot of industrial laws. But this particular episode, I know less about. I want to learn from you to see this. But we're just describing. Certainly,
but, I mean, Carter had a lot of energy, industrial policy.
Yeah, I guess one other hypothesis is that before it was focused on security.
I have 5 minutes left? Or
yeah, sorry.
Okay, so maybe I skip this part, but the one-line summary is that the documents also allow to classify rationales that the promulgators, so the initiators, cite for this, and we put them into different broadly defined categories. Can be national security, so defense security, supply chain security, can be economic competitiveness, can be environmental issues, and so on. So we classify them. One noteworthy feature, against at least relative to my pride, is that a huge number of them cite national security as justification for the industrial policies. Economically related reasons are important, but they account for something like 30% of the total. Now come to a few interesting features that I did not know that I think surely should inspire future researchers to look more into this. One is the fact that close to 60% of the industrial policy laws or industrial policy presidential orders have an explicit expiration date. Conditional on having an expiration date, average duration is about 4 years. Among the industrial policy laws, 71% of them have expiration dates. For industrial policy presidential orders, 43% would have expiration date. The other feature is what I previously labeled as a pilot programs, laws or presidential orders, but mostly laws. The explicitly says we are supporting this activity as a pilot, as a way to demonstrate something, as a way to encourage early adoption of some emerging technologies. Here I give you examples of this throughout different periods, as Jill suggested earlier. So indeed, like a new environmental friendly new technology and some potentially transformative technology are often cited for those things. Now, this is interesting because I said there's a literature, oops, not here, literature on missing pioneers as a particular class of market failure. So that particular type of market failure has been made famous by Ricardo Hausmann and Daniel Roderick's paper titled Economic Development as Self-Discovery, I think. Juan Carlos has worked on this topic. I have worked on this topic, and maybe some others have worked on this topic, mostly in the context of developing countries. That developing country may be suffering from a missing pioneers problem. Of course, the logic of the problem can happen in any country. For that reason, I find it interesting that in fact there's a subset of US laws and policies that seems to, whoever were proposing this policy, apparently be aware of this issue as important enough and will propose laws and orders to address this. Now, over morning coffee, I told Juan Carlos, I'm going to mention your name in this context. Before he knew what I'm going to say, Juan Carlos' reactions was, "Oh no, don't tell him the truth." That was a joke. No, but I think this survey, Juan Carlos' work on this topic is very interesting. So related to the literature, there's a known set of public market failure. In fact, U.S. policymakers apparently have designed some policy to address that. Another interesting feature that I think is worth future research, maybe a lot more future research, is this. Some of the industrial policy laws would say, we're going to provide some support for some activities, but subject to the constraint that the inefficiency cannot be too large. So example of this is, the water and energy water appropriation. You can buy certain equipment from American-made firms only if their price is no more than 125% of international price. I find it extremely interesting. And there are other examples like this. These laws are not too many, very small number of them. Okay. Nonetheless, the existence of this law was a surprise to me. So I think someone in the future should look into under what circumstances that the proponents, somehow the political negotiation is such that they say, okay, you can go ahead and protect those activities, but making sure the subsidy, that the amount of inefficiency cannot be too large. And I found is very interesting. Perhaps there's a reason why, even though U.S. is very active in having industrial policies, overall U.S. is extremely successfully governed economy. I see my time is up, so what's the last thing I want to say? Maybe okay. So this is the comparison with GTA. So our database is substantially longer than GTA, and if you and the key things I was going to say, GTA misses a lot of stuff, right? So even for the overlapping short period of time, 2008 to now, we identify 135 industrial policy documents. GTA will give you 42, and that means GTA will miss 29. So what are the actually in our database? 29 congressional laws we identify that GTA misses. 72 industrial policy presidential orders GTA misses. GTA does have 8 extra laws, 8 extra stuff that the Congress talk about that may be related to industrial policy that's missing by us. Of course, we look into this one by one, and we discover they are in 100% of those cases, they refer to stories about congressional discussion that didn't, in the end, lead to a successful passage of a law. Okay, so if you want to focus on actual policies, arguably GTA simultaneously has missed a lot of true industrial policy laws, but may over-identify stuff that didn't turn out to be actual federal government policies. I going to conclude with stock price reactions. If you just apply standard event study methodology using stock prices, you can confirm that while we identify as industrial policy laws are also considered by financial market investors as very important in shifting resources. The point estimates are such that shows that in fact the stock price reaction are extremely big. Okay, I don't have time to explain how big that is. The noteworthy thing is if you can also compare stock price reaction to our industrial policy versus GTA industrial policy, the middle part is about those industrial policies they identify in our database but missed by GTA database. Stock market investors clearly believe these are important industrial policies that can shift the resource allocation, but missed by GTAs. Those actual policies identified by GTA, but not by us, financial market investors decided it's not important. So let me go to conclusion. We can also look at the real variables, which I don't have time to explain there. You can, for listed firms, you can know that actual hiring, revenue, profit, and so on. Our quota event study shows that those industry policies do shift resources, not just financial investors. Imagine the change in payoff. Actual payoff changed. Subsequent firm or sector level development confirms that these are important policy. All right, so this creates that conclusion. So what we do is to construct a new database on U.S. industrial policies, and we find U.S. has been very, very active in promulgating new industrial policies. On average, there are 5.4 new laws promulgating industrial policies a year, and 3.7 presidential orders promulgating new industrial policies a year. And those policies seems to have very powerful impact on the relative payoffs across sectors, as confirmed by stock market stock price reactions. Finally, our database is substantially more comprehensive as far as U.S. industrial policy is concerned, substantially more comprehensive than GTA database. Thank you very much.
Do you have any conjecture why, during most of that period, like from 1980 to at least 2010, the U.S. had a very strong position at like the IMF and the World Bank against industrial policies while it was practicing? Was this an attempt to take take advantage of these while it limited others? Was it a strategic policy?
It's an intriguing hypothesis. I do not know. But I also know in my class, yes, Joe and other people in this room know very well, United States is the country that invented industrial policy. So we know that US has no intellectual aversion to industrial policy, no historical or moral aversion. What US does not like is other countries' industrial policy, right? So that will be a possibility. Our political scientist colleagues can validate or falsify their hypothesis. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the afternoon after lunch sessions. We have two speakers in this particular session. The first one will be Palma Polyak from the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Societies in Cologne, another political scientist who will be talking about green industrial policy, multi-level governance, low road and high road strategies in Europe's battery rollout. So talking about some of the politics of that in terms of Europe. And then we will have Margarita Obolensky from Northwestern, who's going to be also talking about green stuff, but in a different sense. But these papers have in common that they are talking at some level about multi-level dynamics. Margarita will be talking about crop insurance, but at state level, things like that. So with that, I will give it to Palma. And as you've seen, the actual proper moderatorship time is done better, not by the moderators, but by Gabriela in the back.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizers, and thanks for having me. This really has been such an inspiring exchange. Now, the starting point of my work is that Europe is playing catch-up with China in battery manufacturing. At this point, actually, decarbonization, if that was our only goal, it would be both faster and cheaper if we imported batteries from China, because the installed cell manufacturing capacity looks like that chart over there. China is close to 3,000 gigawatt hours per year capacity, and Europe and the US is hovering around 200, trying to scale up to above 1,000 in the next 5 years. But really, there's a lot of talk about the global battery race in cell manufacturing. It's not a race. It's a blowout victory for China at this point, as you see. But Europe does not want to import batteries for 3 reasons. EU officials say that Chinese production standards do not meet our environmental ambition. We are, of course, concerned about losing our automotive industrial base, the backbone of manufacturing employment, famously. And we also want a piece of this high-growth industry. And finally, there are also geopolitical concerns about import dependence. So this is one of the sectors where Europe switched to a more active industrial policy, very unlike the European Union, actually, doing away with state aid restrictions and setting a target for domestic manufacturing capacity. But here comes the twist. The country that emerged as a champion of this EU-level commitment is Hungary, usually the spoiler of EU-level commitments, certainly when it comes to human rights and democracy. But in manufacturing batteries, Hungary did become a superpower. Korean and Chinese FDI has been flocking to the country. Currently, Hungary supports 1/4 of operational capacity in the EU and has the largest project pipeline. Now, these investments are heavily contested locally because of their devastating ecological impacts, first and foremost, from air and water pollution through the destruction of farmlands to excess water use in desertifying areas. And critics on the economic side also don't really buy that this will be such a growth engine. These are low value-added assembly line jobs. And yes, they are jobs, but the quality of these jobs in exchange for a lot of subsidy money seems very low. And the most bizarre part is that the EU wants to achieve strategic autonomy, so decrease geopolitical dependence, by relying on Chinese-owned factories fueled by Russian fossil fuels concentrated in an autocratic member states. So clearly there is a disconnect here that I wanted to look into. And meanwhile, what is also happening is that more high road, more ambitious strategies are faltering in Europe. You probably heard about the Northvolt bankruptcy in late 2024. So much promise going up in smoke. Even though they did aim for a more ambitious pathway with 100% renewables powered production, lower water use, they have a colder climate, so they need less water for cooling. So a smaller ecological footprint. And the plan was domestic ownership and higher domestic value capture. But what happened was that the project collapsed. The main buyer actually pivoted to Samsung, producing in Hungary. It's not the end of the story, by the way, for Northvolt. Lighten, a US firm, acquired the Northvolt assets a couple of months ago. It's still uncertain how that story is going to go, but it's not the end of it for sure. But in general, what we see as a pattern is that these domestic battery startups in Europe have a really hard time scaling up, go through this valley of death phase. There are also other domestic projects who canceled their plans or downsized them. And this is what prompted me to look at the rollout of the industry across the European Union, so zooming out from the Hungarian case, which I have been following the most closely, and ask why is it so difficult to keep green manufacturing rollout on a more ambitious, more high road level. And I built a data set of the EU cell manufacturing projects. I monitor very closely their status, their fiscal support that they receive, and I also do a risk assessment about these projects. And I also did 5 case studies into all the member states who have operational cell manufacturing capacities as of 2024. These are Poland, Hungary, Germany, France, and Sweden. And turning to the literature, one of the reasons, of course, for the low road is that we are trying to achieve multiple goals here, right? So the compromise is logical. If you think green industrial policy, just the phrase, if something is green and industrial, it already implies a compromise or a bargain, as Nils Kupzok and Jonas Stam put it. And the political economy literature reflects on that. The story is that we cannot pass climate policy. The political coalition is not large enough, so we enlarge the political coalition with factions of industry, the decarbonizable sectors, as Nils was saying, and with geopolitical hawks, so who are concerned about the geoeconomic race with China. And this is exactly what happened in the EU as well. These motivations really gave a boost to this clean tech rollout and industrial policy in general. But then again, what happens if these aims come to conflict? Who sets the priorities? What are these priorities? And who imposes coherence? I find that the EU level actually cannot impose coherence, and that will explain the pattern that I started out with. Because the way to do that would be either through subsidies or regulations, so sticks, carrots or sticks, and Brussels is constrained in both. In subsidies, the EU industrial policy turn mostly meant relaxing member state level state aid restrictions, which were really strict to protect the level playing field in the EU. relaxed those, but those were on the member state level. And the EU itself still only has a budget that amounts to about 1% of its GDP. And when it comes to the regulatory side, regulatory power is something that the EU does have in abundance, but we know from important research by Daniel Kellerman and Tommaso Pavone that there is an enforcement crisis in the European Union. The European Commission, so the main executive, has a decreasing political willingness to enforce common standards. The way they would do that, first of all, they rely on member states to monitor and enforce. But the way to actually enforce EU standards would be taking member states to court. And what we see in the data is that the number of these court cases, these infringement procedures, plummeted in recent years. So it's a problem with the enforcement of standards. Yeah.
Is there also a problem of overregulation in the EU that complicates matters?
I'm very skeptical with the, this like over-regulation when it comes to a sector that produces these outcomes. I mean, I wouldn't say that this is a problem in this particular case.
So I'm always a little confused by this language of low road and high road. And it seems to me that the high road is asking for things that are, not privately optimal from the perspective of the firms. You want them to pay higher wages. You want them to invest in, reducing emissions. So is it a puzzle that we don't have high road, or is the puzzle just that the government isn't willing to pay enough subsidies to keep that going in perpetuity?
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm getting at as I get to the analytical framework that I try to build up. There are very clear conflicts here, both between these goals, both within these goals, both across the member states. My point here is that there is no level on the EU level or Brussels level that can impose coherence or solve these conflicts. So what's happening is that these trade-offs are not resolved at the center. They are displaced onto member states and onto firms, as you were rightly saying, who will follow their own incentives, and the low road is a logical outcome of that. But we are talking about a multi-level polity that is known for being the regulator juggernaut. So why can't the EU really not? If the EU cannot do this, then really can anyone? So that's I think there's still a puzzle here. But yeah, you're onto something. But first, so what exactly are these trade-offs that need to be governed? And the easiest way to capture that is through a trilemma. We like trilemmas, the Roderick fan base in this room especially. So from climate neutrality, industrial competitiveness, and strategic autonomy, so the three aims, you can really only achieve two at best. At this point, it's close to impossible to do clean tech expansion without China, with that level of technological dominance in China, and still remain competitive. Or if we want to reduce dependence on China and remain competitive, then walking back on the green goals seems necessary, and so on. But I think the trilemma is still an oversimplification, because there are trade-offs not only between these policy goals, but also within these policy goals, because these are not singular aims. These are clusters of sub-goals, and they contain these nested trade-offs that multiply as we try to operationalize these goals. And instead of a triangle, I think we're closer to a fractal geometry of compromises here. Now, what are the nested trade-offs? In climate, there seems to be a trade-off between fast rollout of clean tech and ecological integrity. It is linked to the well-known tension between climate justice and environmental justice that is theorized by extractivism scholars, like Thierry of Uncos. Green electromobility creates sacrifice zones, lithium mines in Latin America, cobalt mines in Central Africa. I have a paper on lithium mining in Serbia with similar dynamics. And I find that it's not only on the extractive frontier, but also in this clean tech manufacturing that we see this dynamic. Now, in industry, it's also a very difficult trade-off. We have a late development dilemma, basically, at our hand, very similar to the one that East Asia faced. Now in reverse, the tables have turned. The question is, do we want jobs and output now? Because the fastest way to get those jobs, get those output, is to do via FDI, and FDI without strings attached, really. But in a single market, this can actually undermine this fostering of domestic champions that the EU also wants to do. And it also undermines higher value capture later on. In strategic autonomy, this is the vaguest of all the goals. There is this interesting trade-off. Europe can secure less remote producers, so basically hedging against the shipping crisis in the Suez Canal, but these will then be Chinese-owned. So if there's a geopolitical fallout with China, we're not much better off. And a big picture here is that the literature talks about a geopolitical turn in Europe. I actually see the opposite. In Europe, many important players, including Germany and Germany's mighty firms, are singularly inattentive to these geopolitical concerns, and really just do not subscribe to this point of view that that we need to care about this deeper conceptualization of geopolitical risk at all. So yeah, this is what I call the high road and the low road, a minimalist path or a maximalist path. And there are risks to both. Of course, if we go the minimalist approach, then we run the risk of subverting these aims, so like not achieving any at the end, or even undermining them. And of course, if we want to go the more ambitious path, that there's a huge viability risk. We saw it with Northvolt, commercial viability, huge fiscal costs, and yeah, so both very risky. Now, how can we assess what the member states are doing? First, without the numbers, just an overview. For the 5 countries that have operational capacities now. I talked about Hungary already, the clearest case of the minimalist path. Poland similarly pursues a minimalist path, also, although less extreme. Poland has the dirtiest power grid, not only in the EU, but among the dirtiest in the world. It's actually more high emission than that of China, which is ironic, given the fact that one of the reasons the EU wants to CBAM away Chinese imports is that they don't meet our environmental standards. But what are our standards exactly here? And in terms of value capture, it is also an FDI-based model. The innovation spillovers, I think, are not as hopeless as in Hungary's case, because Poland is a larger country, it has a deeper domestic ecosystem, so spillovers can happen. And in strategic autonomy, actually, Poland is very different from Hungary. It is one of the most hawkish EU member states, aligned more with the EU, with the US security posture. But still, they don't have domestic capacity, would be the ultimate shield geopolitically. Now, Germany is a very interesting mixed case, I would say. The rollout is slow, and the Chinese firm CATL is anchoring it. Germany also has a power sector. There is high emission still. But Germany also has domestic players, PowerCo of Volkswagen in cell manufacturing, but also smaller firms. If we have just a region that is there's just a high-tech manufacturing region in Germany, then of course these hopes that these innovation spillovers from this FDI can happen are of course much larger. And in terms of autonomy, Germany has some hedging with domestic capacity, but Germany is also very clearly exposed not only to China, but inputs concentrated in Hungary, actually, which I would also categorize as a geopolitical risk. Viktor Orbán has a demonstrated propensity to use any leverage for blackmail. So, you know, that much concentration doesn't seem very smart. And then we have France. France is, in fact, the only case of a consistent developmentalist, domestic champion-based strategy. Surprising exactly nobody, by the way, that the French prioritize batteries made in France and very willing to invest a lot in it. They are open to FDI, but they are also the only case where we have an explicit technology transfer in exchange for a subsidy deal. So they were the only one who tried to navigate this dilemma in this way. They also have a cleaner power sector in terms of emission, nuclear space. And their domestic champions, as opposed to Northvolt, are still standing. We also see geopolitical hedging in the French case. Chinese FDI is present, but it is balanced out. We see a Taiwanese firm and of course the domestic players. And then we have Sweden, which I term a defunct maximalist. So big ambitions, but defunct with Northvolt's collapse. So all in all, in the numbers, we see that minimalist paths are dominant, and even more so if we look at who has more capacity. These are the operational gigafactories as of 2024. And yeah, these are foreign headquarters, except for the French. Now, looking at the capacities planned by 2030, again, the investment pipeline is FDI-based. What you see there with the colors is the headquarters. And yeah, so we've got domestic capacities, the dark blue one in France and to a lesser extent in Germany. And you see that Chinese projects are also heavily present. So I think this is the big transatlantic divide, that the US has this political effort to keep Chinese FDI out. Europe does not subscribe to this point of view, and it is not just Hungary. The broader stance is shared by Germany, by Spain, by Portugal. Yes. What is important to mention, though, is that these projects are very volatile. They are getting announced, they break ground, they even start producing, but then they also get downsized or canceled in some cases. And as I said in the beginning, I assessed the risk profile of these projects, and what I find that the projects that are canceled are overwhelmingly domestic, and the projects that are online already are overwhelmingly foreign. So more domestic, the riskier. It is an infant industry, so no wonder. What I also find as a pattern is that project viability is very strongly linked to fiscal support. I would be even brave enough to say that this is causal, simply because the companies themselves often say that we canceled this project because we did not have a subsidy deal. So it's important, and yeah, it's the high risk projects have lower fiscal support. Not only fiscal support, but uptake guarantees are really important. Does the project have anchor contracts, so these long-term purchase agreements with automotive firms? And the pattern I find here is that Europe's battery champions that are still standing, there are three of them, Verkor, ACC, and PowerCo. They're all linked to car makers, Renault, the ACC, Peugeot Group, and then Volkswagen, respectively. And what connects these car makers is that all of them have not only strong state ties, but state ownership. So it just allows for a more patient investment strategy, I think. Of course, there are three cases, so it's just a hint at this point. But I just really don't see, Renault, where the state has a 15% stake, saying to Verkor, the local battery champion, that we pivot to China instead, because this is exactly what happened with BMW, who did abandon Northvolt, which sealed the fate of that company. So yeah, I said fiscal support is crucial. So let's see how much subsidies do these projects receive. One takeaway is that there's a lot of subsidy money flowing into not only domestic but foreign projects, and tech transfer requirements only appear in France. France, by the way, is the largest nominal spender, even though EU budget disciplinarians are breathing down their necks. So this variance is not really explained by either fiscal space or core periphery status. This is more strategy and ideology that we see here. And I think there's a really interesting question here that came up multiple times yesterday too. Are these subsidies actually needed for these projects to happen and to take off? So for the domestic project, as I was arguing, they do seem necessary so that they make it through this valley of death and scale up. But for foreign firms, I'm much more skeptical. So it rather seems like a subsidy race between the member states. And yeah, you also see Hungary, a class of its own as a proportion of GDP. So if someone is wondering why all these gigafactory projects flock to Hungary, that is one of the main reasons. So yeah, summing up, There is a systematic bias towards low-road strategies. There are more ambitious pathways. They do exist, but they do face commercial and execution challenges. They're really daunting, especially because they are undermined by generously subsidized foreign competitors within the same single market. So the low road is really the logical outcome of that. And for the minimalist pathways, they do speed up the rollout, but they also involve risks and exploitative practices as well. And finally, I wanted to draw up some policy implications because, as I said, the EU is a multi-level polity which could overcome a lot of these problems and actually force the rollout onto a more ambitious pathway. What the EU would need to do that is to regulate the life cycle carbon thresholds of these batteries. It could even do more and regulate ecological stress more broadly. And of course, enforcing existing EU laws would already go a long way. The development trade-off is more difficult, but there as well, I mean, an important step would be to stop subsidizing both the domestic or European champions and their foreign competitors within the same single market. That's very clearly incoherent. So like an EU level subsidy governance would be better in this case. And in geopolitics, neither these US-style blanket China bans nor unconditional openness seems the optimal path, but China really showed the way with being open to FDI while also enforcing tech transfer requirements. And yes, what is interesting is that the political will at this point is missing clearly from the EU level. Of course, this can be explained by the entanglement of a key industry and the sheer urgency of this rollout. But I think what could bring a change of course is that if France or the Nordics, who do strive for more ambitious pathways, they would say, hey, that actually hurts our interests. We are not at this point yet. And this is what I wanted to finish with. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks a lot, Pamela. The question I had was, you have these 5 countries and they've chosen different sort of strategies, minimalist to maximalist. Is the problem, you point to the problem being sort of how much patient capital you have versus the projects that failed, Northvolt being this horrendous example, 8 years of policy support from the European Investment Bank, foreign banks, just everybody, the good and great, tried to support a European battery champion, and it fails. And the story that you say is, well, they didn't have a patient capital, and they didn't have a domestic off-taker. Is that the story that, like, what is your analysis of what went wrong with Northvolt? Because my understanding is the failure of Northvolt is sending a chilling effect on all battery investments in Europe. That's at least how it's being interpreted on the industry side. That if Europe tried to give a huge amount of support to one battery champion and that fails, then there's no hope for other things. But what you're presenting is a much more complicated picture, so I really want to understand what your analysis of what went wrong with Northvolt.
Do we collect or do I? Yeah. So it is a very complicated story, and I'm not directly analyzing why Northvolt went bust. Actually, I'm more looking at the outcomes and see is it high road, is it low road? So my understanding of the case is that they just scaled up too fast. This is also what the French are saying, that we're not going to try not to repeat this mistake. But when it comes to the patient capital, it really, what sealed the fate of that company was, of course, the buyers. BMW is one of the largest ones, simply saying, yeah, we have alternatives, we can just pivot to them. And why I see, a more optimistic future for Verkor, the French startup, I just don't see that happening in the French case. Now, is it good or bad? That's a different question. It can be that this is just throwing good money after bad, but I think this patient capital story here does make does make a difference. But when it comes to the individual projects' fate, that is a complicated story.
Palma, I just wanted to understand better your second bullet point here about development, where it says stop subsidizing both champions in the foreign, meaning only subsidize national champions or only subsidize champions. That seems, given like the experience of Northvolt, it seems sort of channeling subsidies a little bit too much. No?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm pointing out here is that if we try to nurture this infant industry and want a domestic battery industry in Europe, then being in the same single market with these generously subsidized Chinese companies is just incoherent. So again, either choose one or the other. Either give up on the infant industry path, but doing the two together is incoherent. And as I said, I'm also skeptical with the need to give these Chinese companies subsidies in the first place, because these Chinese companies actually want to go to Europe. They are facing a very cutthroat competition at home and low profit margins. So it really seems to be that what EU member states are doing at this point is a subsidy race. They want to grab this investment and so that they come to like one specific member state. But from a broader European perspective, this seems to be suboptimal.
Reflect a little bit on the US in this context, because there seem to be parallels here with the Midwestern unionized car battery manufacturing places that open up in the Midwest and Michigan, and then we have the Sunbelt industry states and not unionized, lower pay. And I wondered if there are any lessons to be learned here, or is this just kind of a deterministic story? The high road will fail, and unless France pulls up something that nobody expects, or do we have to kind of accept that catching up and kind of getting industry on board just means compromising on like social and regulatory standards that are in place? That's just part of the bargain if we want to decarbonize.
One more question and answer, and then time. Okay, so
yeah. So what exactly is the geopolitical risk for China? It's different than the simple diversification one. I mean, you don't want just one supplier. There are lots of suppliers. The political economy of Chinese industry, and especially of the battery industry, is such that there is they're not going to cut it off. The only reason the geopolitical risk arises is if they are not going to be pushed around. So what is the risk that Europe is concerned about? I don't see that. And this question of missing political will this missing political will totally disappear if the Ukraine war is stopped? Halts? Finish? Or is it because I don't see a direct, any analysis of risk vis-a-vis China, I don't see the risk.
Thanks. Excellent questions. So if you leave it to the firms, then yes, this is a deterministic story of a low road strategies, as the first question alluded to. But there is such a thing as federal regulations in the US, certainly, and even in the EU. I mean, it's a possibility that you say, we want this industry, we want domestic champions, we want higher environmental ambitions, and we regulate our single market in a way that we uphold that and be consistent with our regulations. It is a possibility. I mean, the political climate in the US certainly does not seem very favorable for that. But the lesson, I believe, is that even though it is possible in a multi-level polity to do that, it's very difficult, because if you leave it to the states in the US case and the firms, then the low road is the outcome. And when it comes to the geopolitical risk, so my point was exactly that Europe is not concerned about geopolitical risk. I mean, there's a big difference with the United States, where across the political spectrum, not even the geopolitical risk, as I understand it, but more like the competition with China, and that's why these federal entities of concern regulations and No Goshen Act type of political initiatives arise in the US. In Europe, that's not the case. What we do see, though, in the French case is exactly as you were saying, some hedging is just because there can be, scenarios where there is a geopolitical fallout with China. Europe just went through quite an important lesson with its reliance on Russian gas there as well. The problem wasn't that Russian gas was far away. The problem was that Russian gas was concentrated in the hands of a hostile actor. If a fallout like that were to happen with China, say China invades Taiwan and Europe is prompted to respond with sanctions, then it would be really, really difficult to sanction China if we are that exposed to China. So, I mean, that does not mean that the right response to that is a blanket ban. It's as I said, just doesn't seem possible or desirable. But some hedging, some more hedging than for instance, what the German firms seem to do, seem desirable. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Ukraine war, I mean that's it's very difficult to say, but of course, I mean, the whole efforts to seize strategic minerals in Ukraine, of course, like very much play into this. Okay.
Why is China, the risk against China may disappear? That's what I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't say.
So, okay, and on that, we are at time. We have Marguerite, you want to come up? So the next speaker is Marguerite Obolensky. So, sorry, thank you. Sorry.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me and for including my paper on the program. So here I'm going to be concerned with the dynamic effects of some of the US policy and specifically looking into the very specific context of the crop insurance program. And so to give you some motivation, so today all the climate models project that extreme weather event will increase both in frequency and in severity, and they do so under even moderate warming scenarios. And so what that means is that an increasing share of economic activity is at risk, and therefore adaptation is really key to shield this economic activity from this growing risk. In parallel to these warming trends, governments have increasingly stepped in to facilitate the provision of insurance. And usually these government interventions take the form of subsidies to premiums, to the price of insurance. And we see examples of these subsidies in the flood insurance market, the wildfire insurance market, and crucially for this paper, the crop insurance market. So to give you an idea of the magnitude, in the US, upward of 85% of all cultivated land is insured against weather shocks by the US federal crop insurance program, and farmers receive subsidies to these premiums. In total, these subsidies amount to 30% of all agricultural subsidies disbursed by the US government, and that's about $5 to $10 billion annually. So these subsidies are very substantial. And there's a question of course, these subsidies will protect farmers' revenues in the short term, but they may also delay the adoption of adaptation strategy, which in the long term may translate into even higher damages of climate change. And so in this paper, I'm studying how to design these subsidies in order to trade off short-term protection of farmers and long-term adaptation, which is going to be in this paper via crop switching. So how do I answer this question? I start by combining data on daily gridded weather in the US, both historically as well as projection in the future, farmers' land use choices, as well as their crop insurance choices, and agricultural outputs. I then use this data to document some facts. So first, I find that crop switching is a viable adaptation strategy against climate change, but these switching are heavily influenced by the design of the insurance subsidies in the US. I then build a dynamic empirical framework of the US agricultural system that will endogenize farmers' crop insurance choices as well as their land use choices, and crop prices will result from the equilibrium of global agricultural markets. I then use this estimated model to, in combination with projection of climate between 2020 and 2050, to first quantify the effect of the status quo subsidies on US farmers' adaptation and on welfare. And finally, I will discuss the efficiency and feasibility of alternative targeting scenarios of these subsidies. So let me give you a preview of the results. So I find that the current subsidies, which are proportional to premiums, lead to overall welfare losses of about 2.8% of the total agricultural production in the US. And so while these subsidies improve farmers' surplus because they're a direct transfer to farmers, and they also benefit consumers because farmers enter, which puts downward pressure on prices, they also subsidize farmers more in place when they choose a riskier crop mix and when they choose to grow their crops in riskier areas. This increases the volatility of agricultural output, and these losses due to more volatile output contribute 5% to these overall welfare losses. I then study a simple alternative targeting design, which would be based on future climate risk trend. And I find that by doing so, we can reduce these efficiency losses. And so, for example, focusing on a budget neutral strategy, we could improve the welfare by 0.6 percentage points compared to the status quo of 2.8% losses. What do these subsidies do? They incentivize exit from these high climate risk areas, so think the south of the US, and I'll be more clear about what I mean there in the next few slides. And they also, and thereby improve the stability of agricultural production. However, because these are ultimately place-based policy, they result in vastly unequal distribution of government funds, which may lead to some political resistance. And I will then try to bound this issue by looking into how to target within US states instead of between US states. Yes.
Just trying to clarify on the headline numbers. So you're saying that the subsidies lead to welfare loss of 2.8%. It seems that we could increase welfare by 2.8% by stopping them, right?
Yes.
So how do you only get no additional cost? Welfare goes up 0.6 percentage points?
So it's going to be 2.2% losses when you target versus 2.8% when you don't target. I agree that in the model, nothing. So the only constraint for these subsidies is just a political constraint. And the way I'm modeling it is just by saying, we want a budget neutral solution. So the US reveals that they want to subsidize the farming $5 to $10 billion annually. How do we reallocate this money around in a way that might be welfare enhancing?
But would you be better off not giving any subsidies?
Yeah, we would be better off.
I see.
Yeah. Barring the political constraint. Okay, so let me just briefly mention the contributions of this paper. So first, I advance existing land use models by incorporating the role of insurance subsidies in land use decisions. So there's a very big sort of IO literature that does that. The second is that I find that policies that are designed without consideration for the dynamic and spatial complexities of climate change may distort incentives to adapt. And so in that, I contribute to the very large literature on adaptation to climate change and the fairly substantial literature on what are the limits to adaptation. Finally, I find that by spatially targeting these subsidies, we can incentivize agricultural adaptation at a higher level than under a laissez-faire approach. And so this contributes to the very small but growing literature on mandated adaptation strategies where the government might want to intervene to facilitate adaptation. Okay. So I'm now going to give you more background on the US federal crop insurance program. So as I said, this is a federal program that is administered by the Risk Management Agency. And this agency plays two major roles. The first one is that they regulate which products can be offered to farmers. So what is an insurance product? You should have in mind that it's the combination of an insurance plan. So farmers can choose to insure their yields, or their yields and prices, so their revenues. And then they can also choose a coverage level, so how much of these yields are insured. These coverages range from 50% to 85% in increment of 5%. So this is a relatively complete insurance market. And one of the features of this market is that if farmers grow multiple crops on their farms, they will have to purchase multiple products. So this partially motivates why in the modeling part of the paper, I will model farmers as making independent decisions over the different crops. The second major role that the risk management agency plays is that they will set premiums and they also subsidize these premiums for farmers. So what are the premiums? Before any subsidies, so the posted premiums are going to be equal to farmers' expected indemnities, and this is something that we can check in the data. We can see that on average, premiums, the sum of premiums is roughly equal to the sum of indemnities that's being disbursed. And then the subsidies are going to be proportional to premiums. And these subsidies are very substantial. Farmers pay only on average 40% of their premiums, and therefore the US government subsidizes at 60% of these premiums. I want to mention that this federal program is a public-private partnership, so there is a role for the private insurers. These are mostly doing the sort of last mile, and they are going to market the insurance product to farmers, but the set of products that they can sell is regulated and the premiums are not set by them. The other very important role that they play is that they will go and audit the farm if the farmer has claimed an indemnity. So this is all done to try to limit the sort of classic moral hazard story that you might have in mind, where a farmer purchases insurance and then stops applying fertilizers and all sorts of preventative measures. So the audits are there to limit that concern. So let me reiterate, under these status quo subsidies, farmers in riskier areas will receive larger premium subsidies just because their premiums are larger. And in the last debates over when we were discussing when to renew the Farm Bill, there were a lot of debates over whether this program was actually promoting climate-resilient agriculture, and there was a will to renegotiate. So the Farm Bill has not been passed. It's been expired since 2018, and we're still waiting for it to be renewed. Okay. So let me tell you what data I assemble. I assemble data on agricultural outcomes. This is at the county and crop level. This comes from the USDA and gives me information on farmers' yields, prices, and acres. And I collect this data for the 3 crops that I'm going to think about today, which are corn, soybean, and wheat, which are the major crops grown in the US. The second data set is a data set on crop insurance. This one is also available at the county and crop level, and it gives me the posted premiums for the different insurance products, the subsidies that are being disbursed, as well as enrollment, so market shares of each of these insurance products, and the resulting claims. The third major data set is a data set on land use. So this is a satellite product where each pixel is classified in the different land use covers. And this is only available from 2008 to present, but it's a very well-used data set now in the environmental economic literature, the cropland data layer. And finally, of course, I need information on the climate. Both for the historical period, I use PRISM, which gives me daily readings of temperature and precipitation. And then for the future, I use multiple climate models from NASA. And finally, I need country-to-country trade and acres in the rest of the world to calibrate the global agricultural model. I see your hand. Yes.
Yeah. What is the subsidies? What are they as a percentage of revenue?
They're going to be about 10% of the revenues. It kind of it varies, but it's on average 10%. Okay, so let me just first give you an idea of what climate change looks like over space in the US. And so here I take the data that I just showed you, mentioned the outputs from the climate models between 2020 and 2050 under a moderate warming scenario. And I plot the trend in the number of extreme degree days during the growing season between 2020 and 2050. And so the first thing to note, what is an extreme degree day? It's a measure of exposure to temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius, and it not only measures how much higher we are above 30 degrees Celsius, but also how long are we staying above 30 degrees Celsius. Or this is 86 Fahrenheit. I had to look it up. Okay, and so the first thing that you notice on this map is that every single county in the US is on a warming trend. So none of these are getting cooler. But the number of extreme degree days increases much faster in the southern half of the sample compared to the northern half. To give you an idea of the magnitude, an additional degree day per year means that we're doubling the number of extreme degree days by 2050. So it's a doubling between 2020 and 2050. It's not all about average exposure. Here on this map, I'm showing you the trend in the difficulty to predict weather when we are during the pre-planting season, when farmers are making their decision over which plant to grow and what insurance product to purchase, of the growing season number of extreme degree days. And you see similarly to the previous map that the counties in the southern half of the sample are getting increasingly more uncertain in terms of what the growing season is going to look like. This, of course, has an implication for farmers' willingness to pay for their insurance. Okay, but so farmers do not care per se about the weather. They care about how it translates into their revenues. And so here I'm going to try to understand what is the implications of these number of extreme degree days on farmers' yields. And so I'm regressing the log of yield of crop K in county M at time t on the number of extreme degree days in that same county with controls for precipitation and county fixed effect and year fixed effect. And I find, which is very standard in the literature, that one additional standard deviation of extreme degree days decreases corn and soybean yields by about 26%. And the effects on wheat are 10 times smaller and not even significant in this case. And so this suggests that corn and soybean are very heat sensitive. Wheat is much less, and so we might expect farmers to adopt wheat more and more as climate trends mean that the weather is warming. Yes?
MIT, they have a QJ paper where they look at the same issue, but they look at the innovation in seeds and how that moderates the response of yields to extreme heat. So you might want to look at that result and see if it adds anything to your story.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can say a few things about it. So the reason why I'm focusing on crop switching here and not on seed switching is mostly a data reason. So I'm measuring land use by a satellite, and satellites don't differentiate between a drought-resistant versus non-drought-resistant crop seed. A few things I can say is that there have been a lot of innovation in these seeds over time, and these have mostly focused on average yields. If you look, the drought-resistant gene have only been introduced in the US in the 2000s, and take-up is extremely low. So farmers only take up these seeds at about 3%. Only 3% of farmers have these seeds. And so it's even, if you believe that crop insurance might have an effect on this, the welfare estimates that I show you are sort of an understatement, right? There could be effects on this, and then even at the higher level on whether we innovate in these drought-resistant gene at all. Yeah. Okay, so soybean corn to wheat might be a viable adaptation strategy. And so as climate warms, we might expect farmers to switch quickly to wheat. However, this depends heavily on how easy it is to switch and whether there are frictions and costs to doing so. And so on this map, on this graph here, each cell represents the conditional choice probability of switching from, can I show something? No. So of choosing each of the actions on the x-axis when you are in one of the states on the y-axis, sorry, the x-axis on the y-axis. So for example, how do we read this graph? A farmer who've been previously growing corn in 2008 and 2009 will choose to remain in corn at a 56%. And so the main takeaway I want you to have on this graph is that crop rotations in the US are very common. We know that corn growers usually alternate between corn and soybean from year to year. And these are very stable patterns that exhibit very little year-to-year variation. So for example, a farmer who was previously growing soybean and then corn will choose to go back to soybean at a 75% rate, similar magnitudes for corn and soybean. So this suggests that there are strong path dependence that the model will need to accommodate. That being said, with climate trends, we might expect farmers to switch these patterns. And so to test this empirically, I implement a long difference approach where I compare the conditional source probabilities on average between 2011 and 2014 with the end of period conditional source probabilities between 2016 and 2019. And I regress the difference between these averages on the difference between the number of extreme degree days. And so here, identifications come from medium run shifts in the number of extreme degree days between counties. So it's a lot of cross-sectional variation that I'm using here. And I'm recovering, a beta coefficient for each of the different triples of crops. So I'm not going to show you 64 coefficients. But what I can tell you is that the median beta suggests that for 10 additional extreme degree days, the probability of choosing to remain in corn and soybean decreases by 1.3 percentage points, whereas it increases by 1 percentage point for wheat, and farmers choose to follow also increasingly. So this is sort of in line with what we've just with what I've just told you about corn and soybean being much more heat sensitive than wheat. And so then we can simulate. Yes, sorry.
The outcome is a given crop, or it's maintaining the rotation of crops.
So it's for
I mean,
every
K double prime is just it's just corn or soybeans, no?
So K double prime will be one of the four, and then K prime will be one of the four, and then K is also one of the four.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering whether you're not distinguishing between like permanently switching to soybeans versus doing another year of soy, just modifying the rotation pattern a little bit.
So there also is no, I'm not differentiating between these things. Yeah, I'm looking at the effect on every single one of these. So the probability of going corn, what happens when you increase the number of extreme degree day? And I find that on average, it decreases. So farmers choose less corn, but I have to think about how to implement what you're suggesting, which is, do they switch to wheat? So sort of zooming in permanently. Yeah, this is hard to measure, right? What is permanent? I'm already stretching the data quite a bit. I only have sort of 10 years of data, so I'm stretching the data quite a bit to even implement, 3-year histories. Okay, so I can then, with these estimates, I can then simulate the effect of a homogeneous increase of 10 extreme degree days in the US, which gives me numbers that might be more sort of palatable than 64 coefficients. And I find that they result in a decrease in acres of corn by 2.5%, similar for soybean, whereas wheat increases by 7.5%. So this represents roughly 1.6 million acres, which is fairly substantial. Okay. So let me just summarize the takeaways and give you the model implications. So I've shown you that this one is not working either. Oh, yeah. Have differential heat sensitivity, which suggests that crop switching is a viable adaptation strategy. However, crop choice exhibits strong path dependence, but I do find some evidence that farmers switch away from heat-sensitive crops when they are faced with warming climate trends. And finally, if you remember the background on the insurance subsidies, these insurance subsidies affect the relative profitability of differentially risky crops, which suggests that I will then build a model that incorporates the links between climate, premiums, and subsidies, insurance choice, and land use choices. So this is where I'm going now. And let me give you a sort of model overview. So in the model, farmers are going to be atomistic farmers, which means you could think of them as a pixel. And they're going to make independent decisions across their monocultured fields. The model is separated in 2 seasons. There's a pre-planting season, during which farmers form expectation over the upcoming growing season, weather, both locally and globally, which will determine yields and prices. The government will set the insurance premiums, and then farmers will make a sequence of 2 choices. They will choose first whether to grow anything, and if so, which crop to grow. And then they will choose whether to purchase insurance, and if so, which insurance product to purchase. During the growing season, local and global weather shocks realize, which pins down agricultural outputs, therefore pins down prices because global markets equilibrate. And finally, farmers get their revenues, and they potentially get some of their claims, insurance claims. So very briefly, I want to give you some more background on some more details on what I do exactly. So farmer I in County M who's growing crop K. So now I'm fixing the crop. I'm at the last step of the pre-planting season. Farmers must choose which insurance product to purchase. They have beliefs over their upcoming growing season revenues, which I'm going to summarize with this, their average as well as their variance. And again, these revenues are a function of crop prices, local yields, input costs, insurance J premiums, as well as the indemnities that you might receive under insurance J. And so farmers will then choose the insurance product J or going without insurance in order to maximize this indirect utility, which is a function of their beliefs. Very briefly, I want to mention two assumptions that I'm making here. The first one is that farmers who are located in the same county have the same beliefs over the upcoming growing season, so there is no within-county heterogeneity. And the second, which is pretty important, is that it boils down to a timing assumption, is that the epsilon term, so the error term of this model, was not known when farmers were previously making their choice over which crop to grow, which means that when they were making this decision, they only knew that they were going to make an optimal decision over their insurance product, but they didn't yet know which one they were going to buy. And so what that means is that when they do choose which crop to purchase, to plant, they will care about their expected profit, so the expectation of the maximum of this utility. And that's what makes the links between the crop demand side and now the crop choice side. So farmers here can choose among 4 actions. They can choose to grow corn, soybean, wheat, or to remain fallow. And they base this decision on the state space, which contains all of the inputs needed for them to form their expectation over their net revenues, as well as their own land use at T-1 and T-2. Farmers are going to be forward-looking, so they choose this their action in order to solve this very standard Bellman equation, where the per-period payoffs, the pi, depends on what they are deciding to plant. So there are some static profits. There is a crop-specific intercept, which is just capturing some common costs. There are the static profits that they get from their subsequent agricultural revenues, as well as optimal choice of insurance. And then very crucially, there are these switching costs that can be positive, so it goes both ways, that capture the rotation or the state dependence of the model. And so here I'm not saying that these necessarily are positive switching costs. There could be some rotation that are actually beneficial for farmers, and this is what I'm actually going to recover. Okay, I might skip estimation to show you the model, but so estimation follows the steps that I just showed you very closely. I estimate first the beliefs of farmers on upcoming growing season yields and revenues. I then estimate demand using variation coming from weather shocks and the dynamic crop choice that links land use histories with differences in land use histories with differences in payoffs between these two histories. Okay. So with the estimated model, I can then simulate the future of the US agricultural system in order first to quantify the effect of the status quo subsidies on adaptation and welfare. So first, somewhat expectedly, I find that the status quo subsidies flow to increasingly high-risk areas. So this graph here is showing you the change in government spending per acre by state over time, so between 2020 and 2050. And so first you see that because every single state is on an increasing climate risk trend, government spending per acre increases everywhere, but it increases much more in the light green states, which are represented on this map on the right, which are the states that are on a very steep climate risk trend compared to the dark green counties that are on a much shallower climate risk trend. And so what does that mean? The first thing is that it means that under the status quo subsidies, farmers remain active in risky areas for longer. So here I'm showing you the time series of the share of planted acres in risky areas under two scenarios. One where we have the status quo subsidies, that's the dark green line, and one where we remove the subsidies. And we see that there is this wedge that is created between these two lines. We suggest that the status quo subsidies are retaining farmers in these risky areas for longer. This is not the only consequence of these status quo subsidies. Under the status quo subsidies, farmers also make riskier crop choices. So here I'm showing you the change in acres between the status quo subsidy and the scenario without any subsidies. And you see that the status quo subsidies increase the acres into corn by about 4.5%, soybean by about 2.1%, and they decrease acres in wheat and in fallow. So there is entry and exit from the heat-resistant crop under the status quo subsidies. All of these lead me to estimate welfare losses of about 2.8%. And so then I ask, how can we design these insurance subsidies so that we better take into account the future of climate risk trend? And so what I do is fairly simple. I told you earlier that status quo subsidies are uniform across space. Here I'm saying, what if we were targeting differently the set of county in the dark green versus the light green? So we're targeting differently counties that are on different climate risk trends. So let me walk you through this graph. So here I'm showing you, as a function of government spending on the x-axis, the change in US welfare, and it's all normalized to the status quo subsidy. So I told you that the status quo subsidies lead us to lose 2.8% of welfare. This is what we see. So if we put government spending to zero, we removed all of the subsidies, we would get 2.8% welfare back. And so this dark green line here is showing you all of the possible allocation of government spending and welfare under uniform subsidy. But now what if we target? We get this dashed line, and the shaded area gives you the gains from targeting. So at any level of government spending, we get higher welfare when we target the subsidies based on future climate risk trend. And when we focus on budget neutral targeted strategy, we could improve welfare by 0.6 percentage point compared to the status quo. And 30% of these gains are coming from decreases in the volatility of agricultural output. So what are the mechanisms underlying these welfare gains? Well, these subsidies are place-based targeting, so farmers are still growing a risky crop. We're not targeting the crops, so farmers under the targeted scenario, which is in the light green here, are still growing a fairly similar crop mix as they were under the status quo. And importantly, they're not growing less crops, so we're not necessarily lowering production. However, what we are doing is we're shifting production towards less risky areas. So this is, again, the same graph as before, but now the light green is giving you the trend in the share of planted acres in risky areas under these targeted subsidies. And you see that there is this massive drop of farmers in essentially the south of the US. And so, of course, yes?
I know you're not thinking about this, but I was wondering how much of the status quo how much of the status quo is influenced by political lobbying?
A lot, I'm assuming. Yeah, and actually, so it sort of somewhat brings me to the next slide, which is that these targeted subsidies, of course, lead to very unequal distribution of subsidies across US states. So here, this graph is showing you the change in government spending between the targeted and the status quo subsidies. And you see that under the targeted subsidies, most US states are losers. And some lose actually a lot of virtually all of the government spending through the crop insurance, which we may think leads to political resistance. And so alternatively, in the paper, the details are in the paper, but we could target within US states, which is sometimes called block targeting. And I find that doing so greatly reduces the gains that we would get under unconstrained targeting. So under this sort of constrained targeting, we only achieve about 15% of what we can do under fully unconstrained targeting.
Can I ask a question about the previous? Does it imply a large movement of labor out of those states? If there is less production, that's a big deal.
No, absolutely. I think, so this is not something I model. It's completely outside of the model. Here, farmers, you should think of farmers are really it's the land, right? So we're just seeing land being fallow. It might imply very large movements of labor. This is not something that is captured in the welfare analysis that I do. But I agree that this is something that's important to think about. Yeah. Yes?
Is your targeted outcome just the same one as if you kept the same amount of subsidies and just converted that to a direct subsidy that was unconditional? So the only market failure is through the insurance market that in a private insurance market, the farmers would make the optimal.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is not in the paper yet, but in the next iteration of it, I want to understand how much welfare we would gain back by just giving sort of an unconditional cash transfer. So conditional on insuring yourself, but but not conditioned on your risk. So it's kind of an unconditional cash transfer and seeing what it means. My guess is that it will greatly reduce this distortion, this adaptation distortion, because this is entirely tied to the risk of farmers.
I mean, is there another market failure in your model that wouldn't lead them to match exactly when you did the direct subsidy?
You would still price premiums lower than the optimal, right? So if you gave them subsidies that are...
Why would the private market price the not efficiently priced?
But you would just, it's just a transfer to farmers, and then you would remove entirely the sort of adaptation distortion that I find,
Can you remind us, the insurance, how is it designed? Is it if your crop goes down, or is it related to characteristics of the area, or?
So the way it works is that premiums are farmer specific. So a farmer will go and report their histories of yields, and based on that, they will get a premium. And it also gives us an idea of what we should expect their yields to be. And then if it happens that their yields are lower than this, they can claim some indemnities.
But is it insurance, that history, is it related per crop, or... So it's for each crop that that farmer.
Yeah.
So just to pick up on what was said, if you had insurance that was related to the land and the variability of the risk associated with the land, you get rid of the.
You get rid of the crop.
You get rid of the distortion, and you would get a measure of, the intrinsic properties of the location, and that would eliminate the distortion in the choice, the moral hazard issue.
So it would. I think you're suggesting something slightly different. So here it was what Mark was suggesting was completely unconditional on where you are or what you're growing. What you're saying is you're still tying it to the land, and so I think what this would mean is that you would eliminate the distortion of the crop mix, so farmers would be fully
free.
So
there's always going to be a moral hazard. There would be a moral hazard, but if you made it land contingent as opposed to crop contingent, you could get rid of the moral hazard.
Yeah.
And
this is something that I'm currently running, and it's actually somewhat ironically, so there were direct subsidies in the US where if you were a farmer, you received just a pocket of money. That was completely deleted in 2014. And now I'm kind of saying, well, it might be better than doing this. And so I want to estimate the welfare effects of these subsidies. Yeah.
But not the total production of crops across states.
Yeah.
Would still be
disordered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would still retain some farmers in the South by doing what you're suggesting.
That's right, because you have a subsidy for being in the South that's larger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of. Yeah, probably, probably yes. Okay, but so with that, let me conclude. So protecting agriculture from weather shocks is an urgent challenge under climate change. And with this paper, I showed that the uniform subsidies make the system more vulnerable by keeping farmers in risky areas and encouraging riskier crop mixes. I find that by targeting the subsidies on future climate risk volatility, we could reduce the welfare losses without increasing necessarily government spending. However, by targeting these subsidies on location, we relocate funds unevenly across space, which might come with some political resistance. And so I have good avenues of future research to sort of try to alleviate that concern. But thank you so much for your attention.
Got a couple, yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Andrew in the back.
So if I remember, you said these are public-private partnerships, and I'm wondering to what degree is there variation in the organization and capacity and discretion of the partners, and does that affect what happens on the ground between Washington and the farmers?
Take both questions and then answer them, because that's where we're sort of at on time. Go ahead, please.
So if land markets are working efficiently, land prices should also reflect, these adjustment farmers can make. So these subsidies are distorting that as well, or like if buyers assume that subsidies are temporary and they will not, stay for a long time. So farmers, if they can make some adjustment to, their land, and which will then reflect in the land market. So can you make a comment on that? Like how should we think about that?
Yeah, so this is not something I'm modeling here. I'm sort of modeling farmers are just renting their land, and I'm not modeling, the owners of the land. It's very possible that these subsidies are capitalized somehow in land prices, but I need to think more about what that means in terms of welfare. I don't have a good, I don't want to go on a limb here. And so on the public-private partnership, so there's also not very good data on what the private insurers are doing. What I know is that, so they're heavily regulated, right? They don't have discretion on what type of product they can offer farmers, nor on premiums. And when you look across space, so the way this was divided was in the 90s, the US government brought 5 or 10 private insurers, and they divvied up the US, and so there's no local competition for these insurers. And when you look at take-up across space, it's mostly explained by the sort of what you expect the weather to be, rather than really there's no sort of insurer fixed effect to the extent I can see. So not so much, but it's an open question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go, please. Here.
I just want to follow up on the question about land rents, because if you were, say, a big industrial farm, and you were trying to decide where to produce, and you were renting land, and if all of what, if the subsidies are all capitalized in the land value, it isn't quite clear to me. To what extent all of this distorts the production pattern, because the cost of land has adjusted.
Yeah.
And so the land issue, I'm not sure, can be separated from the allocation issue.
No, I think that's right. And I think if everything was fully capitalized in the input costs, then I wouldn't find any distortion, right? So the fact that I find some distortion means that it's not fully capitalized, but I don't know to what extent it is. And I would need some very granular, the input cost data. In general, farming data in the US is very hard to come by, and input cost is particularly difficult. So, yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So as a reminder to those who are this morning, and as news to those who were not here this morning, there's a change in the next panel. So you get a 15-minute break now. But if you're coming here to see Jesse Jenkins, Kate Gordon, or Jonas Nam, Jesse Jenkins had a childcare emergency, and Kate Gordon and Jonas Nam have had planes canceled. So what we are doing instead is, Steve Herzenberg is, however, here. We're going to do a panel, so get ready to actually, so that's the bad news. The good news is there's going to be more space for the audience. So we have Sue Helper and Steve Herzenberg with Andrew moderating. We will do an hour or so where the idea is we have a couple of PhDs who worked in the public sector, and they will talk a bit about their experience and read academic, their experience using academic literature, like what do they do with all of this stuff in actually making policy. They'll keep it relatively short, and then we'll have a conversation. We'll have a hard stop at 4:15 on that, because then we will have a break, and then Joe and Rokana will talk, and Rokana has a hard stop at 6. So go get some coffee and think about that question, because we don't want to make Sue and Steve talk all of a sudden for an hour without a ton of preparation. So, okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Welcome back, everybody. It's my pleasure to moderate the penultimate session, where we have Sue Helper of Case Western, and formerly of the Obama and Biden administrations, and Steve Herzenberg of Keystone Research in Pennsylvania, to talk about their experiences in industrial policymaking. And I'll turn it over to Sue, and then we'll go to Steve.
Actually, on the fly, I put together some slides, which hopefully will take just a few minutes. What I wanted to do is kind of just describe the electric vehicle case, which is I've worked on the auto industry for a number of decades in my academic career, and then was thrust into policy, and we had also these very interesting papers. And I think that the key question I just wanted to talk about is all kinds of goals, and the Biden electric vehicle policy had some, but not infinite, domestic content requirements. So I just want to kind of describe the requirements, talk a little bit about why, both the theory and evidence base for those, but also the political economy base for them, and then have some lame thoughts at the end about improving linkage between academia and policy that Steve will do a much better job on. So why domestic content? I think the European battery paper by Professor Polyuk was really good on this. So I think one thing is the idea is that it's feasible. And part of this, I think, was different assumptions than some of the papers we had in the talk, which is that there's not a kind of inherent competitive advantage that Korea and China have. A lot of it is based on economies of scale and learning curve. We could do that. So not only feasible, but also desirable. The U.S. should not allow, to the extent that the Chinese competition is really based on exploitation of labor, no free labor unions, the environment, that we're kind of undercutting our own competitors, our own firms. Also, political reasons, the U.S. companies and unions thought about this, as Nils said. And then it promotes national security and innovation, particularly as a key source of demand for things like batteries and chips, but also older but still foundational technologies like machine tools, tooling, that kind of thing, forging, welding, stamping. Some empirical questions that we were faced with answering and kind of trying to design this policy that we had really not very great tools for answering. So one is kind of how fast could we move without stranding capital? So we had to learn something about, turnover policies for assembly plants and how often do they retool assembly plants anyway? How much dislocation would there be of workers? And so then this was a lot of granular stuff about, and going beyond this idea that, EVs have fewer parts, they must need fewer workers, which is not true. There is a lot of dislocation because of the change in the nature of the industry. There was also, I think, Professor Polyuk's paper also talked about this too, that the kind of assumptions about job quality, that these have to be crummy jobs. And I think that I'm much less worried about that than we're going to take high-quality engine jobs paying $30 an hour that were union and replace them with non-union battery jobs paying $16.50 an hour. And because in both for policy and some action by the union, the prevailing wage in batteries is in the high 20s, 30s, something like that. And as a result, they also have much greater duties. It's not a kind of fixed job description. And then kind of what do we want to do in the US? What do we want to do with allies? So what were the instruments? A key thing, and Danny and Roderick talked about this last year a lot, about the need for coordination, the lack of information. And so these simple things that you would think are all just cheap talk, actually I think had real implications. So there was a lot of work over the summer of 2021 to get automakers and unions together to agree that this goal of 40 to 50% EV sales in the US, and we didn't talk about where they would be made, but 40, 50% EV sales in the US, that was a feasible goal. And so that was a lot of coordination to make sure that the supply would be there, the workers would be there, the subsidy would be there. Then the IRA was passed, and it had all kinds of things in it. So it had this consumer tax credit, which was, actually, I guess I shouldn't describe these. These are the ones I'm going to describe. I'm going to describe a little bit more detail. So the consumer tax credit had these conditions on it. And so it was North American assembly, not just American assembly, and which was a change from some initial proposals, but it was held we had to do that because of our obligations under the free trade treaties with Canada and Mexico, niceties that the current administration doesn't pay attention to really. But it also was kind of adding labor to the climate coalition. Then there was a really interesting one. There's a bunch of things for battery production. Part of the consumer tax credit was that the batteries had to be made, and the upstream part, from non-foreign entities of concern. And so depending on how you defined this, so this was very important to Joe Manchin, in part because he thought he could kill the whole thing. So it was a very interesting, you had people who wanted this, including people who cared not at all about EVs. So a lot of granular work about what definition leaves in who, leaves out who, over what time horizon can we get investment in friendly countries. There was no conditions on other kinds of domestic content, even though the supply chain actually accounts for more than half of the employment. And some of that was just lack of awareness in the administration and kind of a refusal to listen to those of us who knew. Also the fact that this is an almost entirely non-union sector, so there were no labor advocates, and the firms are small and disorganized. As was mentioned in Felix's paper, there was this leasing that had none of these domestic content. And that was in there, kind of a coalition of folks, again, that there were people, the climate folks, who were worried that we would have no action on electric vehicles unless we were importing. And so this was a way of getting imports. And it was designed to go away. They had this great faith that battery costs were going to fall, which they didn't as fast as was thought. And some people just assumed, well, gee, nobody leases. It's not going to affect, kind of thinking not like about incentives, and if you pay people to lease, they'll lease. There were some retooling loans and grants. These were quite interesting and kind of get at some of what I see as our financial system really making it hard to compete in these areas of this real focus on short-term returns and financial metrics and not operational metrics. And so the very low-interest government T-bill loans that the legacy automakers could get was very valuable to them. Tesla didn't need it because they were darlings of Wall Street. There was a retooling grant program. Because it was a grant program, we could put in all kinds of conditions that, and I think this was actually quite helpful in creating this good battery sector. And we developed, and actually if Kate Gordon was here, she was one of the people who did this, a methodology around how do you measure and create labor and community benefits from these grants that are largely going to large companies. There was a subsidy for charging. So that's addressing consumers' range anxiety directly. Here was a case where there, in fact, was no trade-off. I actually did this research. I spent a bunch of time calling up battery company or charging companies. There was no slowdown because of these conditions in the availability of charging. I mean, Ezra Klein has a whole thing about why charging rollout was so slow. We can talk about that. But this is a case where we could actually have our cake and eat it to meet the climate goals and the domestic content goals. So then that's just kind of a description. I'm happy to go back and talk about any more of these if you want. I think it's still relevant to think about these policies. First of all, just in general, this is very complicated industrial policy, and what can we learn in general? But even for the US, there's long-term impacts of the IRA and lots of questions about, if you really think the only problem is catalytic investment, well, we did the catalyst for a couple years, maybe that's enough. And then there's some state level potential, and how do we think about these policies, assuming that there's future federal elections. So anyway, I think it's an important question, remains an important question. All that is to then get to this. And so I think there are some really key things that, and I think really understanding this financial issue, I think short-termism is too simple. Clearly, in some cases, we can invest long-term, even Tesla and Amazon are examples, but other cases, it's very hard for General Motors, for example, to invest now, even though they know that their future competitiveness is in the electric vehicle sector. We also have authors in the room of people who know about network failures as well as market failures, Andrew and Josh, and just how do we, this convening and overcoming these information issues is really important. How do we do a better job? I talked some about job quantity and job quality. There's a lot of talk about friendshoring, and the U.S. doesn't need to do all this in-house, but it's completely theoryless as far as I can tell. I really don't understand when we do it, when we don't do it. We had these papers on trade policy. I learned a ton about them and let Felix respond to, and I guess Mark left, but I thought it was really interesting to see this increasing sophistication of demand side, the theory and the measurement, and this really cool data about the second choice model and leasing versus buying. And I feel like the supply side, the theory is getting increasingly realistic. We have economies of scale, we have learning curves, we have supply chains, multi-step production, spillovers to other sectors, all these great things. But I can't think, that backing out costs based on assumptions about market structure, when you have very different strategies among firms and nations and views about discount rates, that didn't seem convincing to me. And I think there is actually data. And so one thing that we can do, I think, and just in terms of making these linkages more concrete, is think about how do we improve data, both just access to existing data, but also ability to collect more relevant data that, I think we as economists and social scientists have ideas about what kind of data should be collected. That's not always the same as the way engineers collect it. So I think that would be one kind of way to improve this. I also recommend, just as a guide to boost to research questions, if you have a chance to work in government, doesn't have to be federal, can be local or state. It's really valuable on a bunch of levels. But let's turn it over to Steve.
Cool. Okay. Got it. Thank you, Josh. Okay, I'm very sorry that Kate Gordon is not here, but I'm delighted that Sue Helper and Andrew Schrank have joined this panel. I want to thank Alina Jennings for printing out my remarks, and thank Sue and Josh Whitford for inviting me and inadvisably telling me I could talk about what I wanted. I've had about 10 years in Washington, D.C., followed by 30 years at a state-level progressive economic think tank in Pennsylvania. Both of those stints have included sort of periodic work or projects related to industrial policy. I want to reference Eric Verhoeven's call at the outset of this conference yesterday for attendees to be less polite. It reminds me of my daughter suggesting a couple of years ago that in my toast at her wedding in Devon, England, that I engage in a little light bullying. I said at the start of that toast, that's something I think I can do. I say now that less polite is something I think I can do. or at least I can be less blunt about the importance of academic industrial policy work, A, informing and connecting to policy on the ground, including at the state and local level, and B, making economic challenges on the ground one of the starting points for the topics of industrial policy research. One way to achieve these complementary goals is for academic industrial policy researchers to redouble their efforts to interact with and include in these gatherings policymakers and think tanks addressing economic and industrial development on the ground that will ensure that industrial policy researchers are not siloed in the academy. A step in that direction, I think, was the organizers' creation of this panel, however restructured. And I encourage you to double down on the impulse to create an industrial policy network that includes a rich intersection between the academy and industrial policy practice. That could lead organically to more of your research agenda coming from the challenges of promoting industrial development on the ground, and less of your research agenda coming from evaluation of only, at least from evaluation of what research will lead to peer-refereed academic articles. In the rest of my remarks, I'm going to highlight one key concrete way to connect to the world of policy, and I will then talk briefly about the manufacturing initiatives of the four-state Reimagine Appalachia project covering Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky that Keystone Research Center helped catalyze in 2020, and to list some of the research needs on which we would love help from folks at this conference and in your networks. The one way I suggest you connect to the world of policy, and I'm sorry he stepped out of the room, is to emulate Professor Stiglitz. He, the Roosevelt Institute, and others produced a book called Rewriting the Rules of the American Economy, an Agenda for Growth and Shared Prosperity, released November 2nd, 2015. Project 2017, as it were, which became Project 2021. This book made a lot of economic research more accessible for policymakers. The Stiglitz Rewriting the Rules book was complemented in 2020 by a federal recruitment effort by the Roosevelt Institute and other nonprofits and progressive stakeholders in Washington, D.C., including the AFL-CIO. That project mapped critical second and third tier positions in the federal government and identified and matched experienced, committed professionals with those positions, folks such as Sue Helper and Kate Gordon. In stark contrast, my earlier experiences of Democratic executives staffing and administration started when I was employed at the U.S. Department of Labor in November 1992, when I learned that President Bill Clinton's first economic appointment was Larry Summers. That personal experience also includes President Obama making his first economic appointment, Larry Summers. And that personal experience also includes observing the staffing of the executive branch by 3 Democratic governors in Pennsylvania. Governor Rendell earned a B. He brought a bunch of pretty smart, experienced people from Philly. Governor Shapiro earned about a C. And my friend and former board member, Tom Wolfe, a PhD in political science from MIT, earned a D, except for my wife. Happy to elaborate on those stories, but I'm not going to do that now. My point with these comparisons is that the wisdom of President Biden's appointments into his administration was off the charts. The implication of this example, led by Professor Stiglitz, is that the book that this next year's conference gives rise to could be called Writing the Rules of a New American Industrial Policy, an Agenda for Making America Competitive Again. Your call for papers could require co-authorship of papers by someone in government and someone in academia. And you could ask your foundation backers to also fund the personnel project for the New American Industrial Policy. That would create a cohort of folks from the academy and from nonprofits like Keystone Research Center, and then have an effort to place those folks in local, state, and federal economic development agencies over the subsequent 5 years. This cohort in key industrial policy positions across the country could use the Agenda for Making America Competitive Again as their guidebook. 6 years later, you could produce a second book evaluating how well it worked. The personnel policy component of the U.S. Industrial Policy Project that I just outlined would be a tiny effort to address a key challenge of American industrial policy. That good? Is that on? Yeah. That's not on. I'll keep trying. turn them off and on. There you go. No? Wait a second. There we go. Okay. Okay. The personnel policy component of the U.S. industrial policy project that I just outlined would be a tiny effort to address a key challenge for American industrial policy identified by my brilliant former Office of Technology Administration colleague and co-author John Alec, The Emaciated State of Sectoral Expertise and Capacity in Government. Without significant capacity in government, it's hard to use industrial policy in a nuanced way to get to the high road in each industry. And the risks of incompetent or industry-captured and politicized industrial policy are inevitably greater. A few words about Reimagine Appalachia's manufacturing work and research needs. That four-state project combines extractive counties that have faced persistent poverty, mostly in West Virginia and Kentucky, with a larger number of manufacturing-intensive counties that thrived in the New Deal, think of southwestern Pennsylvania, or for that matter, Youngstown, Ohio, but that experienced a harrowing downward mobility in the 1980s. The economic travails of the region, also known as Trump country, profoundly shape its anger, its politics, and its affection for high-paid fossil fuel jobs today. In this context, Reimagine Appalachia has been trying to build a positive case and a story of hope that the region can revitalize using the transition to a clean economy and become a leader in parts of the sustainable manufacturing economy globally. We've documented on a public manufacturing storyboard, mostly with county level, state level, and four-state location quotients for three-digit manufacturing industries, that despite decades of policy and legislative malpractice when it comes to U.S. manufacturing, the region still has significant manufacturing strength. We've begun to drill down into the question of what industrial policies might help translate the region's continuing industrial strength into leadership in clean manufacturing. For example, does plastic strength provide a basis for leadership in bioplastics? Can the internal combustion engine vehicle supply chain make the transition to, or at least facilitate the growth of the electric vehicle supply chain? Can the north central Pennsylvania area near St. Mary's, the greatest concentration of powdered metals production in the globe, transition and thrive in the electric vehicle supply chain and a clean economy more broadly? Is the investment in several innovative battery plants in the region an opening to national and global leadership, capitalizing in some cases from rare earth minerals in coal ash? Can the forest and wood manufacturing in northeast Pennsylvania and southeast West Virginia become big players in the cross-laminated timber/mass wood industry? Related to this, is there any set of sectoral policies that could revitalize other value-added wood products in the region, including kitchen cabinets and furniture, rather than just shipping Pennsylvania's gorgeous hardwoods to China? Broadening beyond individual sectors, what does a real manufacturing work policy look like, as opposed to some mix of pretending wages in manufacturing are still a lot higher than other sectors, videos explaining to high school students that this is not your father's manufacturing sector, and wishing manufacturing apprenticeship would grow, but ignoring that the number of apprentices relative to employment remains stubbornly at 1/20th the level of the region's construction industry? Can some mix of branding in-region products and Buy Appalachia policies built into state and local procurement policies contribute to revitalizing regional manufacturing? I'm going to add, before I make a couple of closing comments, I'm going to add two more non-manufacturing industrial policy research questions we'd love help with. Can someone help us address the job quality in the ecotourism and recreational economy? I speculate that the elasticity of demand for services of this industry is likely low with respect to what frontline workers are paid at the kayak rental, the restaurant, the hotel, and the outdoor store. That hypothesis is based on the guess that frontline labor costs in the rural area are a small fraction of total trip costs. I would like a real economist to research and prove this, and then to help argue for the labor standards linked with subsidies to this industry. And the second and more recent, but really critical in rural areas, issue is what's the potential to grow the post-COVID professional service industry working from a distance in rural areas? Reimagine Appalachia is currently drafting what we call an Appalachian Manufacturing Action Plan, essentially a regional and industrial policy with 10 components, including Make It in Appalachia, identifying and strengthening clean industries, in which the region can compete, reuse, recycle it, and repurpose it, a circular economy component, redevelop it, transforming shuttered coal plants in the eco-industrial parks, decarbonize it, buy Appalachia, build with products made in Appalachia, work in Appalachia, so workforce policy, grow it in Appalachia, agriculture for bioplastics, invest it in Appalachia, financing, and then a sort of integrating policy platform at the end. We are doing this with one full-time person in small parts of about a dozen people's times. We would welcome help on specific industries and technologies and on the many different components of a comprehensive regional manufacturing policy. We also think that industrial policy research that starts with these concrete questions that we urgently need good answers to can make a positive difference, like the Embrapa research in Brazil that starts with local agricultural challenges and needs. And last, we think that research that starts with the questions that our project wants to answer can be perfectly suitable for producing high-quality, peer-refereed academic articles. Thank you.
So, is it working now? Yeah? Oh, good, it's back. So I've been asked to kick off the conversation with a couple of questions for these guys and then turn it over to you all. So here's my question or my reaction, not only to what you have said, but to the entire 2 days. We have heard, or in some cases given, a series of analyses of a variety of policies and programs in a number of countries, mostly quasi-experimental analyses. We've heard about producer and consumer subsidies in the United States. We've heard about venture capital at the EIF, marketing support in Denmark, export support in Argentina, R&D in Brazil, industrial zones in Turkey, a bunch of things in China, et cetera. We've paid less attention, albeit not no attention, to at least two things. One is the relationship among these different types of policies. To what extent are they substitutes or complements, right? Tariffs versus subsidies, or the fact that the CHIPS Act includes both producer subsidies and workforce development initiatives because the plants aren't going to work unless you've got workers to work in them and the workers need jobs. Substitutes, complements. And secondly, political economy considerations. Polya has talked about this, Nils has talked about this, but I'd say overall, it's gotten less attention than the sort of quasi-experimental analyses that we've paid a lot of attention to. And so my questions for you guys, Steve and Sue, are how do you take the lessons from these sorts of analyses and put them into practice in a world where you have to think not just about the discrete policy, but the ecosystem of policies and the entire industrial strategy portfolio? And those different discrete portions of the portfolio might be substitutes or complements. They relate to each other in different ways. They're not independent of each other, and also have political economy considerations that might not be the same in Pennsylvania as they are in central Turkey. And have you thought about that over the past 2 days? And if so, do you have reactions?
Well, my reaction is it helps to be embedded in the policy process. In our case, it's from the outside. But in the end, I think you need capacity in government. You need engaged stakeholders. If you're lucky, you've got labor, and management, and maybe at this point in history, you've got some environmentalists as well. So in the end, I feel like it's to design good policy. You have to bring folks with the knowledge into a conversation, and you have to orchestrate. In a way, it's a little bit like how Reimagine Appalachia designed its original blueprint. We were making recommendations, not actually designing industrial policy. But we had a bunch of convenings, virtual because of COVID. We assiduously reached out to our labor allies and a bunch of environmental allies. We drafted a blueprint. We shared it as a Google Doc. My colleague Amanda Woodrum made endless changes. She kept having to take out the vegan edition from Monroeville or modify it. But so in the end, between like the first convening in March and the release of that document in July, we got a whole bunch of stakeholders to agree on a way forward that would achieve environmental objectives and job quality objectives and racial justice and community benefit objectives, right? So, you know, I feel like that book that Chuck Sable's student who wrote about Justice Brandeis is also sort of that captured. It's a long time since I read the book, but that captured a particular process in the international trade administration or ITC. Anyway, it was sort of an argument about. It's a Sable student, so it's an argument. It was an argument about why mass production wasn't inevitable, and we could have had flexible specialization, but that was a requirement for each of Chuck's students. But what it described was a sectoral engagement process. So in the end, I feel like that, and that's hard to do, but that's my reaction.
Yeah, I guess I would say that the academic training actually helped in a couple of ways. I mean, one is, I was looking for complementarities and impacts of things, one policy on another, and it wasn't like, oh, here's this RCT, we got to do that and that only, that'll fix EVs. No, there was going to be a bunch. I learned a ton from convening, and I really was surprised, I have to say, by kind of how poor the information was, and that people were like throwing money at people, and the manufacturers didn't jump, partly because they didn't know, partly because they didn't trust, which is not crazy now. But also it helped me kind of interpret what I was hearing. I mean, so I guess, the manufacturing job quality thing. I mean, if I have to hear one more time about the only problem that we have in manufacturing is that our image is poor. And, it's a great, it just like, no, look at this. Look at the manufacturing wage premium and how it's decreased. Any other thing, if I want a Cadillac and I'm only willing to pay $10,000 for it, we don't say I have a Cadillac shortage. So I guess that was one kind of thing that helped me sort of interpret where people were coming. I guess I was impressed, I guess, by Juan Carlos. You're talking about the selection of people for the RCT, for the export promotion. And at first I was listening and I had my academic hat on. I was like, oh, he didn't get any results, that's why he's doing this. And then I realized, and talking to you later, that this is actually a key thing that policymakers need to understand is who is really eligible for what policy. And that actually comes out in your paper, Nathan, around the RCTs. I mean, I guess the way I think about it is, when we do randomized controlled trials in the medical space, we assume if we're testing a tuberculosis pill that everybody has TB in the group, right? We aren't, and whereas in industrial policy, we may have a region that's got an employment problem and another's got an innovation problem. We just treat them all with the same policy, and then we wonder why it doesn't work. So I think this kind of idea of tailoring and, so anyway, that's a second point. Then the last point I want to make is just about, I think the directions of effects are really important. We needed to understand more on magnitudes, but at least when we had the direction, we could know that we needed real answers on, for example, like the extent of stranded capital in the auto industry in the assembly plants.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up to maybe 3 questions at a time and then turn it back to the panelists. So are there people who have things to say? Let's go here. And then I think Joe afterward.
Joe, you can start. No, you go ahead. For Sue, do you really believe that basically a question, the premise, that the source of the Chinese competitiveness in EVs or even in many others is really exploitation of labor, or because they're not able to organize, or because of wages, or is it something else? Because if so, then if you're talking about wages, then you should forget about friendshoring. I mean, forget all about comparative advantage, forget all the economics you have. You should forget, anything to do with developing countries. Secondly, in labor conditions, if you want to look at Chinese EVs, look at the wages there in that sector, and work conditions in that sector compared to other sectors. I'd say the Chinese are actually in that sector doing better. So thirdly, if you take the logic of your argument, the Europeans can be telling the Americans, I mean, in fact, they say so, that the reason you're competitive is because the way you treat your workers, the way the organizing it. So I'm not quite sure that is. On the other hand, there's an elephant in the room which everybody sort of mentions it and then runs away from, which is the financial conditions, which is you always couch it in terms of financial frictions. But if you do a serious cost analysis, you find that the costs are incredibly sort of overwhelmed by the financial sector related costs. And that's the big problem, and nobody wants to talk. The rents are actually being captured. And I'll say in the EV industry, you can go to the semiconductors, Intel, anyone. And even in the so-called AI industry, and look at the Chinese versus here. The difference is how much of the rents are going to the financial sector versus, I'm not talking about other capitalist class. Owners should get certain return on the capital. But I think there's a real big distortion here which nobody seems to talk about.
Great. So let's go to Joe and then Juan Carlos and back to Sue and Steve.
Yeah, so I have two questions. One is a follow-up on Anupam's question, which is I think there is another set of comparative advantages that China has very strongly. They have more engineers. We work very hard to get a comparative advantage in MBAs who learn. There is an important study that showed what is the big thing about MBAs? How you suppress wages. So America is actually, we've trained people how to suppress wages. They focused on engineers and they just, secondly, they have a larger market. And with Trump showing domestic market really matters, you would say, well, having a larger domestic market is really important. Thirdly, they were forward-looking. They started talking about the importance of EVs 20 years ago. I was there when the premier talked to Ford and said, if you don't become electric within 5 years, you're out of here. And Ford paid no attention, and the other people in that meeting did pay attention to what the premier. So I think there are some intrinsic reasons why China has done better, and we shouldn't be really, it's not, I think the other things like subsidies are second order, and these are first order. I have a question for Steve, and it's related really partly to academia. Academia has long said that you shouldn't subsidize location. And so Appalachian policies have really been long criticized. And the argument for doing it, besides the politics that place-based politics have become really important, the other one is that there are location-specific public goods, networks, and I haven't seen any quantification of how you really, it's a good story, and I actually believe it, but I don't know how a policymaker is supposed to know how much place-based policy to do.
Carlos?
Hi. So in this conference, most of the emphasis was on subsidies. But there is another way of doing industrial policy, which is providing public inputs. And this provision, the problem is that they need to be coordinated. You mentioned coordination, you mentioned orchestrating, bringing together. And so in Latin America, we have tried a lot to do that with those kind of private public roundtables. The most famous are the ones in Peru by Piero Gessi, Mesas Ejecutivas. There were some, I've studied some successful experience in Colombia as well. I ran some of those in Argentina. And in Uruguay, there were some experiences. And there is, I think, some kind of share knowledge of how to run them effectively, what kind of issues you should do, you should avoid. But what we can figure out is how to make them sustainable over time. So it's usually the case that the administrations change and they are all these social capital is and gymnastics is destroyed. So my question to you is, you mentioned now that for the auto industry, there was some coordination and stuff. What is this, in your view, that kind of the way of organizing the state so that those coordination devices are effective but can be sustained over time?
Yeah, on China, I would never say that it's all exploitation. I think that's what makes China so fascinating, is it's both. And to me, there's two outcomes for that. One is, China can now afford to treat its workers better. I would also think that the U.S. can afford. I totally take the point about Europeans. And I left the conference yesterday to release a report about Hyundai's use of prison labor in Alabama. So I'm an equal opportunity critic here. What I think the implications are is, China can do better. We can do better. There's a bunch of stuff we can learn from China about consistent policy, about training engineers. I think I didn't raise the question about the financial sector as well as you did, but I feel like we bring in, the Biden administration, we brought in people from the financial sector, and it was a very awkward fit because we're now asking them to have a different set of clients and a different set of values. What are you maximizing here? I mean, I was actually asked that about. It's like, well, wait, I know how to tell you what's good for the shareholders, but now you're telling me this really complicated thing. I don't know. You want me to care about workers? I really don't know how to do that. So I think there's implications for our students. Do a better job with MBA. So that's that. So on China, I think let's learn from the good stuff. I feel like the bad stuff is ongoing, and it really does justify, 15% tariff going on forever, because I think they continue to gain that advantage. I totally think that we need a lot to think about this coordination stuff, and that's where our sociologists can help us. In the US government, there are these advisory committees that are longstanding and did actually survive, and they are, even though they're very scripted and they are useful, and I guess the other thing, there's a bunch of trade associations. I think Andrew told me were actually funded during the New Deal. I didn't know where they came from, but they're a great source of aggregating. It's the only way to really find out what small business thinks. So anyway, I think it's a great research agenda.
So on China, it just makes me think of my friend John Gallick's observations. China clearly has a lot more capacity in government when it comes to industrial policy. In terms of shouldn't subsidize place, I mean, I think there is a public goods argument. I mean, the Appalachian Regional Commission, right, created in the 60s, actually invested a lot more in infrastructure and education, and in the first actually 10 years, it was deep cuts that started under Carter. And then if you look at the numbers on the Appalachian Regional Commission, the average living standards compared to the rest of the country, the gap has closed tremendously. So to my mind, if you're investing more in the public goods of that region because it has less financial capacity itself, that seems like an economist should be okay with that. I don't know how to answer the question of how much, although I think the answer is not enough. And then, in terms of another argument is, I thought we were supposed to socialize the cost of transition, whether it's due to trade or due to the environment. I mean, you're the economist, but and we didn't socialize the costs. The people of this region, they paid the cost, and they're not happy about it. And now we got another transition. So we need to help them not pay more of that cost. and then I'm fine with the political part of it. I mean, the region is Trump country. The region is a stumbling block to addressing climate change in this country, which we all owe to our kids and our grandchildren. It's a stumbling block to globally, addressing climate change. The region is part of why Trump won. So I think this economic arguments and also I'm good with an aligned political argument. Let's see. In terms of sustainably investing in, I took Juan Carlos, you partly talk about public goods, but you also, I think we're talking about sector-specific learning. Okay, so part of my challenge is sector-specific public goods, and okay, I'm going to include and learning, and so here's, hey, we got the Rendell administration to restructure workforce development around investing in industry training partnerships called industry partnerships. We even got them, I got them to create a statewide healthcare sectoral council and manufacturing sectoral council, just copying some of the stuff that had gone on in Canada. We fought like hell and kept a little bit of that policy going in the next Republican administration. I still remember that policy started in 2003. 2010, we were lobbying for putting that industrial policy program in statute, which we ultimately got when we got it signed by the Republican governor after a press conference with 6 industry associations and me hiding behind a pillar. But I remember the testimony of a couple of the food processing manufacturers from a partnership in Northeast Pennsylvania that had stopped getting industry training money. But he was there to say they would rotate the meeting to go to another company. And these 2 folks were just poetic about the learning benefits of that, being in a room with someone else who's kept up at night by the same problems and that you learn from. So our field, I won't say your field, our field, all the stuff about sectoral policies, the agglomeration economies that we've all talked about, there's still not a single, at least in my view, powerful, distilled sectoral policy success story in which the government role is conceived of ahead of time, executed, and positively transforms the industry. Fine, Stanford is part of Silicon Valley. MIT and Harvard are part of, high tech there. But the stories we have seem like they're stories about after the fact you recognize the government investments that were critical to it. Now, again, hopefully someone's going to come up to me and say, hey, old man, you're out of touch with the research, and here's 6 examples, so please do. But when you're trying to argue at the state level for investing in industry partnerships, or we tried, and I had a Republican manufacturer who was a friend of mine, had a great Bill Clinton imitation, who at the same hearing about industry partnerships said, isn't your argument about workforce partnerships, isn't the same argument make sense for economic development and kind of innovation and learning about new technology? And I said, yes. So we need to collectively make the arguments and accumulate the case study and quantitative evidence, and I think we need to do better than we have.
We have a hard stop in about 8 minutes, but if there are a couple of more quick questions. In the back, I can't see who it is, but is that, yeah, Nils? Nils and Jared. Okay, so let's do Nils in here and then wrap it up. We can start over here and they got a mic front here.
Sorry. Yes, I was just thinking, given that sort of by nature, a lot of academic research is backward looking, how useful is it to policy which tends to be more forward looking?
I did want to say something, yeah. I sort of feel like we need to grapple with this question of like what activities are we going to promote? So, I mean, the consultation sounds great. Getting a bunch of people in the room to learn from each other is great. Often when I do that, when I've talked to people though, they, like taxes are too high, and I want benefits, and so it's no guarantee you're going to arrive at something smart that's actually going to affect decisions in a valuable way. And so I'm sort of groping for, I'd like more of a decision rule or an algorithm or something for arriving at what are the things, where do we want to be invested, what public goods, is it that we want, or what kind of, targeted subsidy or investment tax credit or whatever, what are the activities that we want to promote? And I'm not sure that we have that.
Yeah, I actually had quite a similar question, which was looking forward to potentially another democratic or more pro-industrial policy or more rational industrial policy administration. What would you say are the kind of the priorities you think where industrial policy should go in the United States? Doubling down on the IRA, bringing it back, what was just left? Or is there an entirely new vision for the United States in terms of industrial policy, focus on different sectors, focus on different technologies? Do you have any idea about where to go?
Well, okay, given time, I'm going to lay out something you guys can all, but I think one thing that could work is an idea that we should be focused on cheap electricity. We've got electricity prices are rising, data centers are pushing the costs on everybody else, so we could get wind and solar, which are cheaper, so we get more green, we get lower prices, we get some innovation and domestic manufacturing. And so then if we choose that, then there are, I think these private returns to time and collaboration are higher when there's something at stake. I mean, there's this kind of low-level collaboration that goes on, even in old manufacturing industries, and I think a low level of support for those. The industrial, the Precision Metal Forming Association does great work, and should be supported at some low level in the tens of thousands. But then if you have overarching industries that you choose, and we shouldn't back away from that, we should choose them. And then there's, I think, a real return to coordination if we're going to try to build up supply and demand together. And so then that would be the first choice. And we should look at it as where we've done that in the past successfully, so the backward.
Yeah, so we have to be backward-looking to help us be better at being forward-looking. What I mean by that is the backward-looking stuff, and again, I'm an institutionalist. I like qualitative research. I'm fine if there's some, statistical work that goes along with it. But the backward-looking is you're trying to expand the repertoire of possible policies and institutional arrangements that you're familiar with, and then you're going to creatively think about how can you adapt them to a new situation, and and that actually segues into. You're exactly right that the stakeholder convening is not, so what do you got? Oh, yeah, workers today do suck, don't they? Or taxes are too high, right? No. This is an orchestrated conversation, and if it's up to me, you've done research, some research ahead of time, basically to flesh out alternative futures for the goddamn industry. And then you're validating that, and you're trying to get the mix of employers and union folks and environmentalists, you're trying to get them to validate, okay, so this future here, where we have higher productivity and lower emissions and better quality jobs, and we're more inclusive, so we can actually do that together, right? So it's orchestration with a purpose, and that in turn gets me to the last answer, which is, the priority is not one sector. Every single sector, institutional research that I know, every single sector has variations in business strategy. They have the companies competing in the same product markets. One of my favorites is the nursing home industry, and that are good, or let me put it differently, that are okay, ugly, and break the mold in a positive way. But you see the same thing in the construction industry, which is partly correlated with union versus non-union, but not completely. There are some good non-union firms. So the data in manufacturing show wide dispersion of productivity within industry. So you're looking to intervene in each industry to orchestrate, orchestrate the definition of policies and other interventions that get you to a better future that works for everybody. And if that sounds a little French, I'm sorry.
Excellent. I think with 5 minutes left, we're done. Is that okay? Yeah. We do have a hard stop at 4:15. So,
I think what you have just said gives me an agenda to suggest to Eric and Joe. Perhaps what you might want to consider for your next is to have a panel or 2 panels where you take 3 or 4 I won't call case studies, that has a different connotation, but yeah, case studies of where industrial policy or sectoral policy has succeeded, broadly accepted, but has things which have gone wrong, and have a presentation on that, and then 2 people to challenge that. And I can give you 4 very clear examples, which are, you have to separate the myth from the actuality, but you may want to consider those. For example, in the mid-80s, I was told by my boss's boss that I was smoking something because I wrote a paper which said China will be a world-class manufacturer of machinery. And they said, you must be smoking because China will never be a world-class, mid-80s. Number 2, India's IT industry, which is weaknesses and it, but government has played a catalytic role. Korean steel industry, Brazil pro-alcohol. I'm more familiar with all these developing and emerging markets, but therefore I can give you one from Hungary, but something like that might be, I think, a suggestion to you.
Just to say, I mean, so there I'm thinking we're trying to, the trade-off that Steve mentioned between, like what's publishable, for the academics and what is, good for the world. And unfortunately, those things don't always line up. No, and so, but I agree that we should maybe raise the returns to doing this careful, descriptive, work. That's useful, even if it's not necessarily publishable in a top journal. But and so a community like ours could be something that places more value on something like that than a standard academic conference.
And I'll actually say another thing, which maybe I'll talk to you about after. Is another thing that we might do, and what we're doing here at some level is convening, right, and curating who's in the room a bit, and we can think differently. And there's trade-offs. They're always, you sort of think, like a thing I've thought about doing is actually having workshops, bringing in people at state level, think what we could do now, which is a different kind of, it's not just an audience, but a set of people and things like that, which I think might be of some value, which we can, but that's, smaller things where we're actually convening workshops of people, of academics and policymakers, which is not exactly the same thing as this. It's sort of this, but it's also papers, which is not quite the same thing. Yeah, there's another, something like that would be great, yeah.
Okay, so we're very honored to have Representative Ro Khanna here in conversation with Joe Stiglitz. We're going to have a relatively free-flowing discussion. Let me also say, before we forget, we'd like to thank Olena Jennings, Savannah Lucas, Gabriela Plump, Ola, I don't know, you have to tell us your last name at the end. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for your help with the conference. And a little round of applause, I guess, for them. So it's been great. Let's, without further ado, I'll just let you get started. So Ro Khanna is a leading thinker within the Democratic Party on these issues of industrial policy. And so we're very honored to have you here, and look forward to your thoughts.
Okay, and so this is just going to be a free-flowing conversation, and maybe I should just begin with a few comments about the conference that we've had over the last 2 days. It's been on industrial policy, with a remarkable amount of attention to IRA, the CHIPS Act, but also industrial policies in Europe, in Brazil, in other places. Some of us have been involved in industrial policy for decades at the World Bank, and so there's a little bit of attempt to see what are the lessons of the past are relevant to today. But I think what's striking about the papers that we've had is how strong the empirical evidence that these policies have actually worked. There are, the kinds of sophisticated econometrics that look at the effects on before and after the policies in counties where, places where they have them and where they don't, very careful analysis, I think has made a very persuasive case at the microeconomic level that a lot of these industrial policies have been really very effective. So that should make you feel good that the political support for these industrial policies now has, I think, a kind of empirical evidence that maybe it didn't have 5 or 10 years ago. It had evidence in time series and comparative country analysis. Countries that did it in East Asia did better, but it wasn't the kind of very strong statistical evidence that we have now. But as the closing session of this 2-day conference, we thought it would be interesting to get a little bit of a political angle on it and understanding of how people in Washington see this. Maybe as we go through our discussion, if you have suggestions about what we ought to do to give you better evidence or give better guidance of how to design, or as I'll say at the end, about the next administration, hopefully, that is serious about doing industrial policy right, what a better for designing industrial policies, directing industrial policies. And, Ro is from Silicon Valley, and I always think of Silicon Valley as really one of the maybe unintended, but success stories of industrial policy. It just didn't happen that this huge industry grew up in Silicon Valley. It was a result of, maybe my own prejudice, but of Stanford, Berkeley, and then some companies coming out there to interact, and it really was a real success case of that. So you've lived and some are living in perhaps the biggest success case of industrial policy. So I want to go back to the time the two important industrial policy bills were passed, the CHIPS Act and the IRA. What was the politics like? One of the things we had some discussion about was it took a long time to get the CHIPS Act passed, where our dependence on Taiwan was already very evident and been made even more evident by COVID-19. Why did it take so long? And then also the comments, a similar discussion of the IRA. What was the politics of getting that passed? Besides maybe some comments about Manchin. We've heard a little bit about him, but okay.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. A great honor to be here in conversation with Professor Stiglitz. I've borrowed his phrase of progressive capitalism and have been a great admirer of his work about how we make the economic system work for everyone. I was talking to a young person who had voted for Zohran Mamdani, and she said to me, the problem with capitalism is some of us don't have the capital. And it struck with me, but a lot of Professor Stiglitz's work has been tackling the challenges of economic inequality. When Trump won his election, I think that was a wake-up call to the governing class that places around America that had been hollowed out, that had faced deindustrialization, that had faced a lack of economic hope, did not feel part of modernity, that they were told to move, they were told to go get other jobs, and that this was not is something that they wanted as communities, and in many ways they felt abandoned. And so when President Biden came into office, he had a clear sense that we had to speak to rural America, factory towns, communities where there was a decline of economic hope, that we had to speak to people who were not going to have college degrees, but also had generations of doing things and building things and making things, and that we needed to do so in a way that was thoughtful and smart, that we weren't going to be able to manufacture everything in the United States, but there were areas where we needed a self-reliance, and that should coincide with bringing these jobs into communities that hadn't had them. And that was really the genesis for the CHIPS Act and the IRA. Now, why did it take so long? Well, for the longest time, there was a consensus, I think, since Reagan, that the government intervention in these areas was not economically smart, that we should let capital go where it should go. You had the Solyndra example under President Obama. People didn't talk about Tesla, but they talked about Solyndra's failure. And so there was a reluctance to be willing to have that kind of an investment in Congress. And it was really Trump breaking the mold, that saying that the free markets weren't working, that gave the opportunity to do things like targeted industrial policy. And then you had Ohio itself, the governor and others setting up the Ohio Fund, the Jobs Fund, where Ohio's government bought the land that Intel used for the chip plant. They basically subsidized it with Ohio tax dollars. And so you had both Republican governors and Democrats saying we needed to do something on industrial policy. Now, what were the challenges? The implementation was slow in some of these places. There was perhaps not enough thought into who would buy the product. So there was a large sense of how do we build the supply side, but not is Apple going to actually buy these chips, or who's going to buy these chips? Some of it was very high tech. So people wanted a steel plant, or they wanted a plant that they understood. They didn't necessarily think they were going to get the semiconductor plant. And the places that we had these things were not exactly small towns or rural communities. They were Columbus, next to Ohio State. So they were places that were already thriving within the state. So it didn't seem like it was affecting the smallest communities. I read in the paper just a few days ago that Logan, Ohio, today has a plant that's closing, the Tops paper plant. And Burlington, Iowa has a plant closing that makes construction. 200 jobs lost in each of those communities, hollowed out. One of the things that would be interesting for the economists here is to say, well, what can be done in a community like that when that happens? Should there be massive effort to have a national economic development project there? Should there be intervention before a plant goes out to see if there's a market failure and have some intervention or not? But the problem still stays with us. And so while President Biden, I think, made progress on chips, there was not the sufficient focus that we had on small towns, rural communities, deindustrialization. The second thing is that, and then I'll talk about IRA, is that there was a concern about the immediate. People want a stimulus check. They want their grocery bills to come down. They want child care. And industrial policy takes time. It's, Silicon Valley took decades. And so in a political environment, the president also didn't get as much credit as probably he or the White House thought they would get for this industrial policy. That, yes, it was slower in implementation, but it also was not a clear political win. And there are a lot of cross currents when you're having that kind of a policy. Do the people want to give up their land? Are you creating competition for small businesses there? Are you creating competition for STEM, where other businesses now are going to have to pay more? So the politics within communities is not always easy. And then how do you get the permitting, and how do you get the approvals, and how do you get labor on board? So I think the politics of it turned out to be more complicated. On the Inflation Reduction Act, I was involved, and many people were with Senator Manchin. He basically was the key vote on that bill, and to his credit, he voted for a significant package. But again, I would go into Western Pennsylvania and say, we're going to build new steel plants, and people would clap, and I'd say, and there are going to be hydrogen and clean, and they'd stop clapping. So the climate is become such a polarized issue that thinking about how we can talk about industrial policy that is not just climate-based, I think is important, though I share a lot of climate concerns. A final point before handing it back to you. I think we need broader than manufacturing as the approach to how do we revitalize these communities. Yes, we need manufacturing and industry, but we also have to look at the care economy, child care, elder care. We also need to look at universities and extension of universities and education. We also need to look at tech certifications, tech drone people who may do drones to measure roofs, or animators, or folks who are going to do surgical technicians or apply AI to small business. And I think that just the focus only on manufacturing did not come off as future-oriented enough in some of these communities.
Yeah, let me just agree very strongly. The fact is, as you know, manufacturing is less than 10%, 9% of GDP and of employment, and a 21st century economy is going to be a service sector economy, a R&D, knowledge-based economy, and there is actually a stronger argument for industrial policy in those sectors, including, by the way, construction, which is related to the living cost of housing. And the reason for that is in manufacturing, you have large enterprises, not all, but you have some, and therefore they can internalize, they can do R&D at scale. If you have small firms, which are the typical in the service sector and in construction, they can't do R&D. And in my mind, it really takes us back to the 19th century, where the major sector of the economy was agriculture, and the farm was too small to do R&D, and they didn't have the comparative advantage. And so the U.S. government and the Marullaz Act set up in 1863, set up the Agricultural Extension Service for a public good of producing knowledge and then transmitting it to each farmer.
What would be the modern analog of that?
So the modern analog would be in construction, doing exactly the same thing, having construction centers in various places in the world, doing R&D, new designs of housing, materials, construction methods, and then disseminating in an extension service. The same thing I would say is in a number of the service sector. Not banking, they have big enterprises, but in some of the smaller kinds of small enterprises, SMEs, and thinking about where there is more potential research that could, where the enterprises are too small to engage in the research, too many to really have a cooperative on their own, but the government can step in and actually provide that kind of R&D and extension services. So that seems to me really, and I would have felt more comfortable with some of these efforts, at least the rhetoric had moved away from manufacturing, which is very 19th century, early 20th, and towards where the structure of the 21st century economy is. One of the things that your remark about since Reagan, there's been a attitude against industrial policy. We have one very interesting paper which looked at the history of industrial policy and showed that actually it's been continuous since 1976. The data set only went back to basically that. And it went up and down. Carter was higher. It did go down a little bit under Reagan, but not a lot. And so there's been a disparity between the rhetoric and the reality. And I think that might be useful in you know, when we get that distilled to send it over, because I think it really does show that we've always engaged it, some of it through the Defense Department, but some of it Energy Department. It was a really interesting study that how pervasive it's been over the last 45, 50 years. I wanted to talk about both in the design of the policy and in the implementation, a couple questions. One of the things that was highlighted in the beginning of the IRA was there were going to be charging stations all over the country. And there were even notices that it was going forward, and then, except in a few places, it didn't happen. And we've had some discussion about it was Congress that was to blame, not the administration. Do you want to share your view about, are there lessons to be learned from that particular, I don't want to push too hard on that example, but one of the things is learn from the successes and learn from the failures, and that seems to be a failure.
It was. I mean, if you talk to Pete Buttigieg, he'll tell you it was how the bills were written. That apparently the goal was to get those electric charges by 2030 something, and it was not immediate, but that the communication of it was that, we were going to build these in an immediate way. There was also a lot of flexibility that was given to the states, and that may be something that needs to be looked at in terms of, is it the federal government that is going to determine at least the timeline and say, okay, you can determine where you want the chargers, but you've got to do it by this date on this implementation, not just a free-for-all in doing the states. And then a sense of the politics of this, that a president probably should not agree to a plan that calls for implementation in 2030 or 2032. I mean, the broadband, this was a problem. The ISP service providers delayed it to 2026. I mean, then they created all this checklist. That was not because the Biden administration wanted it. That was the internet service providers putting a lot of red tape into the bill to slow it down. And we accepted some of that on the Senate side as a price of passing the bill. But then at the end of the day, those things weren't going to get done but till 2026, 2027. President's running for re-election, or Kamala Harris in 2024, and people say, well, where's the broadband? And so I do think I'm not enough of a student of American history other than knowing that in the New Deal or other things, it seems more immediate, that there was a sense that things were actually getting done. And it's one challenge on non-manufacturing industrial policy in that people want the visual and they want the visible, tangible. And so that may be not a manufacturing factory. Maybe it's a trade school, maybe it's an extension, but there's got to be some vivid demonstration of something coming up in a community that makes people feel there's a difference, and it's got to be immediate. And I think those are the lessons, some of the lessons of the previous administration.
Yeah. So another aspect of implementation in any of these is that is sustainability. You pass a law and there's a good administration, but we're still in a democracy, and if you are in a democracy, it can change, and it did in that case. And there was a lot of discussion at the time that they had worked hard to make the IRA particularly Trump-proof. and it doesn't seem as if it's as Trump-proof as they thought. Do you want to comment?
Nothing in our country seems as Trump-proof as we thought. Other than if you offend the bond market, I guess that's the one thing you can't do. But I mean, many of those tax credits are still in place, but they're slated to expire in 2025, 2026. So I do think they spawned a large amount of investment, and I'm sure you've seen these charts. I mean, manufacturing investment really shot up under the Biden years. The investment that IRA and CHIPS had a major impact going higher, and I think it's had an impact. But the reality is that climate has become, unfortunately, so politicized. How we depoliticize it is a huge challenge. One is, of course, as the price of solar and wind and geothermal fall, it's an easier argument to make. And as our energy needs with AI data centers increase, it's an easier argument to make as people's electricity prices are going up. And we're the party saying we're for all of the above solutions. But I also think that we probably need to take an approach of not just labeling everyone who disagrees with us on climate as just anti-science, and though some are, but to say, look, people have different valuations of risk, of jobs, of what they think the immediacy of these goals are, of how much they are focused on their daily lives, and being able to connect these policies to their economic well-being is key. The president tried to do it; he just was not able to do it successfully at all times.
But did you expect that there would be this push to repeal the IRA provisions, the
Yes.
subsidies? What?
Yes. I mean, we didn't expect necessarily that we'd lose the House and the presidency. We thought we would have the House, even if we lost the presidency. But there's no doubt in my mind that if there was going to be a Republican trifecta, they would have gone after the IRA, because for them, the Affordable Care Act, because it's affiliated with Obama, and IRA are just two issues that they will repeal. They will fight to repeal them. This is why traditionally having bipartisan legislation is, of course, better, but it wasn't for a lack of effort. I mean, the president tried. He got it with chips and science. He got it with infrastructure. We were not able to get a single Republican vote on the IRA.
So in short, you don't think there was anything you could have done to make it more sustainable? That knowing that there might be a Republican president, making it so that it could survive a hostile presidency.
I mean, I think a lot of the jobs were created in red states. The jobs. In fact, there was criticism that these jobs weren't going into union states or states with union jobs. I suppose you could have tried to draft things more broadly as production manufacturing credits and not the climate part. But in my view, there's just an irrationality to the opposition to the development of renewable energy on their side. I mean, even put aside the climate, why wouldn't you want this new market in the United States as opposed to in China or other parts of the world? But there is not. I'm open to ideas, but I can't think of another way we could have designed it that you wouldn't have had the opposition in a trifecta the way we've had.
Could you have designed it, for instance, to be more focused on the purple states so that if they went after those jobs, there was a higher probability that they would lose seats and stakes, and therefore, if they did that, there would be bigger political consequences?
I mean, we probably should have focused some of the projects more on Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. I mean, a lot went to Georgia. I mean, you could make an argument that a lot of the benefits initially went down south to right-to-work states, that not enough came up to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin. I do think maybe that could have been one thing, both in terms of the politics of it and in terms of the durability. Though, Georgia is a fairly big swing state, and there were a lot of projects there. And some of the solar projects have been protected up till at least 2026, and some of the production tax credits have been protected till 2026. But on energy, it's a sad state for the country because there just is such Republican opposition to anything dealing with climate.
Yeah. So I want to switch to another aspect. The IRA and the CHIPS Act have, for the most part, very different ways of putting out money. One was through a tax credit, one was through allocation of money, grants. Do you want to talk about the rationale for those differences? Was there a lot of discussion in each of those two bills about design, whether there should have been, having more allocation on one and more credit on the other? How did it fall out in the way that it did, and to what extent was that thoughtful, or was it just the politics?
I think in retrospect, people feel the CHIPS Act, or at least I know some of the companies feel the CHIPS Act should have been more weighted towards the tax credits than the grants, and because the grants took almost a year to get out, and it was a huge challenge logistically. And why, they wanted some grant up front to compete with what they were getting in Europe and what they were getting in other countries, and that's why there was the initial grant. But I think that the two lessons of the CHIPS Act were that we should have probably had more heavy tax credits and should have had some tax credits or some assessment on buying what those chips that were being produced. That there was not enough thought about who was going to buy these chips if they were made in the United States. On IRA, the tax credits we had positive input about the solar tax credit, the production tax credit. These were things that were dramatically increased, that were extended, and there really wasn't much thought about doing the grants, especially given the Solyndra example and some of the examples in the past. There was a clear sense that, well, if you did it in a tax credit way, you're basically neutral. You're not having the government sit there picking a particular company. And with semiconductors, you have more of a sense of who the players are: TSMC and Intel and Samsung. In a case of new energy companies with startups, it's more logistically much more difficult. So I think the tax credit sense there made sense, and there was never really a debate about grants.
So one of the big disadvantages of the tax credit is that they're open-ended, and we don't know fully what the cost. I mean, partly because they may be terminated, but if they had continued, there were estimates that came out that the IRA tax credits had been estimated at $350 billion, and then I think Goldman Sachs came out with $1 trillion and $1.5 trillion. I guess, was there anxiety in the Congress about an open-ended subsidy like that? And do you have any feelings about, that? Yeah, I don't want to say blank check. I understand the strong argument having self-selection rather than the government selecting. That's I think a strong argument. But the other side is the open-endedness.
I'd have to look at it. Does it not expire after 10 years in the way we had written it? I would have to check, but I thought...
No, they were limited, but even in those 10 years, right, the numbers that Goldman Sachs came out were, and Brookings also came out with a number, rather than the $350 billion, they were talking about between $1 and $1.5 trillion.
Over the 10-year, the period. Look, I think that there was a sense that this was an investment worth making, that we needed to do it, that would generate growth, that it would generate more tax revenue. But I do think having some perhaps finite level of renewal after a certain amount of years on these tax credits to evaluate whether they're still needed, whether they're still generating the desired impact is valuable. But that that was not a significant issue. Even for Manchin, I don't think that was a significant issue, the duration of it. The total price tag, I guess, was. And so, if there were ways to structure it, I know he wanted to keep it under $1 trillion, the total price tag. I think it was 700 or 800 billion in the way the CBO scored it. So that was, to that extent, it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scoring, but the question a little bit is there any way of thinking if you do that, whether you can, for instance, you could have a provision that said the length of time is related to the take-up, and so if there's too much take-up, we don't want to spend more, the CBO does the best job in scoring, but they make mistakes both sides. And so you can say, we think it's worth spending $1 trillion, but not $2 trillion. If you were going back to pass the law next time, is that something that Congress might think about?
In terms of saying we want this spending until solar has some penetration or some metric?
Something like that, and we don't want to spend more than X amount, and if it starts going over that, the time duration of the benefit will be curtailed, and we'll have to go back to Congress to reauthorize it.
Yeah, my sense is that we may have to get the 60 senators or the 51 senators to do that. I mean, I think there'll be a group of people who say, let's try to get as much as we can in terms of pushing for a repeal of fossil fuel subsidies and investments in solar and wind and geothermal and incentivize it. But as a practical matter, to get senators who are concerned about the fiscal impact, saying, look, we can have benchmarks on when these subsidies expire. And maybe that would have prevented the push to have them all run out in 2026 if they were going to expire anyway by 2028. I do think it's worth considering in the drafting of the bill.
Yeah. Are there any other lessons as you look back at CHIPS and IRA at this point that if you could have redone it, I mean, putting the politics aside, and maybe after that with the politics, that you would have argued that you ought to have a slightly different bill?
Well, I would have focused more on some of the hardest hit areas of Western Pennsylvania, Ohio, downriver Michigan, and see what type of economic activity could come up there. Because while the macro industrial policy made sense in terms of our self-reliance from dependence on Taiwan, or the macro policy of having America produce solar and wind and geothermal and battery plants, it's not as clear that it tied to the economic renewal of places that had lost economic hope. So I guess I would be more focused on an economic development strategy in these communities that was manufacturing based in part, but also broader than manufacturing. Putting a trade school in every community, putting an extension in regions, making some sense of the types of manufacturing loans or small business loans that a community may need that wouldn't get a semiconductor plant. I think that the policy was driven with good intentions from an American competitiveness standpoint and less from a micro community standpoint.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Are there other aspects of infrastructure that could have been directed? I mean, the infrastructure bill was also very macro, is my impression. Would you have tried to think about how you could get the infrastructure bill more micro and targeted and place-based?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could have looked at that, though the infrastructure bill worked to a fair extent. I mean, you saw construction, you saw a lot of activity, but I think getting it more place-based, and then to partly the challenge for the president, while he couldn't travel as much out into these communities, he was very focused at some point on the war in Ukraine, and he lost the domestic economic messaging. I once joked to John Podesta, and I have respect for both of these people, but I said, you worked for a president, Bill Clinton, who hollowed out all of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and it was at 60% approval. Now you're working for a president who's bringing it all back, and he's stuck at 40%. Have you wondered why? And because Clinton was so good, and I'm not, at going and having these roundtables of economic empowerment in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and he'd have everyone there talk about what the economic vision was, and everyone believed that was his central issue, to figure that out. And so some of this was a communications challenge, that we just thought that the legislation in its grandiose ways was going to translate to the political argument. And I think it doesn't. And we need to be very, very energetic about communicating what we're doing in these communities.
Yeah, I mean, I went down with Clinton down to, we had a meeting in Columbus, one of these big regional, and we had them in every region about how we create jobs and not just reindustrialize, but reinvigorate each of the regions of the country. One of the this is a very international group, and one of the other issues that we haven't talked about this year, but we did talk about last year, was some of what we did in those two bills violated WTO, probably. Since there's no WTO appeal court, we can't really be sure, but as a little bit of a trade lawyer, I think it probably did violate. Was there any concern two questions. Was there any concern in Congress when they were discussing this, whether we were violating the WTO agreement that we had signed? And I guess the other question is, do you think how do we deal with that international consequence of our industrial policy having effects on other countries?
Well, as you know, there's a national security exemption to some of the WTO rules, and so that was, I think, what was partly invoked on the CHIPS Act. And none of the European countries sued. China sued us, which is still being resolved, but none of the European countries actually sued the U.S. when it came to CHIPS or IRA. There was diplomacy, and there was and people were upset about it, but they didn't actually take it to the World Trade Organization. I think there was a sense that, look, there's in a modern world where China and other countries are massively subsidizing industry, that the United States it can't be hamstrung by rules where we aren't allowed to do the same for critical industries. And while in the crafting, they looked with the lawyers at making sure we fit in some exceptions, there wasn't that much concern about it, because there's a genuine view that those trade deals as written needed to be revised.
So does that mean, I mean, since we're in a world where revising those trade agreements is going to be very difficult and at best take years and years, does that mean basically we're in a law of the jungle where any country, we have no rules about state aid, to use the European word, that any country can decide it can subsidize its industry to try to use it steal jobs from other countries?
I do think a lot of it is going to be bilateral trade negotiation and the types of trade negotiation that we're seeing now. I mean, I don't agree with the blanket approach to terrorists, but I think that there's a sense in many countries of similar problems to the United States, the economic concentration of wealth in certain areas, deindustrialization, economic inequality, a recognition that nation needs to have some level of self-reliance. This doesn't mean autarky or just an aversion to trade, but a sense that globalization didn't work out in a way that was balanced enough for hollowed out communities. And so my sense is that, and this is going to be a very difficult balance for the next Democratic administration, is how do we not have a tariff-oriented blanket policy and yet still recognize that when it comes to state aid, and when it comes to some kind of industrial policy, that's worthwhile. Now, also, state aid is less regressive, in my view, than a tariff, which is hitting the working class and consumer class. The state aid you could raise from the wealthier in terms of tax policy. But when Trump said tariffs, Chris DeLuzio was a member of Congress from Western Pennsylvania, said Kamala Harris was running these ads in Western Pennsylvania saying Goldman Sachs says Trump's tariff policy is going to cost the average family $3,000 more. And he had to go and tell her, you're hurting me every day. Take that ad down. Because for a lot of people, tariffs meant jobs. And they didn't trust the economic elite, which they thought had resulted in the outsourcing of those jobs. So now I think the pendulum is shifting, where they're saying, well, these tariffs have, led to higher grocery prices, and there are higher input costs for manufacturing, and the factories aren't really coming back. But I think that the balance of our engagement with the world economically is one that we're still trying to figure out.
Yeah. So, one aspect of that is obviously we have resources, much more resources than developing countries. In fact, I hear from the senior officials in Europe that they complain that they can't compete with the United States, that they didn't have the resources to compete with the IRA. But developing countries clearly don't. Do you have any sense? Should we? How should we? Assuming a next Democratic administration that cares about social justice on a global level, how do we deal with this problem that we want to advance industrial policy for a whole variety of reasons? You mentioned resilience, national sovereignty, and growth and green transition, but it gives us a comparative advantage, artificial, you might say, because of our wealth over developing countries, and that generates resentment, and in terms of our broader setting in the global community. Do you have any view about how we should handle that?
I think the best thing that the United States could do for the world is to be a functioning, cohesive, multiracial democracy. And I think that the neglect of communities in America that at a time of more cultural diversity was a big mistake in the project of becoming a multiracial democracy, and has led to a isolationism and a cut to U.S. aid and a moral callousness in some of our foreign policy, whether it was in Venezuela or Gaza, that has had much worse repercussions in the world. So what I would say is that our highest priority should be the economic independence and success of people in our community to see that the future is possible, but that it should be then supplemented by an engagement with the rest of the world, where we're helping through aid and economic development, where we can't make everything here. There are probably certain consumer goods and things that we can still import, and that we are actively encouraging the economic development of other nations in the way China tries to do in Africa and the South, but without with it being clear that the economic success of our community communities are the highest priority. And in this, I think a healthy patriotism ultimately is necessary for a more just cosmopolitanism. And I think if there was a mistake of the 90s, and I'm not saying if I were in Congress or in charge at the time, I wouldn't have made the same mistake. It was perhaps that we were rushing towards a just global society without recognizing that the massive inequalities and resentments within would make that project much harder.
I couldn't agree with more with everything you've said, but it actually leads me to ask the question, which is not really on industrial policy, but what are some of the things on the first part of the agenda of really successfully creating a strong multiracial, multi-ethnic society in America?
Well, I do think that the looking at the jobs and the economy in these communities that have been hollowed out are so important. So I tell the story about, which I've shared with President Obama directly. I said, when he was running for the Senate in Illinois, he went down to Galesburg, Illinois. The Maytag factory was closed. Jobs were going to Mexico. And people remember he went there without a press release. He sat down, he had beer, he had pizza, and no press. And he left and he listened and he cared about it. And he spoke about it in his 2004 convention speech. And 20 years later, they still remember that. And I said, but the bad news is that Galesburg is worse than when you were president. And so, the challenge is, and it's not an easy challenge, what are we going to do to reverse the economic possibility in these communities? I don't think it's just industrialization. And with AI, it's even more challenging in what's going to happen. But some combination of construction and care jobs and healthcare jobs and education jobs in diverse ways in these communities, I think is critical. And by showing that we care, by simply saying, we understand that the American dream was possible, you now don't think it's possible, and I'm going to bring it back. That's basically Trump's message. And there's a great book about in Western Pennsylvania how doctors voted for him and engineers voted for him. It wasn't just working class folks, and it's not just that they wanted a higher minimum wage. It's that they felt that their whole communities had been lost the sense of economic pride and economic possibility. And Trump said, I'm going to bring you back. Of course, my view is 19th century tariffs and land wars isn't going to do it. But we have to convince them that we have a real roadmap to how we're going to build it back. And that economic concern of their being able to have the American dream, I think, is a cultural concern. It's saying that we understand that sense of loss and anger and pain, and we care about it, and we're not neglecting it. And so that economic foundation, I think, is the prerequisite for building a multiracial democracy.
Yeah. So, I guess it goes back to saying we really need place-based industrial policies as well as sectoral-based industrial policies. And that was really something that was not included as strongly as it could have been in the CHIPS Act and in IRA.
Yes, I think we definitely need place-based industrial policies. We need place-based policies. I don't know if by industrial, does industrial policy incorporate service sector?
Yeah.
Yes.
The word industrial policy is in academia.
Yeah.
It's a really bad word, but we haven't been able to figure out a better word.
Right.
And all we mean is intervention in the market allocation of resources in production, and so it's a peculiar word.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think place-based makes a huge difference, and then I think some intervention that's felt more broadly about the vast economic divide, where people feel that the $5 trillion companies in my district, and they have the American dream, and others don't. I think those two sentiments. Whatever we can do to make the American dream, which I believed in growing up, feel more possible. Now I hear all these economists, and you may know more, saying that materially we're better off and things have improved. But when you talk to people, they don't feel that way. They feel that the American dream, based on having a job that can support a family and support healthcare and education and childcare, was much more accessible back in the 60s and 70s. And Trump has kind of combined that with a racial nostalgia. And so we've got to sort of show how that economic future is going to be better.
That's just one example where I think the GDP statistics don't really reflect what people experience. One aspect of that, the minimum wage today is lower than it was 60 years ago, adjusted for inflation. Right. So that's, people at the bottom really are absolutely worse off, and even the median has really stagnated, and I think partly it's that the disparity between people in the middle and people at the top, which they see every day now, not only, it used to be in TV, but now in social media, it sort of exacerbates this kind of feeling that they've lost the American dream.
And, I think that inequality is really putting stress on our politics. And then the place-based, I think, is important because, if you look at J.D. Vance's sort of view of the hierarchy of Americans, right? The sense that if your great-great-great-grandparents fought in the Civil War or World War II, that you have more of a stake in having built America. A large part of our cultural challenge is, well, where are we going to accept tradition and honor the sacrifice of people who contributed while not diminishing an immigrant or a son or daughter of immigrants who, in the Lincoln sense, believes that the allegiance to America is based on the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, and that's what's defining. And so going to places where there are generations of people who feel they built the coal, they built the steel, and that the country is not recognizing their sacrifice and is not valuing them. They may not have to, they should not be put up on a pedestal of having a higher American citizenship, but they also should not be dismissed as not being cared about. And I think it's the economic place-based policy is also saying culturally, we get it, you matter, we appreciate you, which I think is important to build a multiracial democracy.
Yeah, I guess another aspect of, we talk about production, but the other part is community-based. Yeah. Sort of the schools, the part of, I think that one of the things that's been you see is the howling out of the cities, and the small businesses who used to be some of the people who were important in creating a community. I come from Gary, Indiana. I go back there, and it's devastating. Yeah. These places are really hollowed out, not just in the sense of jobs. Gary, a city now, used to be 200,000, is 100,000. There's not a single grocery store in the city. It's a food desert, and people buy food, junk food in the drugstores
But let me ask you: do you think it's a political problem or a substantive problem? In other words, let's say someone had an FDR-like mandate. Could they, in 4 and 8 years, turn around Gary, Indiana, or would it be hard?
Oh, it would be hard. Let me say that, but there's no doubt about that. And history matters. 50 years ago, if they had come in, I think they could have turned it around. You see places where government intervention saw that there was a decline, came in and say, how do we shift and create a new community? Pittsburgh was a steel town, very much like Gary, Indiana. But Pittsburgh had an advantage of having two good institutions, Carnegie Mellon and University of Pittsburgh. And those two institutions became the focal point of a revival of what, when I went to Pittsburgh, we had relatives there, and you didn't really realize you were in beautiful mountains because you couldn't see anything. And the benefits of deindustrialization is now you can see the hills and the green. But it was the universities that really played the central role in industrial policy. So they were lucky. If the government had come in 50 years ago into Gary, I think they could have found some other, could have shifted the production to keep jobs there and keep the community alive. It would have diminished a little bit, but it would have been.
Do you think the next Democratic administration should make place-based renewal a top priority and is it, how achievable is it?
I think it should make it a priority. I mean, I think that, partly for politics, because I think where we are, the divisiveness in the country, and you see those maps, is very clearly related to that kind of sense of lack of opportunity in large parts of the country. But I would even say there's an economic argument that there's social capital in communities that dissipates if you don't use it. And that's why I say history matters, and 50 years of neglect, you can't undo that right away. But I think you can create communities, and I think they ought to begin by, I think it ought to be a priority. There has to be an economic basis of a community. You can't you can't have, yeah. And that's where some of the things that you say, it's going to be more of a service sector, and that means more of a care community. And one aspect of the care community is we underpay care workers. And we disrespect care workers. And people who care for other people are really performing an important function.
No, absolutely. Someone had asked me what I think of Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire. I said, well, if there's a 5% wealth tax, we could pay for universal child care, $10 a day, and and $20 an hour for child care workers. The challenge is there's a gendered component to it as well. And we want to have care work, we want to have elder care. The challenge is just, what if you've had a father, a grandfather who's built stuff, and you've gone into a steel factory and you want to make things, what do we say? And you don't want to do care work. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with care work. It's, of course, probably the most important work. But what do you say to those folks?
Well, I mean, we still have construction needs. We still, nice communities. I mean, like New York, have parks. You need to take care of the parks. That's, So I guess what I would say is that there are lots of other jobs as well, but we are moving into that kind of a care economy. The gender aspect, though, is another. We should recognize that some of the reasons that the wages are low in the care economy is gender discrimination, which has been part of our society forever. And so if we got rid of that gender discrimination, the wages would be significantly higher.
I completely agree. But this, I think, is to all the people here. You asked what are the areas of research or places of study. My sense is whoever comes as a Democrat, and after Tuesday, I'm more hopeful that not a foregone conclusion that a Democrat's going to win, but at least a possibility in 26 and 28. I don't think they're going to wholly reject the Biden approach, which is to say we've got to have place-based policy, but they're probably going to say, how do we make that place-based policy better? How do we and what does it look like to turn around different communities? What are the care-based jobs? What are the technology-based jobs? What are the construction-based jobs? How do we do this? And how do we do it in measurable time frames, in 6 months, in a year? What are things that we can show that are working, even if it takes a long time to put up a factory? I think all of that research would be consequential in actually mattering. Not that, a lot of academic research, you don't do it just for what's going to matter for policy. But in this case, if people had that interest, I think it could actually have an impact, because I don't think there's been enough thought about it. That even if you had, that's why I was thinking, even if you had the political mandates, how would you actually do it?
Yeah, so I mean, that brings back a little bit. We were talking about extension services, creating research centers. Different, construction is going on all over the country. You have some research centers, and we talk about right now affordability of housing, a shortage of housing, and so you have. I know this is a radical, but social housing, government.
From Vienna, the Vienna sort of.
The Vienna, exactly. I was going to, and it's worked there. And you ask the question, why can't we have housing that actually works? And
have create jobs of building it and installing it. What do you make of the argument for where the private sector is? In other words, I was struck when I met President Sheinbaum was there with Don Bacon, and Sheinbaum is arguably to the left of almost anyone in the American political sphere. But the first thing she asked me was, well, can you get some of the tech companies in your district to invest in Mexico? And it struck me that if you're not from a wealthy country, even the political left has an interest in attracting capital, that you can't take economic development for granted. And in some ways, we have in this country, to your point, places that have been neglected, taken the economic development for granted. We just thought we didn't need to do it because we were wealthy. How much do you think the private sector, if at all, should have a role in the capital allocation in the development, or do you think it's really for the government with social housing and other areas?
So, I think I would redesign our financial system. It's where I've been arguing that for a long while. But part of where our financial system went wrong was creating these big New York national banks, but also Charlotte, North Carolina. And the point of that was that it took capital away from the rest of the country, and there's actually a lot of evidence, both in developing and in the U.S. on this, that banks' important role is to lend to small and medium-sized enterprises, but they can only do that when they're locally based. They can only do that well, because there are information asymmetries. What? Yeah. There are information asymmetries. And so obviously, somebody sitting in New York is not going to be able to make a good judgment about who's a good businessman in Columbus, Ohio. But if you had a Columbus bank, that was a bad example, but if you had a Columbus bank, they would be able to make those judgments. So
regional feds do that, or are they not really?
The regional feds are not. Also, but with the regional FEGs or the national, should have put more emphasis on the survival of community banks and local banks. And in 2008, we closed hundreds of these community banks, and in the S&L crisis, we closed hundreds of those. So the picture of the American banking system today is very different from what it was. And I think that has been one of the impediments to the ability of the private sector to do its role, because it's not going to be big enterprises coming in. It's going to be small and medium-sized enterprises. And you have to have a financial system that is directed to local small and medium-sized enterprises. So one of the things I would do is, actually two things, try to reinvigorate the community banks, small and medium-sized. Some of them can be...
was the CDFI not an effort in that direction?
It was an effort in that. Yeah, exactly. And so reinvigorate that.
Right.
So these are not new ideas. Some of these are... Okay, yeah. Some of these are old ideas.
Old could be good.
One state... has a state development bank, and it's like a World Bank, but at a state level, and those kinds of institutions can play an important role. because they have it's more patient capital, they're longer term, they're thinking about how can we had a talk about the high road versus the low road for development, EV battery creation. And so the State Development Bank could push the high road of development, high wages, high technology, focusing on spillovers.
And if you were to prioritize between two choices, an administration that said, we've got to compete with China on semiconductors, EVs, batteries, and the technologies of the future, or we've got to compete on, or we've got to focus on regional place-based economic renewal. I get that maybe the best case is that there's a convergence, but let's say there's not. What would you prioritize?
I'm a two-handed economist, so I say do both. And I don't see any reason why you can't do both. You're too much of an economist, so you're trying to focus me in making the trade-offs between the two. And I guess I would say that I would echo what you said before. If we don't solve the ability of our country to act together, we won't win. There's no way that we can, if we are as dysfunctional as we are right now, I view the game as over. So for me, restoring some sense of national unity, and if we did that, we had the best universities, the strongest research establishment. We had good entrepreneurship. We had good VCs. So we had the structure, but we didn't have a society that functioned together. So if I were a doctor and diagnosing what was the major problem, I would come out with the same diagnosis that if we can solve that problem, the other part will come together.
Yeah, no, I agree very much with you. One of the things that has disappointed me, or I've been surprised by, in fact, I was speaking at my alma mater where I got my undergrad degree at University of Chicago, and the university president said, well, what's your advice about how the universities can be better? And I sort of said, well, I always viewed universities as sort of the crown jewel of American society. I'm not saying that they can't be better. I'm sure they cost a lot of money, and there's, there should be extraordinary room for argument and debate. But it seems to me that the silence of the defense of the university in American culture has been surprising to me, that more people haven't gotten up and said, not just, okay, we want universities because they are going to produce the next AI or Moderna, but that we want universities because they produce economists that make our policies more thoughtful, and that they produce liberal thinkers and constitutional thinkers, and that they're ingredients for a mature democracy. But we haven't heard much of a defense of universities.
Yeah, no, I've been disappointed too. You may see that we're wearing a pin here. Keep your hands off our students. So we're part of the resistance. But I mean, I feel a self-interest in agreeing with you very strongly that our universities are our critical institutions, and to me, at the forefront of creating an integrated society, and our institutions where discrimination is probably the lowest of any of our institutions to be attacked, because as if we're discriminating, I just find.
I mean, it seems to me that part of the challenge with the anger at the elites has been that two things. One, the country has dramatically changed. I mean, we've got an Indian American of Hindu faith representing Silicon Valley, and you had Barack Obama as president, and women. I mean, there's just a cultural change that it was never going to be a linear line to multiracial democracy. It's a very hard project to do. and then you had a real anger that we got into the war in Iraq, we got into these overseas wars, these communities were abandoned, and for all of these Ivy League educated economists and lawyers who were our governing class, they missed this. They didn't really deliver for us. And so the Trump phenomena is, well, just tear down these institutions because these institutions have betrayed you. And I think for the university to say, well, you know, what we get with that is blanket tariff policies where they're tariffing coffee and they're talking about, you know, which we don't produce here, and it's not really helping the community. But what is the role of knowledge, not as determinative, but as informative of democratic decision making? I just think that has to be thought, because it's undeniable that elite governance had mistakes, but it's also the answer can't be governed by ignorance. I mean, there has to be some balance.
Yeah. So we have just a few more minutes. Do you want to make a few? You know, we just had an election that made some of us feel optimistic, but we've seen over the last 9 months violations of the rule of law that many of us thought were just inconceivable. We have troops in the streets that we think of as inconceivable. Do you want to give us a word of optimism or just some conclusion?
Well, we're not arrested for having this conversation. That's, you know, I was in China with Adam Smith. We first China Codell that went there in 6 years. I'm on the China Select Committee, and we had a meeting with Bob Iger 2-3 years ago as the CEO of Disney, and he said, how many of you have been to China? And there wasn't a single hand that went up on this China Select Committee of 15 members of Congress. He said, I've been there 40 times. Why should I listen to you? So I said to the Republican chair at the time, I said, maybe we should just go to check the box. And it took 3 years to go there. Anyway, we were there, and a lot to discuss. But one of the questions I asked the Shanghai mayor was, or the party leader, who's more important than the mayor, is, well, people consider you as one of the successors to Xi Jinping in a flattering way. Is that true? And you could have heard like pin drop silence. I said, no. So we have, you know, democracy is in our blood. It is in our DNA. We are a loud, confident society where someone who's the security guard to this building thinks they have as much of a right and an opinion as a Nobel laureate or as a congressman to have a say. And I think Donald Trump is finding that as hard as he's trying to denigrate that, there's a huge reaction against it. I go to rural Nebraska and I talk about how farmers are getting shafted, and they want to talk about the ICE raids. They want to talk about the fact that young kids are being deported without due process. They don't want to just talk about the price of soybeans. And what you saw on Tuesday, I don't think people have bought into the Democratic vision, but they have said, we certainly don't like what's going on with Donald Trump. And you had young men coming back to us. You had Latinos coming back to us, South Asians in New Jersey coming back to us, working class folks. I mean, it was a huge, huge win. I believe it's even stiffened the spine of some of the Supreme Court justices now who are asking maybe on these questions on tariffs that they're going to strike down what Trump has done. But, you know, he's a 42% president. He's not a 60% president. I was most concerned in the inauguration when Donald Trump was talking about going to Mars. And, you know, I know everyone thought, oh, he has these tech leaders behind him, he's got oligarchy, but Trump was invoking Kennedy-esque themes that we're going to build America, we're going to build a golden age. He was at 50% approval. And then he's gone and he's done things that I think, you know, 60% of the country disagrees with. So my hope and belief is that if we continue to be active, if we continue to mobilize, we're going to have a very good chance of prevailing in 26 and 28. I think the harder question is, can we build an enduring governing majority? Or are we just going to get in and then lose the Congress in 2030 because people are upset? You know, I said to President Biden when he was campaigning, I said, you know, the biggest mistake with Bidenomics is that FDR in his fourth term was still saying the country sucks and it's all Herbert Hoover's fault. You know, you can't proclaim victory in this year. So we are in an anti-incumbent time. We're in a time where people are upset. They're fundamentally feel the American dream is declining. And I think, yes, we've got to win, but to paraphrase Churchill, we have to deserve victory. We have to figure out how are we going to build a coalition that is actually going to make a difference in people's lives and convince people of that. And that is a generational challenge, which hopefully all of us will contribute to.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
I really enjoyed it.